Therefore, good day and welcome to my channel. In this episode's story, I will describe what transpired if Naruto's allies betrayed him and he became icy. This is the whole story. So this will be a very interesting story. I hope you guys will enjoy it, so make sure to subscribe to the channel, like this video, and also share this video with your friends. So, alright, without further ado, let's begin the video. A few months passed since the Four Ninja War had ended. Naruto, one of the heroes who saved the shinobi world along with Sasuke, managed to defeat Madara and Obito, being called heroes. His best friend returned to the village, along with his leaf companions, including Juice. Susu and Karen praise Blue began to have a relationship with Hinata, the heiress of the Yuga clan. 3 months ago, he was walking through the happy village. He had planned to visit her, but she told him that he had to do something and that he couldn't. So he tried to see what he could do. Since he didn't have any mission to fulfill, so he decided to go to his favorite restaurant, Ichiraku Ramen. Everything was going smoothly. Naruto spoke calmly with the owners of the place Tuchiyam. He had a lot of fun. He finished eating, he paid for his order, he thanked and said goodbye. He continued walking to see what he could do until he saw his rival for the cashier's position looking for something. Naruto Konohamaru caught his eye. Konohamaru: Naruto Nai-chan, what are you doing here? Naruto: that's what I was going to ask you. What are you looking for? Is Amaru: I'm on a mission. The blonde asked him. What kind of mission was it? Sigh. I'm looking for the devilish brown tor cat. Naruto felt a deja vu. Since he too had to go through that. That feline is very elusive, Naruto. Ha ha ha. And when you say it, you want me to help you like Amaru. A mission with my eternal rival, he said and raised a fist. Where was Naruto? Naruto: is it me? Or did he say something he would say? Gai-sensei thought. Of course, he said, and raised his fist in the same way as with Amaru. Let's split up and we will meet at this point in 30 minutes. Yes, Amaru, okay. Whoever doesn't find it will have to pay for the winner's dinner. What do you say? Naruto: okay, that makes it more exciting. He smiled. Okay, let's start. And they both disappeared in a jump. Haha, I'm going to make Konohamaru pay me for a big bowl of ramen. He said happily while looking for Tora. He spent more than 15 minutes looking for it and couldn't find it anywhere. Seriously, he had already forgotten what this cat was, he thought while he continued searching. Until he heard a meow. That was where that sound came from and he saw it. He was up a tree resting. Praise Blue smiled and went stealthily until he caught him, and the cat only made movements to escape, which turned out to be useless. Well, I have you now. I will go to the meeting point and I will make Konohamaru pay me my big bowl. He looked up and he saw Laaja Perlayada. What is she doing here? He was going to get down from the tree to greet her, but in a movement he saw that she was talking to Kiba. What he saw made his eyes open like never before. They started kissing. What does this mean? He thought while still standing. In the tree he witnessed everything alone, but the worst thing for him was that his friend Sakura Sasuke Shikamaru and they did not pass by there. They saw the couple getting together and greeted him, as if nothing were supposed to know the relationship that Naruto and Hinata had, and that it was what hurt him the most, not because of Hinata's betrayal, but it did affect him in part. But the worst thing was that his friends knew about it and didn't tell him anything about it. His eyes began to fall with tears on top of the Tor cat, the meow and the blue loggy. He saw the feline. Right, I have to take you where he is with Hamaru, and he disappeared in a jump without his friends noticing. Blue Elog arrived at the meeting point waiting for his rival for the cashier's position. When his opponent arrived, he saw that he was holding the cat Konohamaru well. Naruto Nai-chan, did you find the cat? The blonde was just staring into space. Naruto Nai-chan approached him to get him out of his thoughts, which Naruto managed. Ah, hello Konohamaru. Konohamaru, is something wrong? Naruto: no, nothing is wrong. He forced a smile. I will accompany you to the tower to tell Ob-chan that you finished. But this Karua felt happy and they both headed to the tower. While they walked, the blonde thought of a way to never see them again. He had no desire to see Hinata and especially his friends after witnessing such an event a moment ago, and only something occurred to him once they arrived at the tower. Konohamaru gave his report to the Hokage and about the extra help he had along the way to be able to complete it. Tsunade: well, with this ends everything with Hamaru. Naruto Nai-chan caught her eye. Then we will see with the topic of dinner. Naruto: okay, she said it happily. Now I want to talk to Oba-chan for a while if you don't mind. When I said that, the Hokage got a vein on her head for calling her that. Konohamaru nodded and left, leaving both of them alone. Tsunade: Naruto, still I don't have any missions to give. Naruto Okage-sama was interrupted by saying that he caught the Ajum Honey's attention for calling her that way. I want to join the Ambu, he said it without further ado, leaving Tsunade surprised. Tsunade: what did you say? Naruto: I want to become an Ambu Okage-sama. He said it with a dull look and that really surprised the blonde. With great Tsunade attributes. Naruto: you know the things that Ambu go through and the way to get into them. Naruto: yes, and you know perfectly well that I can entering without any problem because of the way everyone looked at me in the past. The blonde was right. He suffered a lot in the past for being the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. So he didn't need to be trained to enter the Ambu Lao. Jimel saw his eyes again that were dull with great sadness. Tsunade Naruto, what's wrong with you Naruto? I just want to get away from everyone, that's all he said, making the Hokage surprised again. What, why am I not going to tell Naruto? He looks at the window remembering what he saw and then I turned to look at her, whether she would accept my request or not. Tsunade, it's okay. The Hokage gave her an address to go and dress in her Ambu clothes and there she could choose the mask she wanted. Once the blue girl came in, she put on her Ambu clothes. And he went to see what kind of mask he could use. He stopped at one in particular. It was a wolf mask and it didn't hide his entire face, it only left his mouth exposed. It seemed like the right one. He put it on and grabbed a kind of sword and carried it to him. I placed it on his back. Once he finished he returned to where the Hokage was with some papers. You have to sign and choose a lease for your name Ambu. The blonde nodded. He approached and signed the Hokage. He saw what it said and the name he used. He left it with doubt because I cure Kami from here on. When Naruto has the ham mask he will be called Black Wolf. When he speaks when they call him he will be Kuro or Kami, but when he doesn't have it, he will be Naruto Black Wolf. The wolves travel together or not, the Hokage nodded, but there is always one who travels alone, which is why they call him the lone wolf or Kuro Kami. The Hokage understood at that moment why he gave that name Tsunade Naruto, because you wanted to become Ambu. The blonde opened his eyes and they were no longer blue, but red like the K's and they shone in the darkness of his mask, surprising the Ajum honey. Black Wolf Okasama began to use the voice of the Biju that he carries inside him. I would beg him to start calling me by my alias Tsunade Kukuro Kami. You can still retract your work, it's very excessive, they don't have much time to rest and their work is somewhat exhausting. Black Wolf, I'm not interested, he said it without hesitation. Tsunade is fine. Put the papers in your desk. Go to this address. There they will test your level if you are suitable for it. Idle. The blonde nodded. Black Wolf, by the way Hokage-sama, I don't want you to tell anyone about this. I understand. The Hokage just looked at him, surprised. If they ask tell them that I went on a mission or something. I don't want them to know. Tsunade, you know that later they will realize. Black Wolf, I'm not interested, just do what I ask. The Hokage looked at the blonde and just nodded, making the new Ambu disappear and at Tsunade jump. Naruto, what happened to you? She muttered to herself while with the new member she headed to a forest. That he was somewhat far from the village. He continued walking until he came across a barracks being watched by two Ambus. He approached and the two stood in front of him. Ambu 1, what do you offer? Black Wolf gives him some papers. The Ambu saw him and nodded, giving him way to enter the barracks. Once inside he looked around the place until he ran into another Ambu with a cat mask. Ambu cat, you want to join the Ambu, right? The new member nodded. Come, we will see what your skills are like and also what kind of title you will have after this battle and in other types of tests. Black Wolf is fine. When hearing the voice of the new recruit, the Ambu stepped back a little since it was somewhat intimidating because of the way he said it. Cat Ambu, I saw, well, follow me, and they both left the place to do the tests. Have passed 8 hours. It was already getting dark. The Hokage was a little worried about Rubio's decision. What would have happened for him to make that decision? He was like that for a long time until an Ambu with a cat mask appeared. Tsunade. What's up, Ambu cat? It's about the new member of the UO squad. Kage-sama. Tsunade. How strange, it is the first time they call me about the new member when they recruit. What's happening? Cat Ambu. He passed all the tests in an instant. Surprised Akahate. Tsunade. What is the test supposed to be concluded within 16 hours? Ambu cat, you are right, but he showed to have extraordinary qualities in the whole process. Tsunade tried to be as specific as possible. He sat in the chair. Ambu cat, yes, he is suitable for all positions except one. He is perfect in the squad murder, tracking and espionage, but it is null in the medical squad. Tsunade accomplished all of that in less than 8 hours. Cat Ambu. There is nothing more. The Hokage kept listening. It is also good for interrogation. That surprised Tsunade a little, since he never knew that about Blue Logi. Tsunade. What did Gato Ambu do when he was with one of the criminals? He put his hand on the prisoner's head and started shouting as if he were showing him something in his mind. It was something strange but also terrifying. The subject did not hesitate to release all the information. It was so difficult for them to get Vicky Marino, and in calm manner like this. Tsunade, I see there is something else. Cat Ambu, all the qualities that I could see. I don't know what position should take. A time of silence. There was. Tsunade, I will think about it. You can leave. The Ambu nodded and disappeared, leaving her alone and thoughtful. Naruto, because this change of yours, he thought. While he was looking at the village through the window, he heard Blue. He was in his house. He had taken off his clothes and put them in his closet, as well as his mask and sword. He lay down on the bed and just stood there. Looking at the ceiling, he closed his eyes and got ready. It wasn't long to rest since someone knocked on his door. He got up and went to open it to meet Sakura Ino. Naruto, what's wrong? We're all planning to go to dinner together. Are you coming? Naruto didn't say and closed the door in front of both of them. Sakura, hey, what a way. That's it, she said from the other side of the door, somewhat furious. Naruto, I don't want to go. That's all, and she walked away from the door, something that both Kunoichi Sakura noticed. Naruto, what's wrong with you? She didn't receive a response and they did nothing but leave. Loger, he heard Blue, and what do you think is happening to him? I never reject an invitation, Sacker. I don't know, maybe he had a bad day, he said while they were walking to the restaurant. One day passed after that. He praises Blue. He was still sleeping until someone knocked on the door. He got up and looked. The time, it was 7 in the morning. He opened the door and saw that there were two Ambu. Naruto, tell me, Ambu bird. The Okage requests your presence. Kuroakami. Naruto understood. I'm going there. He got dressed. He put on his mask and left his apartment. When he arrived, he entered and saw Ajim Honey looking out the window at the village as it came out. The sunrise sun sent me to call a comet Tsunade. Yes, I have received your grades from yesterday's test, and I have to admit that I am impressed. Black Wolf, thank you. Okay, Tsunade turns around and looks at him. He doesn't bother me. You plan to say why you joined the Ambu squad? You did not receive a response from the new Ambu Sai. Okay, don't tell me. And as soon as your position, I have decided to make you my right hand man. Black Wolf, his right hand is sure. He attracted the gaze of the Honey Ajim already, that she expected like a Yao or something like that to celebrate that title. Tsunade, how strange. Black Wolf, what a thing. Tsunade, coming from you, I thought you would celebrate or brag about it, since it is very difficult to get that position. She did not receive any response. Seriously, what's wrong with you? You're worrying me. The new Ambu approaches them and looks out the window just like the Aki. Black Wolf, I discovered that I live surrounded by liars. He attracted the surprised look of the Okage. That's why I chose to be an Ambu. I don't want to see anyone. I want to be alone. That's all. When he said that, he returned to where he was and looked into her eyes with his eyes red like the Kyuubi. Something more. A comet Tsunade in no 10 gives the Ambu some papers. Here is the address. As he is my right hand, he gives you some privileges here. You will be for a while. You would be more or less like your own office like mine. You will be able to have information about others and review some completed missions and some roles of techniques that you can practice. Black Wolf, understood. With your permission I leave, he said, and left the Okage alone in her office. Tsunade, Naruto, what lies are you talking? He thought as he turned to look at the village from the tower. Chapter 2. Naruto was walking where the note said. Once he arrived at said place, he entered and saw that it was a small office like the Okage's. On the table there were some folders and on a shelf a couple of rolls. Some were from some missions and others like ninja techniques. The place was a little messy. I created several clones to clean the place. Once he saw it done, he settled down and saw that on a coat rack there was a white cape with a hood to wear it. He got up and looked at it more closely. He looked at a mirror in the room and noticed that his hair was uncovered. Black Wolf, if I don't want them to know who I am, I better use that cape, he thought as he put on. When he did, he looked at himself again and the said thing was no longer noticeable. He sat at his desk and opened the folder. He began to look at all the Ambu Yodo that all of them had a tattoo on their left shoulder and the Ambu women had it on the right. He looked for another file where he had the image of the tattoo. Once he found it, he looked in his drawers if there was a machine or something to do it. When he found it, he created a clone and drew it on the left one and looked in the mirror. Well, I think I'm ready. I turned to look at his desk with a lot of files. Now I understand Oba-chan a little. Why did he escape from his duties? He thought while he created several clones and they began to read all the documents. 4 days have passed since Naruto became the Black Wolf of the Leaf and Konoha had already darkened and the blue Logi prepared to leave his office to go home. Once he arrived, he put away his cloak, Ambu clothes, the mask and the sword in the closet. He put on pants, leaving his torso bare. He went to the bed and stretched. Naruto, it's good to be home, he said as he stretched his arms until his stomach made a couple of noises. I think I'll eat something. He went to the kitchen and found nothing. I had forgotten that I finished the instant ramen with so much work. I hadn't realized. Well, I'll go out to Ichiraku since I haven't been in a long time. I'll say that. He put on a black t-shirt and left for the restaurant. He walked for a while, watching the other people passing by him. Everything was normal. Once he arrived, he entered the store and ordered his large bowl of ramen. As always, he ate several dishes while they were chatting with the owners of the place. He was happy, at least they didn't know that he had become somewhat distant with his friends. Once he finished eating, he paid his bill and said goodbye to Tucci. The Loga is all arrived home. If not before stopping it, he went to a store and bought several instant ramen. He put everything away and prepared to rest since the new schedule of the Ambu was a little early. He had to get up before dawn, before 7, to be more precise. He was about to go to bed until someone he knocked on the door. He opened the door and found the person he least wanted. Yada, hello Naruto-kun. Naruto yada yada was passing by and I thought we could eat together, Naruto said with a smile. I'm sorry, I've already had dinner, he said it dryly. And Nat, I see Naruto, that's all. And Nat, nah Naruto-kun. Why are you so far away from us? The blonde was just looking at her. It's been several days since you spent time with us. And me Naruto, sorry, I'm on several missions. I recently came from one and I'm a little tired. If not it's bothering you, I want to rest, yada. It's okay, she said with her head down and the blonde closed the door, leaving her outside his apartment. Remember that if you need anything, you can look for us and we will help you. He said it on the other side of the door and Naruto left. What's up? To help if you are my problem, he murmured as he returned to his room to rest. It's been a day after that encounter with the Perlajib. The Okage was making some reports until Tsunade Ambu shouted and a certain rookie Ambu appeared. I have a mission for you. Have a look. Deliver a scroll. You have to deliver this to the village that is near Konoha. Black Wolf. Just that because he doesn't send a team of Chunin or Gen and Tsunade, because that scroll contains an alliance with that village. I know it seems strange, but Black Wolf, there will be some bandits or criminals who will not want that to happen. I understand, Tsunade, you are right. I could send some team, but most of them are on other missions, plus the bandits you find there will be a possibility that they are from rank 2. When he said that, the Okage, the Ambu, made an evil smile and his eyes became visible, worrying us, so the mission will be more entertaining. Besides, I haven't had a fight in a long time, he said and disappeared in a Tsunade jump. Naruto on the outskirts of the village. Black Wolf was jumping tree by tree. A while passed until something called him. Attention Black Wolf, how strange, this is supposed to be an alliance, it is something important and they have not appeared yet. No one thought to himself once he arrived. He went to the leader of the village and gave him the scroll. Here you go with this, we will have the alliance. It will be a success, said the wolf, until the leader of the village made a smile. A cloud of smoke appeared and a guy with a big sword appeared and around him more than 30 bandits and more than 20 ninjas appeared surrounding Lambu Bandit. You think we are going to allow an alliance with Konoha? You are very wrong, stupid, he said and broke the scroll in front of the Ambu. Ha 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 ha, but he stopped laughing. Until the Ambu also started laughing. Black Wolf, hahaha, you think you won, right? Look at what you have in your hand. I look, and instead of the scroll was explosive seals that exploded, causing the bandit to crash into the wall. What you broke was a scroll full of explosive seals, and when you broke them, I detonated it. Asshole, bandit, how did you know? Black Wolf, it was easy when I got here, no one was chasing me. I had a slight suspicion that they were disguised as the leader of this mini village bandit. You are a damn, he said, and the Ambu made such a sinister smile, and his eyes became red, visible in the darkness, surprising everyone and scaring them. That what are you, Black Wolf? I am Kuro Kami from Konoha and you are my prey, he said. He drew his sword and began to attack the 30 bandits with great speed. Some of them cut his throat, others practically decapitated them. Then he looked at the 20 ninjas with a smile, and they retreated. Black Wolf, where do you think you are going? Said a sinister voice behind his back. Ninja, you are a demon. Black Wolf. No, he said while shaking his finger. I already told you who I am, and you are my prey. He smiled again. Ninja as he is crazy, he said, but a sword pierced him behind him and coughing blood. At what moment did you appear behind me? Black Wolf, does it matter? After all you will die, he said, and his sword became fire that sent the living, causing screams of pain and despair to arise until in a moment he kept quiet. Who's next? He turned to look at the others and everyone was trembling with fear. The Ambu went directly to them and with his flaming sword, he cut them and burned some of them like the previous one. They all died until he only left the bandit swordsman, not for nothing. Please don't kill me, said terrified Black Wolf. Don't worry, I won't kill you yet. I just want to know where the leader of the village is. That's all. Bandit is hiding behind the closet. He pointed to the place and saw where there was a closet. He approached and opened it and saw a tight old man untied him. Leader of the village, thank you very much, young Black Wolf. There's nothing you can do for a while. I'll take care of something. The old man in the Ambu left. He approached the bandit who was wounded leaning against the wall. Bandit, wait, you said no. Would you kill me? Black Wolf, when I said that I only said that once. He said that. He put his hand on the bandit's head. He closed his eyes and the world turned completely black. He began to look around and saw how all his comrades were dying little by little in front of the bandit and they were repeated over and over again. Bandit, enough, please, shout, very alarmed and with quite a bit of fear. The Ambu released the Black Wolf. Bandit, now you will tell me who hired you. He made an evil smile and his eyes shone more and more. Or do you want me to do the same again? Bandit, okay, I'll tell you, but please don't do it again, he said, shouting and alarmed. He explained everything to him and the Ambu killed him with his own sword. He went outside the cabin and saw the old man with a couple of children next to him saying that was fine, leader of the village. Thank you very much. I don't know how to pay you. Black Wolf, there is no need. Give him the real alliance scroll. With this, we will become loyal. And if they need anything, they already know where to go. He said with a sincere smile. He was about to leave, but he told her. They asked something, the leader of the village. What's the name of Black Wolf? I can't tell you my name if you don't tell me. It's cool. Akami. See you, and he disappeared in a jump. Well, the old man thanked him again. In Konoha, the Okage was calm, drinking a sip of tea. While at his side Shizune was trying to insist that he return to his work. Shizune, seriously, Tsunade-sama has to go back to work. Tsunade, it's nothing for you to be so alarmed, it's just a drink. Shizune, if right now he's pouring another one. I take out the bottle of take it out Tsunade wait Shizune give me that back Shizune, I won't give it back to you until you finish your work Tsunade tch party water and Ambu Kuro peers Oki, how did it go Black Wolf yes, it's already finished Tsunade saw what it looked like and could see several blood-stained Shizune he saw the new Ambu, he left the serve on the table and Tsunade saw it again. From what I see, you had a meeting, Black Wolf, yes, I met the bandits, I got information from the leader, and I was able to find out who was the one who hired them, Tsunade, well, we just need to go after them. The end was interrupted Black Wolf there is no need I took care of him at this moment he is in the interrogation room, the Okage nodded she saw Shizune and nodded her head as a form of greeting, she did the same if you excuse me I left and disappeared in a jump, leaving both of them alone, Shizune that Ambu is new Tsunade yes, it's been code days since he came in, and he's my right hand man he surprised. Shizune that surprising C days, and he already has that great position Tsunade nodded, he must be very talented well, I'm leaving he went out through the door, but not for long since I had forgotten something and come in again, excuse me, I just stopped drinking and went back to work Tsunade saw me Tsunade, just a little treat. She said and they both began to struggle with the serving bottle everywhere chapter 3 a month, it's been since Naruto became Buu, and the cashier's right hand was in his office reviewing some documents and some missions done by some ninjas. He stretched in thought since he became Buu. He's had a couple of missions of reconnaissance, but the majority were of murder, so he had no complaints with it since he always did them alone, which he quite liked, very rarely did they call him in the interrogation room to be able to get any information, since some of them were difficult for him to do talk to the prisoners all that time since he became Black Wolf, he has had a couple of visitors in his apartment. Most of them were Inada. Then he stopped trying to talk to the Blue Ogia, and the other Shikamaru Chui Ino and Kakashi began to arrive, but they couldn't talk to him. He only said 3 words and just one of them appeared, Kiba and Naruto didn't even bother to open the door. The last one to visit him was his partner and partner 2 days ago. Flashback. He heard Blue. He had arrived at his room early. He had already finished doing his homework. Ambu duties and useful to rest the 9 hours that he had that for an Ambu was something nice to enjoy since it was very difficult to get to rest for so long. When he closed his eyes he heard someone knock on the door he made a face of annoyance, he got up and went to open the door to meet Sasuke and Sakura Naruto what's wrong Sasuke I want to chat with you Naruto aren't we doing it? Sasuke just looked at him and Sakura just stood there watching Sakura Naruto caught Blue Logic's gaze. It's been a while since I last saw you. Together with us your friends Hinata Naruto I have already told you over and over again that I am tired Sasuke don't lie, I kept looking at him in the eyes I know you well, and I know that something is wrong with you Naruto if you know me so well, why don't you say what my problem is, he said with a challenging look, just like Sasuke, they both looked at each other like that for several minutes. Making Sakura nervous. Sakura Naruto attracted her gaze. Please be the same as before, everyone misses you, think about Hinata. The last thing she said was with doubt since she knew what Hinata had done it on several occasions, but for her she thought that Naruto didn't know rather no one knew that he knew Naruto what a stupid thing he said and he started to close the door, but the Uchiha stopped. Then with his hand Sasuke Naruto where do you think? Naruto, are you going to sleep, I'm tired, Sasuke, aren't you going to tell us what's wrong with you? They both looked at each other again Naruto you said you knew me a while ago, you should know that he said he removed Sasuke's hand from the door and locked it Sasuke, maybe you plan to continue like this all the time, don't you love Hinata Naruto loved her, it surprised them both on the other side, if you want to say it, do it. If not, Sasuke will realize it herself. So, I'll tell her to be my girlfriend. Let's see how it goes, he said with a smile. Sakura saw him and made a sign to him that he was pretending. She understood. He wanted to put it to him. Naruto jealous Naruto well I wish you luck he said without hesitation in a second surprising them both again Sakura Naruto, what are you saying I know you were happy with her Naruto was now what I want is to be alone, and he went to his room, leaving both of them on the other side Sasuke what the hell is wrong with him, because that sudden change of mood said something annoying since he didn't like seeing his best friend that way Sakura I don't know how you think she will take the news Hinata I know that she secretly loved Naruto for a long time and now that he could have had a relationship and despite the things he did behind his back, Sasuke thought to herself, it's better that we tell him, we have no other choice, she said. And they left without realizing that Naruto was still listening to them, thanks to being an Ambu, he's much more stealthy. That before, so they didn't notice that I was on the other side of the door, listening to everything. Naruto, go to her, tell her that I don't love her anymore and they didn't tell me anything, he muttered to himself and went back to his room to rest, end of the flashback, Blue praises. He had already finished filing all the documents for some missions. He looked at the clock and it showed that it was 6 in the afternoon. He had plenty of time for dinner. He looked at his office and then stopped to see the types of techniques he could learn. He was reading a book. For a while most of it was of the Fire Kaiten and Water Suiton style, but he stopped at a Naruto Iris and no Jutsu. He muttered to himself. It's my father's technique. He continued reading the steps required to do it. It's a little complicated to do it, but not impossible. Well yeah, I know what technique I can learn for now. He continued reading and stopped again. This jutsu is incredible. How come no one has learned to use it? He continued reading until he noticed something. I see the radius is quite big and you couldn't escape until something occurred to him. I already have another technique to learn, but first it will be the yin, which is the one that interests me the most. For now, once he thought about that, he put the scroll away and left his office ready to train. The blonde went to training camp N7 with a backpack on his back. He had gone home before, he changed and returned with his usual outfit. He began to read the scroll again to see the process of the technique, and it was a headache but not impossible. He remembered the training he had with Kakashi to learn Rasen Shrike, so he created several clones and they all started reading. They all read for more than 30 minutes until they all disappeared and he received all the information at once and it gave him a terrible feeling. It hurt for a while until each time the pain subsided, he got out of his mind. Backpack something to write with ink in his hand and he wrote the name Kuroakami. Began to concentrate chakra around the ink and it began to glow according to what he had read. The blonde could choose the color he wanted to make the flash when teleporting, but he could only choose once. The word Kuroakami turned red and disappeared from his hand. Naruto, well, now I will leave the mark where it is. Easier for me to be able to move in the village. He was about to continue until he felt the presence of someone approaching and he hid behind some bushes. From there, and not between the bushes, the blonde came out dressed in purple. Me Naruto, I want to know if it's true. Naruto, what thing? I'm true, that you no longer love Hinata. Naruto, with what in the end they told them, he muttered, but the rupee had heard him. Went where they were in his backpack along with the scroll and he grabbed them. Yes, he said it just like that and left the place, leaving Ino completely perplexed by his response. Ino, it's true, confirming his doubt since Sakura told him the day before about the flashback and he wasn't at the flower shop serving her clients. It was not a hard day for her since there was not much movement in the store. She started to arrange some flowers until she felt someone enter the store. She saw and it turned out to be Sakura and not Sakura. What are you doing here? I notice she's a little sad because the way it was. You're fine Sakura and we can't talk for a moment. The blonde nodded without hesitation. On the door, she put a sign that said, I'll be back in 10 minutes and they both went to the dining room. Ino, get ready for both of them and she served it. Thank you Ino, tell me what it is. What's happening? Sakura, as Naruto said while looking at her reflection in the cup, and not that they couldn't know what's wrong with her. Sakura nodded. Well, we'll see what we can do to help the problem that Sakura has. Yes, but that's not it. Attracted her gaze yesterday. He confessed to me Sasuke who no longer loves Hinata. The blonde, when she heard that, she opened her eyes suddenly. And you're not sure what you heard? She nodded again. Are you sure Sakura? Yes, me and Sasuke heard it behind the door until Sasuke made a joke that he would turn her his girlfriend and he just gave in to that without hesitation. But what's happening to him? I look at the window. I don't know what's wrong with him, but we have to help him somehow. Sakura, yes, but we have to know first what's wrong with him. Hinata. Sakura already knows. No, I don't have the courage to say it and I don't see well. We'll have to tell her at any time. The Oige nodded. End of the flashback. The blue ear entered his room. He put away his things and the scroll where the techniques were and then he learned them. He kept in the closet where his Ambu equipment was before going to bed and resting. He praised Azult. Before getting home he went to a ninja tool store. Luckily he wasn't there. Tried to ask him the same question that Ino bought several special kunai, the kunai. It was something similar to his father's, but instead of having 3 points it had 2, but they were long and quite sharp. They thought it was the right one and he bought them. Blue praises. He took out the kuna and he put the Kuroakami seal to be able to teleport. He nailed it to the roof of his room to finally have a teleportation point. The other one had planned to put it in his office the next day. But the problem was that he had only been able to create the seal. He had not finished the technique itself. He went to the dining room and concentrated quite a bit trying to teleport. It took more than 7 minutes until it disappeared in a red flash. He opened his eyes and saw that he was back in his room. Naruto, well, I have to get used to it in battle. I'll try it another day now. I want to see if I can teleport objects with it, he said. And he headed to the dining room again. He grabbed a glass and concentrated again until it disappeared in a red flash. He felt a noise in his room. He went there. He saw the broken glass on the floor. Perfect. Then he paid attention to something. I'm really an idiot. I could have used a fork, he said, and prepared to gather the crystals from the broken glass. Chapter 4. 4 months have passed since Naruto became Buu, the Kuroakami of Konoha. There began to be rumors everywhere about the new Ambu. He had practically become famous since they said he was very strong. His identity was anonymous since he always wore a white cloak with a hood that only left his mask visible and the area of his mouth exposed. In the Okage tower, the Okage was looking at his desk in front of him. He had 3 scrolls, 2 class missions and 1 S, the 2 of rank. They had to kill strong criminals, they did not know their names, but rather their appearance. One had a somewhat large scar on his forehead, and the other had white hair with black eyes, and had a scar on his lips. Both of them were quite separated from each other, and the rank S mission was to go to Asuna to transport the feudal lord Anna, to have a talk with the Sekige about the economy of both villas. In front of Tsunade was the Kulinian team. Nat Kibashino was doing something else which Kakashi was not there. Sasuke Sakurai Gaine will be alive in this story. Tenten and Rogel, everyone was waiting for information for the mission that each one would be in charge of. The Okage was thinking for a while until she had no choice but to call someone. Tsunade Ambu shouted, alarming the others a little. In front of him the Black Leaf Wolf appeared as always with a white cape with a hood so that no one knows who the Black Wolf is. He sent me to call Okage-sama. Tsunade. I have a request. Kuro Okami when he said that the others were surprised. Who was the Ambu that I was in front of everyone? I have 3 missions, and I need a favor. The Ambu was listening to him sincerely. I need you to choose one of them. I need most of the ninjas present to be protecting the feudal lord on the way to a Black Wolf, and he needs me to do some of the mission's truth. The Okage nodded. Well, with your permission, I will read the scrolls to find out the information. She nodded again, and the Black Wolf began to read the first scroll that contained the information. While reading it to someone else, Sakura spoke. Tsunade-sama, the Oige spoke. Attracting the gaze of the blonde, and the Ambu kept reading. What's wrong with Naruto? When he said she's the Ajum, and he looked askance at Lambu and saw that he didn't make a gesture. He was just reading as if they weren't there. He's also part of the team. If Sai and Sasuke felt Tsunade, he is on another mission right now. The Black Wolf. He closed the first scroll and grabbed the second. Hinata. Another mission. Tsunade right now he is outside of Konoha, is having a conversation with the Chikage about the war that happened 10 months ago, that he felt. It is true that the Blue Ear had gone to Iwa to talk about that information, but it was months ago, but no one knew so he chose not to say it. The no one and use it as a lie. Like now Hinata, I see Niji, he knows what's wrong with him. He caught Tsunade's eye. He hasn't talked to us in a while, and we don't know why Tsunade doesn't. I also tried to talk to him, but he just changes the topic of the conversation. Suddenly the Ambu closes the scroll, bringing the gaze of the Ajum. Honeywell. Kurokami, which one are you going to? But he didn't finish. Since he started reading the third scroll, making her look at him with doubt. What's up, Black Wolf? Wait a minute second and continued reading. He spent 2 minutes reading it until he closed it and looked at the Okage. It seems strange to me. Everyone was looking at him. Tsunade. What a thing. Black Wolf. Turns out that these 2 criminals are comrades. I have read them in the mission reports with some Ambu. And included they were always together. It's also strange that now they are separated and in the middle of everything is the feudal lord. That means it's a trap. Everyone's eyes were surprised. Tsunade. Explain. Black Wolf. The 2 of them, pointing to the Rango scrolls, always walk together and behind. Some ninjas always follow them. This means that the information contained in both scrolls is false. They are very separated from my point of view, and in the middle is the feudal lord. This means that they want to separate us and attack the weakest point. Tsunade. The feudal lord. Ambu nodded. Well, I will ask you to help them. I know they can, but you know the information and their abilities, since you read the reports of the others. Ambu. The Ambu nodded. If you have the opportunity to get information from them, do it. Whatever the method in this mission, you will be the captain. The Ambu smiled before saying these words, but it disappeared when he said, Captain Black Wolf. I am opposed to being the captain. Tsunade attracted everyone's gaze because of Black Wolf. It is true that I know his abilities, but I don't know theirs. So it could endanger the mission. I say attack Kakashi. Let him be the leader. I will cover them in the shadows. Tsunade. I see he takes his anonymity well in this. It is even done the stranger in front of everyone so that he is not discovered. The Okage looked at Kakashi and nodded. Okay, you know, what do you have to do now? You can leave. Everyone shouted there and left the place except the Ambu who stayed watching her. Some problem looked at her with doubt. The Ambu took off his mask and lowered his hood. That seemed something strange to the Okage. Since she never did it since she became Ambu. Naruto, I want to ask you a favor. Ob-chan. When calling her with that suffix, she smiled a little since she had gotten used to that, but not doing it for so long seemed strange to her. Tsunade. Tell me, Naruto, in 2 months, it will be a year since the war ended. I want the favor of you to send me somewhere far from Konoha in that time. Only 2 days. I don't ask for much. Tsunade. Why do I look at her strangely? I know it will be a year since until something was realized. It's for your birthday, right? He nodded. Why, Naruto? When that day is, everyone will want to have a party because of that, and I don't want to be there. Tsunade. Why are you staying so far away from them? What happened to you? Naruto. I already told him on the first day, he said. Doomed to remember the Ajum. Honey. Mini flashback. Black Wolf. I discovered that I live surrounded by liars. He attracted the surprised look of the Okage. That's why I chose to be Ambu. I don't want to see anyone. I want to be alone. That's all. When he said that, he returned to where he was and looked at her. Eyes with hers red like those of the Kyuubi end of the mini flashback Tsunade. What lies are you telling Naruto? I don't want to talk about it. I look at the village through the window, and Tsunade did the same. I just tell her that what I discovered was more painful to see it with my own eyes. Tsunade, I will not give you permission until you tell me, he said while smiling like this, he would finally know. What happened to him all this time? Naruto sighs. Okay. He smiled happily for that the Ajumheni, but the Ambu returned to where he was, and he placed the mask and the hood again. I forgot the favor I asked of him. Akama said it with the voice of the Kyuubi and disappeared in a jump, causing the Honey Oji's plan to plummet. Tsunade, Naruto, I will try to find out what is happening to you and help you. As much as I can, I promise you, he thought as he looked at the village again through the window, thinking about the blue he heard, whom he saw as his son. Everything was at the door of the village. Kakashi, Sasuke, Sai, Sakurai, Lane, Tenten, Cool, Kiba, and Janada. They stood for a while waiting for the feudal lord to arrive. Once he arrived, they saw that he was being escorted by the Ambu feudal lord. Well, I think it's time to go. All the ninjas nodded, and the Ambu disappeared. Kiba, where did Kurenai go? He is an Ambu. Kiba, he will protect us from the shadows. It is logical for them to act that way. Kakashi, Kurenai is right, I was part of them, and they always hide for the right moment and attack, which makes me think that the assassination specialist like me. Kiba, I see. Kakashi, well, let's get going. Everyone nodded and smiled. They pulled out of the village. It has been 7 hours since they left the village. Kakashi was in the front along with Gei Karina and was on the side of the feudal lord. Along with Tenten on the other side was Sakurali and Sasuke, and behind the feudal lord was Kanata. The Ambu was at a recommended distance for his point of view, seeing them all. Black Wolf, well, that formation they are doing covers the entire terrain of the feudal lord if they come to attack. Very heavy, Sensei thought while seeing his sensei chatting with Gaine with Sub-Yugen looking around in case someone appeared. Then he saw the people behind him and made an angry look at what they were doing. Do they not know that it is a dangerous mission in which we are just chatting without paying attention to the surroundings? He thought again while looking at Kanata. They were chatting about anything for more than 30 minutes. Minutes walking until the Ambu noticed that someone was approaching from behind. He stayed hidden for a while and saw that the Yuga and the Inyazuka had not noticed that said presence died. The voice was heard behind both of them. Everyone turned around and saw a renegade ninja who was about to attack both of them with a saber, but stopped suddenly, alarming everyone. But what did he look down and saw that he had a sword stuck in his chest. Black Wolf, you should never trust yourself from what you see. He smiled and took out his sword, slowly causing him to scream in pain once he took it out completely. The Ambu gave him a strong kick, sending him against a tree, and he fell silent. Who are you? Ninja, are you? His face was filled with terror at seeing the red eyes of Ambu Kuro. Oki, when he said that, Lambu smiled evilly and everyone realized that. Black Wolf, oh, apparently you know me. Well, changing the subject, I want you to answer me if you don't answer. I imagine you know what I'll do, he said while he put away his sword and approached him slowly with an evil smile. Ninja, I'm not crazy, I'm not going to let you do it. The ninja made a pose with his hands and exploded into several pieces, leaving everyone shocked except for the Black Wolf. Well, that's something to admire. Don't give in to your enemy. Then, I turned to see them. Hey, couple of lovers. He caught the eye of Inyazuka and Yuga. Stop flirting and get serious about this. Don't you notice that it's a rank mission? Kiba, what are you saying? He said it defiantly, looking at him. Black Wolf. Don't you realize? Niji is in front guarding with Sub-Yugen Orina, and at the side of the feudal lord, if someone appears she can put him in a strong Jinjutsu. On the other side is the Uchiha, and she can annihilate them along with her Sharingan, and you are in the back, so she points to Hinata. Use the Byakugan if someone appears from behind, and you use your sense of smell, so that you feel the smell of the enemy or the metals of their weapons or their surroundings if they use some type of camouflage. He said it until he disappeared in a jump and left them alone. Kiba, tch, what do you think? Kakashi. Kiba caught everyone's eyes. What he said, he's right, I purposely put them in that formation in the first place. Remember who we are moving to Suna, and Nat nodded. He apologized for his mistake, and so did Kiba with an annoyed face. Well, let's get going, and everyone kept walking again. For now it was all quiet. Kilo to Gei, it seemed something strange because of the way his rival was looking at the nothing. Gei. Kakashi took him out of his thoughts. What's wrong with you? Kakashi, that Ambu is smarter than he looks. Gei, what do you mean? Kakashi, you see the Ambus specialize in various types of things in the espionage tracking assassination squad, and Doga felt at first I thought it was assassination, but what I could see, whoever has detected that ninja means that he is also Gei tracking. What is the problem? Kakashi, it is very difficult for an Ambu to fulfill several qualities. I was also into murder, but never in my life as an Ambu had I seen someone fulfill 2 types of Gei squads. I see, that must be why he is the right hand of the Okage. Kakashi is most likely Niji. Wait, everyone stopped and saw an AIC-7 shinobi in front of us 300 meters. Kakashi, well, everyone prepare Niji. But what attracted everyone's gaze again, including that of the Gei feudal lord? What's happening? Nay, the Ambu is in front of them, he said while watching him annihilate them. He grabbed his Sword and threw it at one of his heads, killing him instantly. He looked at the others and in a movement appeared behind one, and the Yuga saw how he concentrated his chakra in his hand and did so to pierce the chest of a shinobi. The Ambu disappeared again at great speed. He grabbed his sword and decapitated them all in a simple attack. Incredibly, he said. The Yuga Kakashi, what's wrong? He killed them easily. Everyone was surprised by that. Kakashi, well, we'd better continue, he said, trying to get everyone out of their minds of what they had heard after that meeting. No more appeared. Ninja had fallen, and everyone got ready into camp. Lee and Kiba prepared a tent for the feudal lord, while Sakura and Sasuke brought firewood. Tenten Yinmat prepared dinner. While Kakashi, Guy, Karina and Jinji watched the others what they were doing. After that, everyone prepared to eat together with the feudal lord. Everyone was chatting about whatever, while the Ambu was sitting on top of a tree looking at the sky. Black Wolf, what a quiet night, he murmured as he watched them. He listened to everything they were chatting about, so the only thing he did was witness the sky. But after a while, someone appeared in front of him and he saw that it was the Red Eye. What's up, Kurenai? You also need dinner. She approached him and he saw that she had a plate of Black Wolf stew in her hand. No need. He showed him under his cloak that he had an apple in his hand, but thanks anyway, Kurenai, it's fine. Remember that if you need anything, let us know. He nodded, but spoke suddenly. Black Wolf Kulin drew her gaze to the right. At 3 o'clock, he said, and she understood what he meant. You can put him in a Jinjutsu at this distance, Kurenai. I need to see him, but from what I see he is well hidden, so that we have not detected him. Black Wolf, okay, I will take care of him. He got up and disappeared in a jump. In the distance we heard someone fall from a tree. She approached and saw that it was a ninja like the previous ones. Apparently he was sent as a reconnaissance. Kurenai, they will notice that he has not returned and they will realize that you murdered him. He nodded. Black Wolf, you guys rest, I will stay on guard. Kurenai, all night. He nodded again. We can take turns. Black Wolf, it's not necessary. I look at the sky. I like to see the stars in this place. So I'm not going to rest. He said it with a smile, making her feel like that, and he left with the others. Chapter 5. After that rest, the sun was beginning to rise. The first to get up was Kakashi Gay. The three looked at each other and looked for the Lambu. Niji used the Yugen and saw that he was sitting in the tree while he was looking at a nest with birds that were sleeping. The Yuga nodded in confirmation and the two Jounin prepared to wake up the others and began their journey again. Once they began their course, the Yulos continued as always in the shadows, while the others took the same position as the day before. Everything was going perfectly. They were about to leave the territory from the country of fire and entering the country of wind, which was pure desert, of course. But before entering, a large number of ninjas appeared in front of them. The others stood guard protecting the feudal lord. 2 ninjas jumped to be in front of everyone, and the Ambu was observing everything behind some trees where a Black Wolf was hiding. That guy has a scar on his forehead. He looked at the other one. He has white hair and split lips. So these are the guys. It's good that he had those reports from the other Ambu and he didn't. The team that stayed with the feudal lord would be in big trouble. He was about to show his face, but he realized something. I see, he smiled in a maleficent manner. They will be in for a big surprise, and disappeared in a jump while on the battlefield. The whole team was in front of the large number of ninjas who were there. What does this mean, said the white-haired man with the split lip. I thought you had sent the false report so that they would separate Kenzo. I did it. Apparently they realized it, and don't come to criticize me that way, Karu, said the man with the scar on his forehead to Karu. Yes, I don't care, besides there are few. The white-haired man, Sakakunai, listen, I'll take care of the guy with the Sharingan, Kakashi, and the weird guy in the gay green dress, Kenzo, okay? I will take care of the Kulin woman and the pale side to Karu. All of you shout to the other ninjas who were behind both, take care of the others, understand? They all shouted there and began to attack together with the criminals from Rango to Kakashi. Listen. Don't let him in any way. The moment he approached the feudal lord, everyone nodded and Kakashi, in a quick movement, blocked the attack of the guy with the scar on his forehead with his kunai. At what moment he took out his sword, he thought, a little alarmed. Since he had never taken it out at any time, he rather hadn't noticed. Who was carrying a katana? This guy is not just any person to Karuhei, he shouted while dodging Gay's attack. I said I would face him. Kenzo, stop fooling around and concentrate. I will take care of him, and you take care of the rest to Karu. Okay. But later by me. A frozen. The guy with the scar just nodded and prepared to attack the Sharingan wielder again. Kakashi made a move to kick him in the stomach. Kenzo blocked it with the handle of his sword and in a quick movement cut his suit a little. Kakashi's Jounin, and the jump to be several meters. Kakashi, this guy is fast, he muttered while he once again made a combat pose. What is that Anu doing? He muttered again and got ready. Used to attack while the others attacked the renegade ninjas who were following the criminals from Rango to one tried to attack the feudal lord, but Sasuke annihilated him in a quick movement with his sword. Some rocks rose up and she hit them to make them go in the direction of the renegade ninjas, making an impact on their entire body. Lee attacked them with her swirling technique of the Konoha Senu Tenten blade, with her Karina ninja weapons, and put them in high-level Genjutsu, which left them unconscious. I created monsters with his drawings and summoned them with his image imitation technique. Super Beasts Shiga and the beasts attacked the ninjas renegades. Everyone continued fighting, and more ninjas appeared which made them unconscious. It was quite complicated. Gay fought against the white-haired Takeru. It was quite difficult for him since it was the first time he fought someone with a high level of Taijutsu. Takeru made a fireball which Guy jumped to avoid, but suddenly he saw a dragon of fire. Water right in front of him and hit him squarely, taking him to the ground with great force. Li Gui sensei shouted in alarm, his student seeing that technique being impacted on his teacher. He approaches him. He's fine, Gay. Yes, I'm fine, get up. These guys are strong. He said while the white-haired man again made a combat pose while Kakashi did his famous Rikiri lightning blade technique and tried to hit Kenzo, which he used his sword to absorb the impact, and suddenly the silver hand that was running electricity disappeared. Suddenly alarm sent him quite a lot and he jumped towards where his teammates were. Kakashi, that sword absorbed my technique, he said, while watching how Kenzo appeared next to his teammate Takeru, also made a combat pose. These guys are more powerful than they look. Gay, yes, these are Rango's corrupt ninjas, if I am not mistaken. Kakashi nodded, get ready. And they both made a combat pose again, looking at the two corrupt Rango ninjas. Both corrupt ninjas saw how their renegade ninja comrades were defeated by the other shinobis, who were protecting the feudal lord Kenzo. If we continue, they will defeat us in a matter of minutes. The white-haired boy turned to look at his friend Takeru. It is better to move on to plan B. He nodded. Hey, all the renegade ninjas were paying attention to what their boss was telling them. Get out of there right now. The others just nodded and left. They moved away from the other shinobi, standing behind both Rango ninjas. The Konoha ninjas saw that and stood in front with Kakashi and Guy behind them. The feudal lord was being protected by everyone. Kakashi. What are Sasuke planning apart from that? Where? There's that one, he's not supposed to be our backup. Kakashi, you're right, but forget that, pay attention to every movement they make. Everyone nodded but saw how the white-haired man's hand raised it and he smiled. What is he doing? Kakashi asked himself as he watched that individual's action. Takeru now shouted and lowered his hand suddenly, but nothing happened. I said now he did the same thing again, but nothing happened. The shinobi of the leaf did not understand what was happening. What the hell is happening? Suddenly the Ambu appeared in front of both of them carrying someone dead. The Leaf Shinobi were surprised since it was the first time he appeared in this battle, and the renegade ninjas only looked at him. Kenzu, who are you? Black Wolf, first of all take this throw to them. The corpse they saw and realized who it was. Takeru, how did you know? Damn, he said while the other Konoha Shinobi looked with doubt at Black Wolf. When you disappeared, I felt several presences that were hidden in the distance. I imagined that they were shinobi to perform long-range techniques, and from what I see, it was their backup plan. He said with a macabre smile and his eyes shone in the darkness. The other renegade ninjas, upon seeing that, realized who it was. Renegade Ninja 1 couldn't be. It attracted the gaze of both of them while he retreated in fear. Renegade Ninja 2. That dark guy, Okami. Konoha demon, both renegades already knew who they were talking to. Black Wolf, oh no, apparently they know me with your friends, although I don't like the term demon so much. I prefer. Black Wolf smiled again. Kenzu, so you are the very famous Kuro Okami. Takeru, hahaha, those rumors about you must be pure nonsense. When you say that. Lambu smiled sinisterly again, making the two renegades put on their guard, and the other shinobi of the Oha only looked at Black Wolf. Oh, then I will have to show them that the rumors are true. Haha. Below his cape takes out a two-pronged kuna, and more than 25 explosive seals were hanging from it. That alarmed the others quite a bit. Kakashi. What are you doing? If you do, you will blow up everyone. The Ambu heard that and just ignored it while he looked at the Black Wolf renegade ninjas. Oh, which of the two wants to die first? He said with a smile, while he looked at both of them until he stopped in one. The white-haired boy, well, you will be the first. The kune was in the air and everyone looked at the sky. Takeru. What is he doing? He looked down and saw. He had it centimeters away from him, the ambulo knocked, and the white-haired boy disappeared in a red flash. Kenzu, upon seeing that, jumped several meters to be sure. Kenzu. What did you do to him? The Ambu just pointed. Up, all the shinobi, including the ones with the leaf, looked up and saw that the kuna and that he threw at his side was Takeru. The seals exploded, ending the life of the ranked renegade ninja in an instant. A rain of blood appeared for a time, falling on Ambu's cape, staining it a little red with the blood of the already deceased ninja Kakashi. That's the technique. The gay Sharingan bearer said, alarmed. What's wrong? Do you know that technique? He just nodded. Kakashi, yes, it's the thunder god jutsu. Flying iron no jutsu of the sensei, said surprised Gay. What, the Yando cages tunic? Kakashi nodded, and the others, they were surprised how Kakashi learned it. I don't know, I tried to do it, but it seems impossible. But this one is different, it attracted everyone's eyes in this one. The ninja disappeared in a red flash. Must be that I created it using another type of gay brand. Already I see. I look at the Ambu with the cloak full of blood. Who is that guy? Black Wolf? Hehe, now do you believe in the rumors? He said with a macabre smile, and his red eyes became visible again. The renegade shinobi saw that and began to take several steps back. It doesn't matter if they run, I'll hunt them anyway, Kenzu. You're a bastard, he said and ran at great speed. He attacked with his sword, but the Ambu took out another two-pronged kuna and stopped him. He kicked him in the stomach, making him kneel since he was out of breath. That blow, then he received a punch in the face, sending him flying towards a tree, and when he had received the blow he dropped his sword. The Ambulo grabbed the Black Wolf, with which this is the sword that has absorbed Kakashi's attack. He looked at it in detail with the naked eye. It looks like it's sharp. It doesn't matter if I kill you with it, right? He said it with a smile and disappeared in a red flash, appearing instantly next to Kenzu. In a quick movement, he cut both of his arms. Kenzu screamed in pain and saw how his arms fell to the ground. Ground and received a knee in the stomach, leaving him unconscious. Black Wolf, you better shut up, or you will deaf me with your screams. I pick him up and jump, heading to where the other shinobi of Konoha were. You point to Nate, close his chakra points, and you point to Sakura. You are Dr. Right, she nodded. Stop the bleeding in her arms, or she will die. I need to get information out of her. When she said that, they just looked at him. Kakashi, do what they asked, guys. When she said that, they just nodded and did what I had asked them to do. Lambu. Black Wolf, well, he looked at the other shinobi renegades. I think it's time to finish. He, without creating a hand pose, 3 clones appeared, and they all carried kuna, and with 2 points at the same time the 3 threw it towards the other ninjas, and the original disappeared in a red flash. Once the kunai appeared next to the ninjas, the Black Wolf of Konoha appeared and killed them with the Kenzu sword. He killed them all in less than 7 seconds, and only left one alive, since he had failed to hit him. You have good reflexes. When you say that. The ninja backed away. Renegade ninja, please don't kill me, I beg you. The Ambu just smiled and concentrated chakra on the sword and surrounded himself with electricity, drawing his attention. Black Wolf, wow, I really didn't expect this, he said while looking at his sword and saw the ninja trembling out of fear. The Ambulo killed and instantly decapitated all the shinobi, who looked in disbelief at everything they had seen. He approached them slowly and looked at them. The Black Wolf. How is that guy, Sakura, and he is out of danger? Then the Ambu looked at the Yuga, Niji, and I closed it. All his chakra points are only unconscious. He just nodded and approached the renegade ninja, who was fainted. What are you doing? He just ignored what Black Wolf said and wakes up. He said while slapping Kenzu in the face. Not having his result, he grabbed the sword and concentrated his energy. Chakra causing electricity to be enveloped again, alarming the others. Sasuke, wait, what are you doing? I try to stop it, but the Ambu only touched him, and Kenzu was enveloped in electricity, causing him to open his eyes suddenly and shout. Black Wolf, I said wake up, he said with an evil smile, making some Konoha ninjas back away from that act. Kenzu, why don't you kill me? He said, a little tired since he was very injured. Black Wolf, first I want you to tell me who hired them. Kenzu rotten, and the Ambu spat in his face when he saw that Black Wolf just smiled. I was expecting that. When he said that, he put his hand on Kenzu's head. He looked him in the eyes and picked him up. Everything turned dark for him. He was wondering where he was, and suddenly the 9-tailed fox appeared in front of him, looking at him with a smile, showing sharp Kurama teeth. Haha, I never thought I would have a gift. I will have fun with you. The fox wrapped some of its tails around Kenu's body and began to slowly squeeze it, while in the real world, the renegade ninja had his eyes open, as if he were seeing something. The others just looked until he started shouting like crazy. Kenu, stop it, please, I beg you, stop, kill me once and for all, please. When he said that, everyone was shocked by what they saw. No one knew what was happening. Black Wolf, well, you will tell me everything I want to know. Kenu, no, I don't want. Black Wolf, then I will keep doing it. His red eyes shone again, and he made the same smile before every time he brought his hand closer to Kenzu's head. Started for to ask for it, but it was impossible for him. Kenzu, it's okay, I'll tell you, but don't send me to that place again, please. Black Wolf, well said, and he started to tell them why he had done that. It was nothing of the other world, they only wanted to capture the feudal lord and ask for a large reward for his ransom. Just that how stupid he turned to see the sword he had before. Kenu, although I will stay with this. Kenu, do what you want, I don't care about the black. Well, whatever you say. When saying that, I stuck the sword in his head, killing him instantly, impressing the others. I think I'll need a sheath for this, he said while looking at his sword. Well, we better continue, and he disappeared in a jump. Hinata, that guy is terrifying. Kakashi, even I find it hard to believe that someone, even if it existed, there was never an Ambu to behave this way. He looked again at all the corpses of the renegade ninjas. This looks like gay hell. Yes, it would be better if we continue with our mission. Everyone nodded and returned to continue on their way. Tenten, I wanted that sword, he said with his head bowed, while the others had a drop of sweat. on her head, but suddenly the Ambu appeared again next to her. What do you want? Black Wolf 10 gives the sword to the Kunoichi. Tenten seriously said something happy while he only felt her. But why? I thought you wanted it. Black Wolf, I have mine after all. When he said that, he took out his sword, he concentrated some chakra and saw how it was enveloped in fire. Surprising you comment, but this was just a sincere smile. I'm sorry, this is mine, and it disappeared in a jump. Tenten, well, at least I have this one, he said happily while looking at his new weapon. Kiba is strange. At one moment he looks like a serial killer, but then he looks friendly. Tenten, I don't know what you think, but I like it. Haha, I have a new weapon. I have a new weapon, he said while smiling. Chapter 6. The shinobi of Konoha were walking through the desert. Well, the Ambulo followed behind. Since being in that place there is not much place to hide, everyone continued on their course until in the distance they saw the entrance of Suna. Once they entered they were greeted by the guards. Kakashi informed them of the reason, and they just nodded and directed them to the Kage Tower. Once inside the tower they entered the Sekage office, and inside were Tamari, Kankuro and Gaara. He saw them and nodded in greeting, as did the others. Gaara, welcome to the village. Kakashi, thank you. Kage steps aside, making the feudal lord of Konoha Ace nod. Feudal lord, good afternoon. Kaz Kahama, I wait ready for the meeting. Gaara, yes. Then he looked away and saw Lambu, who I just looked at you. You're a Black Wolf. You could say that I was the support unit for Kage-sama. Then for a long time they looked into each other's eyes, a moment of tension. For some it seemed strange. Even more so for the red-haired man's brothers, since they rarely this happened. Gaara, later, I would like to talk to you alone. It could be Black Wolf. Yes, Kage-sama. Once that was said, Gaara got up from the chair and left the place together with the feudal lord to have their Tamari talk. You can stay as long as you need. Kakashi, thank you. With your permission, I'm leaving. The ninjas of Suna retired, just like those of Konoha, until. And what are you going to do? Black Wolf, I'll take a walk around the village. Kakashi nodded and everyone went to different places. The Ambid was walking through the village, attracting a lot of attention due to the way he was dressed. Was not a problem for him, since he was used to feeling those looks since he became a new. Even in the village of Ko they did the same thing. Everything was calm for him until he smelled a wolf smell. Black Raymond for entering the business, but he saw that on one side they were Kibayata Tenteniji. Right here, I have to cross them, he thought while he was served by a young waiter. Excuse me. I caught his eye and he backed away a little because he was only wearing a mask. K wants me to bring it to your table. Lobo Negro, you don't have to, just I want to order something to eat. It's takeaway. Mozo, I understand what you want to bring. The Ambule says he wants ramen. Very good. I'll bring it to you right away. And Black Wolf withdrew. Well, I don't want them to see me in this place, he thought. Tenten and shouted from his table. Black Wolf, he thought while he saw the young woman. Tenten, come with us, we have a free space. He shook his head, but she insisted so much that he didn't. If I have no choice but to accept that order. By the way, what are you going to eat? Black Wolf, I had something simple in mind. So Raymond, she said as if nothing was happening. Hinata R. Raymond said doubtfully, and the Ambu looked at her. Black Wolf, some problem? Hinata N. It's not that you reminded me of someone. Black Wolf, I see, and he looked to the other side to see if the waiter who served him was coming to leave once and for all. Niji Hinata-sama caught his eye. Were you able to talk to Naruto? She shook her head down. Kiba, don't worry, I hold his hand. Remember that I always tell you I will support everything, he said happily as he slowly approached his face. Well, the Ambu witnessed all this. Tenten, I can't believe you would do that to him. Kiba. What do you mean? Tenten. Don't act like an idiot. Since Naruto became Hinata's boyfriend, you have visited her secretly, you have even done certain things with her. Then I look at Hinata, and you warned that you loved Naruto. Hinata, of course I love him, and why do you do all this? Yadabu, well, since we don't see each other so often. Ultimate, she was interrupted. Nay, that's a lie. She caught the eyes of everyone at the table before Naruto became distant. You kept doing things with Kiba. She lowered her head. Kiba, hey, apologize to her immediately. Kiba exclaimed. Nay, because I would have to apologize if it's the truth. The only one who has to apologize is you two with him. You both lowered your heads. Tenten, Niji is right. Naruto has done so much for you. And Nada at broad his gaze. You loved him since you were a child. How do you think it will be when he finds out about this? Everything you have dear, all this time he will go overboard. She didn't say anything about it. Black Wolf sighs. He gets up from the seat, attracting everyone's gaze. He sees the waiter who was looking for him. He makes a sign to him and the waiter approaches him. Here you have, sir, give you your order. Black Wolf, give him the money, you can keep the tip. The waiter thanks him. And the Ambu leaves. He was about to leave until Tenten, speak, try, where are you going? You can eat with us. Black Wolf. No thanks. I look at Kaba and Anata. I can't stand this one. Types of people who lie to their friends. If I ate together with you, they would ruin my appetite. The Inyazuka was about to speak until an Ambu appeared. Ambu of one, you are the Ambu of Konoha. He nodded. The Kakahe wants to see him in the tower. Black Wolf as well, see the rest, see you. And he leaves the place, leaving the others alone at the table. Kiba, what the hell is wrong with that guy? He said. Annoyed, try, whatever you say about him, you're right, Naruto is his friend, and you guys are doing them a big deal. Harm Kiba, what harm if he doesn't find out? Nothing will happen, he said happily. Well, he was with his head down. Nay, get up Niji, I'm leaving. Try where you're going Niji. I don't want to be here. I look at Hinata-sama, I respect her a lot, but what's wrong with her? Making Naruto is unforgivable. What would you do if he did the same to you and left with another woman? When he said that, the Ajapura opened her eyes wide, thinks about it, and he leaves. Wait, and she followed him. Kiba PF, don't pay attention to him, and Nat, yes, everything will be fine, and the blue-haired girl nodded doubtfully at the comment that her cousin had told her in the Case Kahe Tower. Gaara saw the village from his window while it was getting dark. Next to him were his brother and sister watching the same thing. Someone knocked on the door. Gaara gave permission for me to pass and he saw that it was Konoha's Ambu, the Black Wolf, and he sent me to call Sekige-sama. Gaara, yes, they both looked at each other again for a long time. The brothers were still a little worried since Gaara didn't usually make that kind of look. Since when did you see him? You became an Ambu. His brothers looked at him somewhat surprised since apparently he knew him. Naruto said those simple words. His brothers were surprised. They saw the Ambu take off his mask, and it was true what his little brother said. Naruto, how did you know it was me? He said. With a smile, Gaara, a long time ago I was also a Jinchuriki, and when I'm close to you I know perfectly well that it's you Naruto. I see, he nodded, that's why Gaara, why are you? Naruto sighs, a lot of things have happened. He approaches him and looks at the Suna village. The window, I have discovered something that I decided to make this decision. Tamari, what did you discover? He said while looking at him. He turns to see them. Naruto, I will tell them a question. They nodded. What would they do if their friends that you give your lives for them discover that they have messed with you for a long time? Everyone looked surprised by that. Tamari responded well. I don't know what to respond, Naruto, let's put it this way, they were only looking if you discovered that Shikamaru was unfaithful to you with another woman. I look at Kankuro, if you discovered something about the people you admire so much, and you realize that it's not as you actually thought it was Miro Gaara, and you with all the effort you have made to get the title Yulo from a box you find out something about the villager's brother and sister, that would hurt you in your entire being, what would they do? Everyone looked surprised by the question that the blue teacher had asked. Well, everyone looked at her. If Shikamaru did that to me, I wouldn't do it again. See, never again, he said while nodding his head. Kankuro, if I find out something about the person I admire, all the respect I had for him will crumble. Naruto agreed for saying that. Gaara, I would all look at him. If I find out something that would completely harm me, I wouldn't worry about helping them with their problems, or maybe I would renounce the title of Case Kahe, so as not to serve a villa that has said bad things behind my back. His brothers agreed. So why are you telling us that, Naruto? Well, you see, 10 months ago I started dating with Hinata. They felt like everything was calm, we kissed, we had a good time together, we did things together, they just watched. But 4 months ago I found out that she was secretly dating Kiba. The brothers were surprised by that, except for Gaara who was looking at him. Me too. I gave that look then to Oyazul. Some tears of pain were about to come out, but the worst thing was that my friends knew it. Sasuke Sakura Ino Shikamaru Chauji Tenten Narogal Sa. I don't know if Kakashi sensei knows it, but what hurts me the most is that they knew it and they didn't tell me all this time. This Nashinobi only saw him while he passed his arm over his blue eyes. That's why I decided to become an Ambu. I don't want to be close to them. I want to be alone, being surrounded by liars. It's something painful. Gaara approaches him and gives him a hug. Then Tamari and Kankuro made the same gesture as his brother. The 3 ninjas of his brother hugged Naruto while he once again had more tears of sadness. Gaara, why don't you leave? Konoha. The 3 stopped hugging the blonde. I could help you. I could be a ninja from Suna, he said. Well, the blue ear passed his arm again, drying his tears. Naruto had also thought about that, but Konoha is my home. If I want to protect it, I prefer to do it in the shadows. Gaara. I see. Gaara was happy about that, saying, how are you? Elise like Ambu. Naruto. Kuroki. The 2 brothers were surprised by that, but Gaara HPF, I imagined it would be you, he said happily. Well, the blonde laughed while scratching the back of his neck, but they say that Kuro Akami is a ruthless or serial killer, and that seems strange to me. Naruto. Well, practically it's a Tamari facade. He heard. But Blue felt it. Naruto. Yes, when I met Toby before I knew who he really was, his name was Obito. They nodded. He always behaved like an idiot, so that we don't raise suspicions about how strong he could be, so I chose to have the facade of a serial killer, so that no one knows who I really am. Now the 3 of them understood why Naruto acted that way like Ambu. Gaara. They know that you are Ambu. Naruto does not approach the window again to look at Suna's village. I have isolated myself from them since I became an Ambu. Every time they look for me at my house, I just pretend I'm not there or give them an excuse to leave. Though then look down and see something. Sometimes it makes me sick to see them. When he said that the 3 of them approached the window, they saw what the blue ear saw, and they opened their eyes surprised, and Nat and Kiba were kissing. Tamari. Naruto murmured, as he looked at the ear blue witness, that Gaara creates a wall of sand covering all the windows, and he heard Blue look at it. Gaara, I know it's Painful for you to see Naruto, thank you, but I'm used to it, he said as he went back to grab his mask that was on the cashier's desk. He puts it on and look at the three with their permission. Muriti was interrupted. Gara, wait, he saw it. What would you do when they know that you are Kuro or Kami? Naruto would not change anything. The schedule I have as an Ambu is somewhat excessive. I would not have the time to be with them. If I want I can leave him, but I'm not going to do it. Like I said before, I prefer to be alone rather than liars. By the way, the three of them were still looking at him. Don't tell anyone about these. Yes, the three of them nodded. See you, and he disappeared in a Tamari jump. TCH, when I see Shikamaru, I will teach him a lesson. Gara, if you do it, Tamari will notice, I know. But I have the excuse that I saw them a moment ago. Gara. Well, do what you were queer. Gara removed the sand from his window and saw that both Konoha ninjas were not there. Would you continue hiding all this time? Naruto thought. Well, I was seeing the village again. Hello guys and girls, before continuing with the video, I wanted to recommend that you subscribe to the channel and activate the bell so that you know when there is a new video and you are one of the first to see them. And without anything more than say, continue the video. Chapter. If the Ambu was on his way to his apartment to finally be able to eat his ramen, since before seeing the Kaj he first decided to go to his temporary apartment to save his precious lunch. When he entered the building and headed to East Star in his respective room, he met Sakura and Sasuke in the hallway. He stepped sideways without looking at them, but they looked at him and continued on their way. Sakura, what do you think is wrong with him? He didn't even greet us, he said as they left the building. Sasuke, didn't I'm interested, but there's something about this guy. Sakura. I wonder, curious. Sasuke, it's like she knows him. She opens her eyes surprised by that, even though she's never seen him. I feel like I know him. Look at the movie Rosa. It doesn't give you the same feeling. Sakura, well, when I saw him for the first time in the tower I was a little surprised because he was that Kurogaoki, but the Uchiha was listening. I felt like he knew who he is without seeing his face. It's like he had been with him for a long time. She looks at him. Look, who do you think? Let it be Sasuke. I try to remember, but with that white cape and the voice no one comes to mind. He turns forward. Sakura, yes, how do you think this Naruto? If I remember correctly, Tsunade-sama said that he is an Iwa talking to the Tsuchikage. Sasuke, yes, we still don't know anything about what's happening to her. She looked down, and we still haven't told Hinata about what he feels for her. Sakura, we'll have to tell her, but I'm afraid for her reaction. Sasuke, HPF, she looks at him. If that happens, I'm sure her lover will console him. Sakura, I still don't understand how a moment of silence can do that to him. It was better. Let's change the subject. You want to go have something to eat, and they both went to a restaurant to eat. Forget the topic of Blue Logi. Meanwhile, in the Lambu department, he was eating his ramen and some drops came out of his eyes and fell on his black wolf mask. It's dry, he said. While eating more ramen, Strange and Chirac said while continuing to forcefully eat his ramen. A day has passed since all the shinobi from Sun arrived. Oh no, they did what they wanted to do. Kakashi was reading his novel. Sakura and Sasuke were walking together from here to Aya. Tentane and Rogel were training together with their sense, and Guy and Nada and Kiba were together. The Ambu was walking. He saw that there was a park and decided to sit in on a bench in front of him. There were children playing with a ball. When he saw that, he just smiled and the children saw him with some fear. I think the children don't like you. He turns around and sees Kurenai Black Wolf. It must be because of the way he looks. What am I dressed in? When I said that, the Zabake hair smiled. The Ambu made a sign to the children to come closer. They shook their heads out of fear. The Ambu grabbed a rock and used an edge to transform it into a teddy bear. Seeing that, they smiled and approached him. Boy 1, wow, how did you do that? Boy 2, silly, he's a ninja. He turns to look at the Ambu. It's not true, Mr. Black Wolf, you're right, I'm a ninja, he said happily. And again the rock transformed him, turning him into a cat. Stuffed child, a surprising one, the Karina children said happily, and when they saw that they just smiled since apparently the Ambu was not a bad person after all. Girl 3. Excuse me, he attracted the gaze of the children and the two shinobis because he wears a mask. Mr. Kurenai, you'll see. He is an Ambu. They look at him. He is an exclusively high-ranking ninja, that is to say, and when he saw them he saw that they made a face that said, I don't understand you. Well, you see, he said while rubbing his finger on his cheek. Black Wolf, let's say everyone turns to look at him. That I am a masked superhero. Orina, and a drop of sweat comes out on her head. Boy 2, seriously, she felt happy. Surprising truth. She turns to see her. The way the children looked at him with doubt, they looked at each other. They smiled and went to chase them throughout the Kurenai park when they saw that he just smiled and sat on the bench. Kurenai really looks like a child, looking at him this way, he thought as he watched the Ambu being chased by the three children, smiling. For a while he was playing with them until their parents appeared calling them a child. February 1, 2003 there. Come on, they shouted at the same time. Boy, see you. Masked man made a combat pose smiling and clenched his fist pointing at him. Black Wolf, the same thing I say. He made the same combat pose as the boy and touched his fist. The four of them laughed and the three left with his parents. The Ambu sat down again on the bench next to Kurenai. Kurenai, apparently they liked you, he said happily, and he just Smiled. You are really strange in a way. He attracted the gaze of the black wolf Ambu. Why do you say that, Kurenai? When you killed those men, it seemed like you loved killing people, more like a serial killer. The Ambu only saw her, but seeing what you did with the children you look like a different person, he said smiling. Well, the Ambu did the same. Black wolf. Haha, you're right. She looks at him. Kurenai. By the way, he listened without turning to look at him. What did you do to that guy to make him respond to your questions? He refused to answer until you touched him with your hand. Black wolf. Well, it's a little difficult to explain. She looked at him. It's a genjutsu that I learned over time. I make my opponent look me in the eyes, and for him to look at him around it, it turns completely black. And I believe whatever I want. She looked at him. For example, I grab my opponent and put him in the genjutsu. She nodded. I think about her family or her companions, how I kill them, or how he kills them slowly. She was surprised. Or two, I can send him anywhere. For example, if he burns himself alive or I make him see a monster, something like that. She continued listening in amazement. Everything she feels in that genjutsu feels as if Kurenai really happened, but it can be released or not. Black wolf. No, she would listen if I have my hand on her head. The genjutsu will continue to appear, no matter how much he tries to dispel it, or someone injects him with a little of their Kurenai chakra. It is truly surprising. Black wolf. Yes. But it is not useful in combat, but to obtain information. That's what I think. Kurenai. Well, in a way, you're right. Yes or yes, you have to have your hand on the opponent's head, leaving yourself invulnerable around you. The Ambu felt. Sorry, I think I've taken up too much of your time. He gets up from the bench. Black wolf. No. Don't worry, he gets up after all. We have nothing to do. She nodded, and that's why he was actually right. Kurenai. Well, see you, and he says goodbye to the Ambu, leaving him alone in the park. Black wolf. Well, he stretches. I'd better go rest, but in front of him appears an Ambu Kuro Kami. The Kaj summons his presence. Black wolf. Gaara, you're going to be bothering me all the time. Okay, I'll go there. The Ambu nodded and disappeared in a jump. Sighs. I'd better go, and disappeared in a jump. Meanwhile, in the Kakahe tower, the Ambu was entering, and some looked at him strangely. He just walked past and knocked on the door. He heard someone come forward and he entered to be in front of Gaara, and next to him his brothers. Black wolf sent me to Lark Sekage-sama. Gaara, you know you can call me by my name. The Ambu closed the door and take off your mask. Naruto, I know, but I am an Ambu after all, and I have to respect him, as is his title Kankuro. Even being a shinobi from another village, you have to treat him with respect, he said. Well, he heard blue, he just laughed while scratching his head. Gaara sent me to call you to ask you something. He looked at him. The feudal lord told me that they had a meeting while they were coming here. He nodded and also told me that you made him release all the information to know the reason for the attack, right? He nodded again. I would like to ask you the favor of helping us with that. Naruto, with what he raised a Tamari eyebrow, you really caught his eye. We have some criminals who don't want to give up information. If it's not too much to ask, could you help us with that? Naruto, I understand. He refused and he disappeared in a ball of smoke and they blinked several times. Kankuro made that damn murmur and felt something cold on his neck. He looked down and had a black wolf kunai. What did you say? Say it louder. He said with the voice of the Kyuubi. The red eyes shone brightly and he smiled macabrely. The puppeteer was sweating like crazy, while the others just looked on with doubt. Ha 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 ha, I'm kidding. He removes his crib and appears in front of the three. Of course I'll help you, that's what friends do, no, he said smiling, and Gaara nodded happily. Temur saw his brother Kankuro and noticed his pants were wet. And he held back his laughter. He saw Blue Herd and he also tried to hold back his laughter. They both saw each other and couldn't bear to be afraid anymore. Black Wolf bar. Ha, it was heard in the Sekage Tower. Gaara. It's better that we go. I look at Kuroro. Please go to the bathroom and don't hold back when you say that. The Ambu hit his head against the wall while laughing like crazy and fearing and just holding on to the window laughing. What's wrong with them? He asked doubtfully while Kankuro turned red with embarrassment. The four of them, soon as brothers in the Ambu, were walking. Everything was calm from their point of view. As they walked, the people treated Gaara with respect while he only bowed to them as a greeting. He smiled at the way his friend was treated. The four of them they continued until they ran into someone. Where are the four of them going? They turned around and saw that it was Kurenai, Kakashi, and Guy. Did something happen? Gay asked. The red-eyed girl looked at the Ambu. Why they were taking his Ambu, that's why we need him. Gay. I see, it doesn't matter if we accompany him. Gaara. I have no problem, just don't interfere with the interrogation. The three nodded and went to accompany their Ambu comrades. Once they arrived in the interrogation room, the seven of them walked down the hallway until they met some ninjas who were guarding the place. Gaara explained to them. And they both nodded and went to look for the criminals. Gaara, well, everyone. They were listening. In total there are three that we need to interrogate, and they heard a noise at the door. They all turned and saw a guy being escorted by two ninjas. Apparently he was the criminal. He had a mark on his cheek and he was missing a tooth and he entered the room where the others could see him through glass, except the Black Wolf renegade ninja. Well, don't tell me his name, just tell me what Tamari did. This guy, we captured him while our shinobi were on a rescue mission. This guy said he was hired for someone to do the kidnapping, but he doesn't want to say anything. All the interrogators tried to make him talk with all kinds of methods, but it was useless. Black Wolf, who they rescued, Gaara, was one of the daughters of a welder, one of the best in Zuna. Black Wolf, I understand, looked to the ninja through the glass. Whatever they see, don't intervene. They understood. They nodded. He went in to interrogate him and closed the door. The Ambu sat in front of him and they both looked at each other for a long time. The shinobis who saw the interrogation looked at him with doubt, since they did nothing. Renegade ninja, and you, who the hell are you? Couldn't finish speaking because he received a punch in the face, sending him against the wall, surprising the others. Black Wolf, I didn't say you were talking, he said while looking at him angrily, and the Ambu sat down again in his chair and the ninja stood up from the ground. Renegade ninja, I swear he didn't finish speaking, since he received a blow to the stomach, leaving him kneeling, and without air, the Ambu grabbed him by the hair and lifted him up to have him in front of you. Black Wolf, you will only talk when I order you to drag him to the chair, making him sit down firmly, and he stands next to him watching him without saying a word. Everyone noticed that he was trembling with fear and the Ambu soul was looking at him. Well, you understood the message. He sits in front of him. I'm not in the least interested in your name. I just want you to tell me who your boss is. He just looked at the renegade ninja and he didn't say a few words until the renegade ninja, I'm not going to tell you, no matter what you do behind the glass. The six of them saw the Tamari interrogation size. It's really impossible to do it. Talk to this guy, he said. Well, the Ambu gets up. Gaara, let's wait and see what happens, he said, and saw that the Ambu got up from his chair and everyone noticed that he made an evil smile. Black Wolf. Ha, it started to laugh in a macabre way and all the ninjas looked at him with doubt and the renegade ninja only saw him with a face of disbelief. Better still, you entertain me a little by saying that. I grabbed the ninja by the head and dragged him, making him hit hard against the wall, holding him tightly. Now I want you to look me in the eyes. When saying that, the ninja looked at him with fear and his red eyes shone in the darkness of his mask. Kurenai, that guy is lost. Everyone looked at him. Gay, what's up Kurenai? He will use that genjutsu again, he said, and looked in detail at what Kakashi was doing. Genjutsu Kurenai. Yes, it was the same one he used when he got information from that ninja in class. The Ambu told me a little about him. They listened to Chan. Chan makes the guy look him in the eyes and puts him in the genjutsu, showing him what he wants him to see. Gaara, I see. Everyone heard a scream and saw how the ninja moved like crazy, trying to escape from something. The Ambu only held him while the interrogated person only moved and spit out some blood. The Ambu, he let it go, he dropped it and walked away a little. Black Wolf, did you like what you saw? The ninja had his eyes open in trauma. He saw a chair, one of its legs broke, and he tried to stab him in the neck, impressing everyone on the other side of the room. Crystal, the Ambu stopped him before he committed suicide and took out his wooden leg. Black Wolf, no. He shook his finger. I don't want you to leave. I still want to have fun. I was about to grab him by the head again until Ninja Renegade, no, do it again, I will talk. I promise. He started to cry, but please don't do it again. The Ambu nodded and told him he was only hired by someone who loved his daughter to have the best welder in Zna make weapons for him for free and that they are one of the best. The Ambu nodded and hit him on the back of the head, leaving him unconscious and carrying him. Leaving the Tamari room. Why are you knocking him out? Black Wolf. If he didn't, he would try to commit suicide again. They were surprised. I suggest that they put a straitjacket on him. Or something so that he doesn't do it. Gaara nodded and called a ninja to take him away. Kankuro, what did you show him? Black Wolf, I only showed him a two-headed dog. Everyone looked at him with doubt. Kankuro, just that? Black Wolf, yes, the dog had no fur and you could see his flesh. He had a smile where he showed his teeth and both mouths held one head, that of his best friend and the other the woman he loves. He looked at Kankuro and smiled. Do you want me to show it to you? And the puppeteer denied like crazy and he was just laughing. They heard the door open again and saw that another ninja came in and sat on the chair. But it was not broken. Well, what did Kankuro do? Is this guy, he said while trembling with some fear. He tried to attack one of the most important people in Suna and Ambulo caught him before he attacked. Black Wolf, important person. Gaara, it's about me. He caught my eye. Everyone, don't worry, I noticed his presence. Black, I see. He turns around. Let's start round 2. And he entered the interrogation room and the ninja suddenly recognized him. Renegade Ninja Tututu, you're Kukuro Kami, the demon with the leaf, he said. Alarmed by C. Lambu, Black Wolf sighs because demon is a wolf. Wolf said as he stood in front of him, but you already know me and that's not fun. I look at the broken chair and transform it with an engine to a table. Kakashi, what are you doing? He said, well, seeing what he was doing, and from his bag, ninja took out some gay handcuffs, he said, while looking at what Renegade Ninja was doing. What Are you going to do, he said while the Ambu put the handcuffs on him and moves away from him a little bit. Black Wolf, I want to ask you something. Everyone was listening. What is the essential weapon of a ninja? Who was listening behind the glass had some drops on the back of his neck. Tamari, this has to do with what we want to know. Kakashi, the best thing will be to see what he is up to while the ninja just looked at him with a strange face. Renegade Ninja didn't know. I suppose you are going to question me. Black Wolf, I will, but I want to know if you know this answer. They both looked at each other and the renegade spoke. Ninja renegade is not the weapon. The Ambu denied his will not to surrender. He denied his quantities jutsu he denied. So which one? The Ambu smiles. Wolves black his fingers. Everyone looked in disbelief at what Renegade Ninja had said. Oh, you're wrong, that's not true. The Ambu denied again. Black Wolf, everything you said in part you are right. Above all, the will not to surrender. Everyone was listening, but without your fingers you couldn't hold or a kunai or do hand positions which would make you an easy prey. Everyone listened somewhat amazed by that, although there are ninjas who can do jutsu without doing hand positions, but you need a great concentration of chakra. Everyone agreed. Since I was right after all, well, let's start with the interrogation, said Isaka Kunai, drawing the attention of the others. Renegade Ninja, what are you doing, he said while shaking. Black Wolf, tell me why you attacked the box. The ninja wasn't saying anything. Good, I'll wait until you tell me. Why? Well, I'll play a game. Everyone looked at him and he grabbed one of the ninja's handcuffed hands and wondered what Black Wolf was going to do. This little finger went to the market and cut off his little finger, and the ninja screamed, surprising the others. He bought a new one and cut off his little finger. Ring finger, this one I cooked. I cut his middle finger. This one he put it on a plate. He cut his index finger. Renegade Ninja, stop please. He was trying to get away, but it was impossible. Black Wolf, and this big toe ate it and cut off the last one finger of his hand, the thumb. Well, the Ambu made an evil smile. Kakashi, I understand. Everyone was looking at him. He said that at the beginning so that he thinks carefully about whether to tell him or not at this moment and release all the information. If he doesn't, his career as a shinobi will end. Gay, this guy is smarter than he looks. Kakashi, yes, this guy meets several requirements like Ambu, murder, espionage, Ras trio, but he's also good at interrogation. This guy is incredible. No wonder he's the cashier's right-hand man, he said while Gaara just smiled now that he knew who that Ambu was, and he was happy to know that he has an important position as Ambu. Black Wolf, oh, I ran out of edits, he said in a pout, and then smiled. Oh, look here, you have another hand. Haha, the ninja was more scared than ever. Well, let's continue this. Didi was interrupted. Renegade Ninja, enough, I'll say everything, but don't cut my fingers. The ninja told them why he was hired by one of high command near the position like the feudal Lord Gaara. Upon hearing that he already knew who he was and he would confront him, the Ambu left together with the ninja and he left escorted by two other shinobi of Nagara. Well, now for him, he was interrupted. Black Wolf, first of all, you can ask someone to clean up a little. Gaara nodded and ordered some ninjas to clean the blood stains. Once that was done, they left Gaara. Well, let the next one happen, he said, and a kunoichi appeared being escorted by two ninja and left her in the interrogation room. Black Wolf sighs. A woman. Everyone saw him. Tamari, some problem? Wolf Black, I don't like to hurt women by saying that. The two kunoichis smiled at the one he had towards Kankuro women. Hahaha, who knew you were so chivalrous? When he said that, the Ambu saw him with red eyes and raised his hand to touch his hand. No, it doesn't stop, it was just a joke, she said while trembling with fear, making him laugh. Black Wolf, well, he looked at the kunoichi and he had an idea. I know, he turned to see the red-eyed one. Would you help me? Kurenai, I'm not good for him. Interrogation. Black Wolf, just help me and I will teach you the jinjutsu. That was interrupted. Kurenai, come on, he said and entered the interrogation room together with the Ambu without hesitation, making the others drop a few drops of sweat on his head. Gay, when it comes to jinjutsu, she says yes to everyone. Her partner nodded. The Renegade Ninja looked at them without saying a word. The Ambu brought a chair. If you ask me where, I don't know, he makes Kurenai face the renegade. Kurenai, what do I have to do? Black Wolf, well, first concentrate your chakra in your hand and in your eyes at the same time. It is something complicated, but surely you will achieve it. By saying that, she closed her eyes and the Ambu noticed that she was ready. Well, you are amazing. By the way, I took a long time to do it. She smiled at that compliment. Now imagine what you want to show her. She closed her eyes again and in 5 minutes she nodded. Her head. Now touch her head with the hand that has the chakra gathered. She touches her. Now look into her eyes. The kunoichi looked at the renegade in the eyes and she stayed still. Everyone saw that for a while until the renegade started screaming like crazy as if she were trying to escape something. The red eye let her go and the renegade was quite agitated. Black Wolf, bravo, said while applauding. You were able to do it the first time. You are really amazing. Kurenai, thank you. Black Wolf said happily. Well, I look at the rebel ninja now. Tell us why. Wait, what she did? And everyone fell headlong to the ground. Well, the Ambu and the kunoichi laughed at their mistake. Chapter 8. Code days have passed since the Konoha shinobi were in Suna. Everyone was at the gate of the village to return, but not before Saying goodbye to the others, Gaara, well, thank you very much Gra for everything, feudal lord, don't worry, I hope that with it we are fine with the economy. They both shake hands. Gaara, be careful, he nodded, and then I look at the others, I have no problem with them staying for a few more days. Kakashi, thank you Kage-sama, but we have to return to the village, it has been several days since we came. Thank you for everything. The cashier bows and nods his head and goes to another person. Kuro Akami, he looks at him, and all the leaf ninjas look at him with some amazement. Gaara approaches him and shakes his hand, and the Ambu saw that and smiled. Black Wolf HPFCU, he said happily with a smile that the others saw, and they both shook hands. Gaara, remember what I told you if you want Black Wolf, I already told you that he doesn't come close to his ear. Despite everything, Konoha is my home. Gaara felt happy, while the others just looked amazed at how well he got along. The Ambu with the case Kahe from Suna also look at the puppeteer. If I stay, I think he would have nightmares. Kankuro tchu talk, as if you tough saw that the Ambu was approaching him to touch his head. See you, and here Anaway leaving Tamari and Gaara alone. Tamari bar Black Wolf, haha, they were laughing at the attitude from a moment ago, and Gaara was just smiling. Gaara, well, look at the Ambu, I hope to see you soon. Black Wolf rest assured, he shows him the fist, and Gaara sees it for a second, and they both bump into it. See you Gaara, he nods, and all the Konoha shinobi left. A while passed and everyone had already passed the great desert of Zuna, reaching the forests. They all entered and the Ambu disappeared in a jump. Something that the others noticed continued its course. It became nightfall and the others prepared to rest. Kakashi, well, look around, where is Gay? You mean the Ambu? He nods, maybe he's on guard, just in case. You should know that. No Kakashi, yes you're right, but I'm intrigued. Gay, what a thing. Kakashi, the way I talked to Gaara, I feel like they had known each other for a long time, that seemed strange to me. Sasuke did attract everyone's attention. I also feel like I know him. Kakashi, what do you mean? Sasuke, I feel like I've been with him for a while, but it's impossible for me to recognize him, and Sakura feels the same way. Kakashi nods, I see, he sees someone in particular who was going. Where are you going? Sigh, I'll give him something to eat. Despite being an am, someone appeared. Black Wolf, no need, everyone looks at him, I'm leaving now. Everyone was amazed, that's why. Kakashi, what? What do you mean? Black Wolf, look at Konoha immediately. I have other things to do, Kakashi, but your mission is to protect the feudal lord, too. You can't leave just like that. The Black Wolf approaches the feudal lord and touches him on the shoulder. Black Wolf, see you. And both disappeared in a red flash, making the others surprised. Kakashi, Alira Ison will surely be in Konoha at this moment. Sakura could have taken us, she said, somewhat annoyed by Lambu's attitude from a moment ago. Kakashi, you're right, well, we can't do that. Let's not rest, tomorrow we will return. They nodded, and each one went to their respective tents. While at the entrance to Konoha, both the Black Wolf and the feudal lord appeared in a red flash, alarming the guards who were guarding the entrance. Black Wolf, well, see the ones. Guards and they son or they nod. Come on feudal lord, what did you do? The Ambula look, could I know brought the others? Black Wolf, no, the distance we were at was somewhat far, and I could only bring one feudal lord. I understand. They both start to march. Black Wolf, it was a good idea to leave a mark of anger. Ison at the entrance of Konoha thought to himself without stopping walking. Once he accompanied the feudal lord to his residence, the Ambu disappeared in a jump. An hour later he appeared in the Okage's office and saw that Sun was watching the village through the window. Everything ready? Okay Sama, she looks at him. Tsunade, how fast? And the others? Black Wolf are a day away from here. Saying that, the Okage opened her eyes surprised. Tsunade, how come you are here? Black Wolf, I appeared. But the feudal lord with the Gisen no Jutsu, god of flying thunder, with mentioning the technique, she was surprised again. Tsunade, you learned the technique of the Yondaime? He nodded. But why didn't you appear with the others? You waited for him to arrive with them. Black Wolf did not want to be with them. Yukage-sama, she did look, that's all. Tsunade, take off your mask. The Ambula looked at it's an order. The Ambua feels and takes off the mask. Naruto, what's happening to you? Naruto, don't keep insisting, turn around. But he stopped. Tsunade, all the time you were away. He looks at him, try to find out what's happening to you. But I don't know anything, tell me. I don't like seeing you like this. Naruto Abachan looked at her for a second and approaches her. Thank you for worrying, but it's something I'm not going to tell her. It was painful when I saw it, but Tsunade, tell me, I'll help you with what I can't. Naruto, it's impossible for you to help me, he said with a bitter smile, which Tsunade noticed. But thanks for worrying. This time he gave a sincere smile. Tsunade. Naruto was still looking at him. If you don't tell me, I'll find out. Whether you want to or not, he praises Blue, who looked at her and rested for a while. Day's team was interrupted. Naruto, no need, she looked at him. I want to continue working. I don't want to rest. Chant Tsunade. Naruto, the Ambu grabbed his mask and disappeared in a red flash, leaving the Okage alone. What did you see? He murmured, while thinking about some possibilities of discovering what was happening to her, but she couldn't think of anything already happened a day after that talk Naruto had with Tsunade. She was seeing the team she had sent to Sunagakure several days ago. Kakashi, good morning Akama, she nods. I want to say Tsunade was interrupted. I already know Kakashi, Kuro Akami told me last night. He nodded. There was some problem during the trip. Kakashi, yes, we were attacked by the two criminals that the Ambu had mentioned along with the N who followed them. In the end he was right, the Ambulo finished easily. She nodded. Tsunade, you can leave. They nodded and they came out, except the silver-haired one. What's up Kakashi? Kakashi, well, it's about Lambu. She looked at him. I have seen that he fulfills several qualities like Ambu, but I have also noticed that he gets along well with Gaara. Tsunade, well, not for some reason, he is my right hand, he feels her just for that reason. Kakashi did want me to know, only he was interrupted as someone appeared coming through the door without knocking, and they were both surprised. Who was Tsunade? Alone, he nodded without looking at him, which Tsunade noticed. Tsu, you can leave. Kakashi. He nodded and left them both alone in the office. What's wrong with Kakashi? Naruto, nothing. Is there some mission to do? Tsunade. I thought I would rest from being Ambu. Naruto, today I'll take the day off. In Ambu, but I didn't say I would stop doing mission. She looked at him, sighs. She will give me some mission. Abachan. Tsunade, well, I have some ek rank missions. I know you don't like doing them. Naruto, I see. Then stretches. I will train for a while. Turn around. Cuch did not finish speaking since he saw certain people enter the office and they were the ones who least wanted to see Sakura. Sasuke. Yin Nad and Sai. Sasuke. Naruto, so you already arrived from Iowa? He just nodded. Sakura, we were about to ask Tsunade-sama if you had returned in the look. Do you want to have lunch at Ichiraku Ramen? He said, smiling. Well, Naruto looked at the four. Naruto said dryly, which the four were surprised, including Tsunade, to turn down an invitation to eat ramen, Blue Logi's favorite food. It was quite strange for to hear that. Now I am going to go on a mission. Hinata, as soon as he looks at her, why don't you rest? I'm sure your trip in Igwa was exhausting. Why don't you let someone else do that mission? Naruto, I don't want to, I'm bored. And he was interrupted. Sai, why don't you have fun with us? He caught her eye. If it's boring, let's do something together. I read in a book that if a person is bored they should look for someone to have fun with, which is very satisfying for their mood. Naruto, I don't want to, said seriously, which everyone noticed. He turns to see Tsunade. I want the mission rank. Siabachan. She nods and hands him a scroll. He opens it and reads it. I just have to carry a load and accompany someone. Sai, close the scroll. I'll leave next. He was interrupted. Sasuke will go with you. He looks at it. You need a team to complete it. Naruto, I'll do it alone. He was about to leave, but Sasuke's hand stops him. Sasuke. Naruto, what the hell is happening to you? Since for some time now you have been becoming very distant with everyone. Hit Sasuke's hand to get him off of you. Turned to look at him quite seriously, which the others were surprised to see that blue logic thing. Naruto, I said I want to go. He just tries to go, but Sakura closes the door on him. So that Sakura doesn't leave. We won't let you leave until we know what's happening to you. Naruto, you already know. Everyone was surprised, but they just didn't realize it hit the door, destroying it, causing a big noise. I will pay for the door. Obachan, why? He leaves, leaving them stunned by what he said and what he did. Yada. Naruto-kun. What's wrong? She said, worried about having seen. That's what Sai said, attracting the gaze of all of us who knew it. But what is Sakura referring to? I don't know. If we only knew something about what she said. She meant by that Tsunade they only came to find out about Naruto. They just nodded. I see, you can leave. They nod and leave, leaving her alone. Naruto murmured, worried. A week passed. She was walking through the village and was heading to a certain place, to Naruto's house. One time when he arrived, he saw that someone was standing in front of his door. It was Sakura, Yada and No. They were talking to Naruto while he just looked at them. Sakura, come on, get out at once. How long are you going to be like this? Naruto didn't respond. And no, Naruto. We're going to do something all the time. You say you're busy or you just got back from some mission and you're tired. Naruto, I have to get ready now. I'm going on a mission. He tries to close the door, but Tenten's hand forces it on him. Tenten, you always say the same thing. Naruto, Uzumaki doesn't go out. Naruto, Uzumaki is always locked up. Naruto, Uzumaki always wants to be alone. He looks at her. Tell us. For once, what's your problem? Naruto. Tenten. She looks at her. Stop knocking on my door. He said it seriously. His eyes turned red, which made her. He withdrew immediately and closed it immediately with great force. Hinata. Naruto-kun. Why did he say? Sad for the way his beloved Sakura behaved. We better go. The three nodded and Tsunade saw all that secretly. Once the four left, she knocked on the door, which had not worked. Tsunade, it's me. Naruto praises Blue. He recognized a voice. She opened it and entered the blonde's apartment. He closes the door and they both sit in the dining room. Because you lied to them that you had a mission. Naruto didn't want to be with them. He gets up but to tell me something about it again. I respectfully ask him to leave. Abak. Tsunade, I'm not going anywhere. I want to talk to you. He looks at her. Tell me why you're walking away from them. Naruto. Abachan, leave it like that. Tsunade, I told you I don't think. Leave until she gave it to me. She was interrupted. Naruto. Tsunade yelled at her and she was surprised by that tone. Please don't bring But up she walks and goes to her room. She follows her and sees that he is lying down. Forgive me Ob-chan, I know it wasn't the right thing to talk to her that way. He looks at her and she noticed that his eyes were dull. I just don't want to talk about it, just understand me. Tsunade. Naruto sits on the bed. I just want to know why this sudden change. Before you were happy and had fun with others, but now you just want to get away about them, and that worries me a lot. He gets up and sits next to her. Naruto. Thank you. Ob-cha approaches him and gives him a kiss on the forehead. Surprising us, it makes me sick. That surprised her quite a bit. He heard blue. He saw a bird over the window. He approached him and saw that he had some kind of note. He took it out and started reading it. I understand. The bird flies away. Tsunade. What's going on? Naruto. They need my help in the interrogation room. Apparently there is someone who they can't get information from. He approaches a closet and opens it. And he puts on the U outfit along with his sword and mask. Tsunade. It doesn't matter if I accompany you. No, Black Wolf is sure. Tsunade. Today is my day off so I have nothing to do. He just nods. He touches the blonde's shoulder and they both disappear in a flash. Red flash appearing in Ambu's office. Where are we? Black Wolf. In my office. She sees a two-pronged kunai on the ceiling. I do this so I can arrive early so that no one sees me leaving dressed as Ambu. Tsunade. I understand Black Wolf, we better go. She nods and it is followed by chapter 9. The Ambu and the Okage were walking as they arrived at the interrogation room. Both were chatting about whatever. Tsunade at some moments tried to talk about the blue logic problem, but he only changed the subject or did not respond once they arrived at Rogator's room. They knocked on the door, Anko opened it and they entered. Once inside, the Ambu saw the Black Wolf guy. It's the truth. Anko, yes. He looks at another person. I never saw it. She nodded. Anko gives her the subject's file. I'm not going to tell her the name since it's not very important. He had been arrested for entering Konoha. Black Wolf, go see the subject. Well, you know what to do. She nods. The Ambu enters and Anko locks the door, calling him the attention of the Honey Ajum. Tsunade. Why do you close it? Anko? Because every time he interrogates everyone you want to escape, he said happily to see what the Black Wolf of Konoha was doing, and the Honey Ajum sees the guy in front of the Black Wolf Ambu. Well, he sits down and I look at him in front. I notice that he was handcuffed to the table, and just by seeing that I smile. Tell me why you are infiltrating. Interrogated. I am not going to say a single word to you. Black Wolf. I imagined it. He takes something out of his bag. Ninja. And the others were surprised that it was they were simply dangos and Anko are already drooling in his mouth. Have you infiltrated? Why are you giving it to me? Black Wolf. I haven't had breakfast, so I'm a little hungry and I accidentally brought extra. He shows him another dango. He places it in his mouth. Well, the subject receives it and the infiltrator eats it. Thank you, and he ate it. It was really delicious, he said happily, but he saw how the Ambu smiled. What's happening? And the others noticed that. Black Wolf. What you just ate in a certain part was a dango. But it was poisoned and he was surprised. And when, like the others, the Ambu grabs his chair and turns it into an Herglass with an eng and places it on the table. You only have 30 minutes left. He shows you a bottle with a liquid. This is the antidote. At first you will get dizzy, then his hands point out. Your hands will start to shake a lot and you will shake very quickly. That is a sign that you only have 15 minutes left. Then his eyes shone in the darkness of the red mask. Like blood, making the subject shake a lot. Afterwards, you will feel a great pain in your stomach. A lot of fever, and he stopped talking. Interrogated. And what did he say? Quite scared. Black Wolf to the Moru. At that the subject opened his eyes surprised. Interrogated. I know it's a lie. He looks at him. I'm a criminal and you can't treat me this way. Black Wolf. You're right, but he look at it. I'm not the one who works in this sector. Smile. They only call me when they can't get the information from you, as is your case, and they allow me to do it. In my total way, they move their shoulders. If they can't get the information from you by any method, it's the same as if you were dead. So we would save ourselves a lot of time by killing you and continuing with our work, don't you think? He said. He approached the door and knocked on it, being open wide. When you want to tell us, shout out if we won't see you at your funeral. Now that I think about it, they do funerals for prisoners. He smiled and closed the door, leaving the guy alone. Go to the Lambu and start choking him, because you did that to my lovely dangos. The Honey Ajum had a drop of sweat falling on his head. Black Wolf. Haha. I just saw that he had his hands handcuffed and I wanted to do it this method. He gives a bottle of dango to the purple-haired girl, which he receives on the spot. But this, you will forgive me, I won't forgive you for what? And he began to eat the dango, making the two of them fall to the ground for forget so quickly. By the way, he gets up and looks at her. You really poisoned him. Black Wolf. Yes, I know, if in the chair to see the subject. Anko. But you know you can't treat that way. Black Wolf. But then how would we get the information out of the subject besides? They look at him. If we keep trying he will constantly refuse and will delay you with your work, since I imagine that he is not the only one you interrogate or not. She agrees, so if he dies, it is the same as not giving us the anko. I see. He smiles. How come, you are so good at interrogation, he said while sitting next to her. Black Wolf. Imagine that you are interrogating. She nods, and with so many methods to do it, he refuses. He nods again. So kill him slowly. She always looks at him. A person will hand over the information before his own life. Tsunade, but they look at her. There are people who die rather than endanger their companions or village. Black Wolf. In that case, it is a lost case. He would die the same by committing suicide, or even if they torture him for life. Tsunade, well, in a certain part, you are right. Look at the guy who she was getting dizzy. Apparently it's already taking effect, and she nods while taking a dango from Anko. Anko, hey Black Wolf, I brought them so I have the right. She starts eating them quickly, while the Ambu just smiled and took out a deck of cards. Who wants to play? Tsunade, let's bet something. Both of them sweat dropped from seeing that. Black Wolf, it's okay if I win, I don't know what to order. She thought while the others were getting ready, even if I win, she points to the okage, I want a big jar of dango by herself. He nods since it's something easy to achieve, and you is left thinking, and just something happened. I know if I win you'll take off your mask. The Ambu looks at her. Black Wolf, you know I'm a Ambu, and I can't do it. Anko, it's a bet. No, he just nods and look at the okage. Tsunade, if I win, look at Anko, I want you to give me 100,000 so I can bet on a quasi. I know, she was about to complain, but she saw that behind her, there was a sign that the Ambu put up saying she always loses. Remember that she is the legendary loser just by reading that. She laughed and smiled. What happens quickly? The Ambu hides the sign without her realizing it, and you pointing to the Ambu, you will do something I say without remorse. The Ambu hesitates a little since he knew what he was referring to, and just nodded. Black Wolf, well then I will ask. He points to the okage for a week of free ramen. She nods and sees Anko, and you I don't really know. I already know you won't eat dango for a month. Anko turned pale hearing that. Anko, what isn't fair? Black Wolf, it's a bet. No, she nodded reluctantly and became extremely serious, which made her. The Ambu smiled. 20 minutes passed, and in the living room it was extremely intense. The three looked at each other intensely to see what move to make until he heard something questioned. I will speak. Please give me the antidote, he shouted since his stomach hurt quite a bit and due to the fever he had it was quite high. But I hear something through the speakers. Black Wolf, shut up, we are on something very serious, he said and cut off the transmission, making the subject look pale. Interrogated, they are fucking with me, he shouted, quite angry about what had just happened. 2 minutes passed and the Ambu appeared on the street. Door. Black Wolf, my Raymond said, sad sign that he had lost the bet, and in the background an Anko scream was heard. Yes, I want my dango. Oh hey Summit Tsunade, and I already told you that I will give them to you, just wait and be patient. He closed the door making the subject, a large drop of sweat fell on his head. Interrogated, now please the antidote. Said agitated Black Wolf, first tell us, and by the way I know when a person lies, it's just a warning. He sits in front of him. Interrogated, okay, I was hired to infiltrate Konoha. Wolf Black, yes I already realized it. Idiot. Interrogated, I wanted to know what the security was like to tell my boss. The Ambu was listening, I only know his name, Kenzu. The Amber recognized that name immediately. I don't know about him, but I know that he has a great sword. He was planning to attack Konoha to ask for a ransom. I don't know who he wanted to kidnap, since Black Wolf didn't tell me all that when I sent you to infiltrate. Interrogated, it was almost 3 weeks. Black Wolf, I understand. He gives him the antidote and leaves the room leaving him alone, while the Ambu was with the Kunoichi. Well that would be all. Tsunade, but what about that Black Wolf? Kenzu, there is no need, I already took care of him a long time ago. Anko, how about Black Wolf? When we went to transport the feudal lord Asuna, one of the class A renegade ninjas was Kenzu. What he mentioned a while ago is that Tenten has the sword right now, since I wasn't very interested in having it. Tsunade, I understand. Basically there is nothing the worry about. The Ambu feels good that would be at Anko high. They both look at her. My bet Sir Ambu. Black Wolf sighs, true, but promise me that you won't tell anyone when you see my face. She nodded. The Ambu takes off his mask and she sees it. Anko, I think I saw you, it was in the tuning exams. No Naruto, yes, when you threw a kuna at me and I blushed on the cheek. She remembered and just smiled. Anko, who would have thought that you would be that guy? Akami, just nod. Why did you become Ambu? Naruto, I don't have to say it. He puts the Black Wolf mask back on. Let's go Yukage-sama. She nods and they both leave. Anko, well, let's wait for my big bowl of rank, hehe, he said while thinking about the bet that he had won a while ago. The Hamber was walking with the Aki. The Hambu stops and touches Tsunade's shoulder, disappearing in a red flash, appearing in the blue room. Take out the mask, cape and clothes to put everything in the closet. Naruto, well, he goes to the bathroom and changes his outfit from before. It was kind of fun, in part, Tsunade said while stretching. Naruto in the look. You still don't plan to tell me why Naruto Abachan doesn't continue? Insisting please Tsunade sighs okay. She leaves Naruto's room. Rest tomorrow I will give you one, but this time it will be like the team S. Naruto looks at her. Don't look at me like that after all. Are you still part of that team or not? Also Sai is in another mission for the moment. Naruto I understand tomorrow I will attend without fail. She nods happily and leaves leaving him alone with it. I will do a mission with him tch well I have nothing to do after all. Chapter 10 Praises Blue was waking up, he saw that it was about to dawn, so he got out of bed and went to take a shower. Once he finished he came out and headed to the kitchen. He had ramen for breakfast as usual and got dressed. If he ate all of that naked, once he finished dressing, he realized something today he would have a mission with his team which hit his forehead. Naruto right today I have a mission. He stretches therefore I will rest for a while. He threw himself on the bed and tried to rest. After 5 minutes he opens his eyes. I can't sleep. He gets up, it must be the custom, put on sandals ninjas and disappeared in a red flash. He left his office Ambu and started walking to get to the Hokage's office. He entered without permission and saw that Tsunade was sitting looking at some papers which attracted the gaze of the Ajum. Honey Tsunade Naruto, why so early? Naruto is that I got used to getting up early. Close the door. Being an Ambu led me to this habit. He looks at her. What are you doing? Tsunade sighs. I have to arrange these files. I point to the files I have a while. Naruto let's see. He approaches her and begins to see the files that I had on the table. Let me help you. Tsunade you know what you're doing. Naruto looked at him. Yes after all, it's almost the same thing I do when I receive the files from the other Ambu. And I understand why he runs away from his job. She smiles. Tsunade do you want to run away? The look Naruto sounds tempting. For a while they looked at each other. They both laughed out loud since they had the same idea. Well start looking at the files. Let's finish this so you will have the rest of the day free. She nods. 2 hours passed. It was 9 in the morning. Naruto he was sitting to the right of Tsunade watching some files. Well they did the same. Tsunade this one goes here. I leave it aside Naruto. And this one here goes fishing on the other side. And she smiles and leaves another file. Tsunade but the blonde smiled since she understood what he meant. Naruto Queen leaves another file, referring to the checkers game. Tsunade Chinchin leaves another file. Naruto Duck leaves another file. Tsunade Duck, Naruto Ganzo said happily, while she was just smiling until she heard someone open the door and they saw that it was the Team 7 and Tsunade I see that they have arrived. They see her and they see Naruto reading some files that they were somewhat surprised. Naruto leaves another file attracting the gaze of the Ajum. Henny Tsunade hey, grab another file. That for you. They both look at each other again and begin to read the rest. More files with great speed. Naruto / Tsunade Queen Duck Ganzo Raymond's sake and so on. They said well they left a file making the others drop some of them for seeing that until Naruto stopped moving looking at a file and this made him I asked the Hokage which she saw and just sighed. Tsunade. There is always one of the files that are incomplete, most of them only refer to Konoha's economy. And that is something that worries me a lot. I insisted on the advice about this, pointing to the file, which Naruto received it and continued reading, but they always say what the file says blah 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 and you have to realize that blah 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 things like that. He kept reading those he left as unfinished, open a drawer and see other types of files. Which Naruto takes it off and sees it. Sakura Naruto, you are not allowed to see those. Arches she was interrupted. Naruto shut up she said making the others open their eyes surprised by that. Kakashi Naruto he looks at him. She is right, those things are only for the Hokage, no other shinobi are there allowed to see that. Then he started to see the files again, ignoring what Naruto said. Hokage Sam was interrupted. Naruto I think attracted everyone's eyes, that S where is the rest? Tsunade was surprised. Wait create a clone and go out the window. What no one knew was that clone disappeared in a red flash going to the Ambu office. Once inside he began to see one of his files that some Ambus gave him and he realized that they were quite related. He grabbed them and started walking again until he reached the Hokage's office. Entering without knocking the door they saw that it was Naruto's clone, while he was holding some files which he left on the desk. Tsunade this starts to read it, but they don't relate. No endo Naruto allow me to disappear the clone. Which Naruto received the information of what he realized and opened the file. Ob-chan she looks at it, give me that file, the one from last month. She nods and gives it to Naruto opens it and scatters all the papers. Sakura Naruto what the hell are you doing? You're just giving more work to Tsunade-sama. He ignored him and started to put the papers together, little by little, put together the papers from both files, joining them into one, which they only saw, and the Hokage only raised an eyebrow. Naruto, well, look, he showed the papers to Tsunade and she began to read. Tsunade, this is, she said, a little surprised. How? I didn't find out before. Look at Naruto, how did you know about this? Everyone was looking at him. Naruto, I'll tell him later. He gets up from the chair and stands with him. What is the mission? Obachan Tsunade, right, open a drawer and hand him a scroll. Well, the mission. It consists of transporting someone to a villa that is near the border of the country of lightning. They felt like this. This man is very important. He is one of the founders of a ninja tool business and he is one of the best. Kakashi, I understand, there will surely be some problems on the way. Tsunade just have to take him safely home. He already did his job in this place which benefited us a lot. They listened, but he told us that when he came he went with some ninjas from other villages to kidnap him, since his weapons are one of the best. They will surely want to kidnap him again while they are heading towards them. Teammate nodded. They look at him. They will also go with them, and Nat has the Byakugan which will be able to detect them. From afar Kiba has his sense of smell, and Shino has his insects. They nod. Yada was happy to be able to have a mission with her boyfriend, but Naruto did something that the others noticed, and Tsunade only saw it. Obachan approaches him and grabs all the files when she returns from this mission. Sort all the files. She nods, creates a clone, grabs the files and goes out the window, also gets close to her ear so that only she can hear it. If I think what I think, we will have a big problem with the council. She opened her eyes surprised by that, something that the others noticed. I try to make this a secret of both of them. He moves away from her to be in front of her. Tsunade, I understand. By chance, what kind of problems? Is Naruto? A very big one. He said it quite seriously. A moment of silence there was between both of them, and the others wanted to know what they were talking about. Tsunade, I see. Look out the window. Well, the mirror do their mission. They nod, but before leaving Naruto speaks. Naruto, Abachan. She looks at her. I want her to do what I told her, as if she had never heard it before. You know why not? Tsunade, I already know. He smiled, which he too now go. They nod and leave the place. Kakashi, we will see you at the entrance in 15 minutes, he said as they left the tower of the locker. Well, you better get ready. They nodded and left. They went to their homes to prepare their things. Blue praises. He was walking very thoughtful because of what he discovered a moment ago with the Okage behind him. There was Sasuke, Sakura and Hinata looking at him with doubt. Sakura, what's wrong with her? They were looking at her. Since when is Naruto allowed? See those files, and where did he get the rest? Sasuke, I don't know, looked at Naruto and approached him. Hey, he wasn't looking at him because he was very thoughtful. What did you discover? He kept thinking, ignoring what his partner was saying. Until Naruto said something to him. Being murmured, being heard by the others. Naruto, I understand a little, but he started walking again. Guessing doesn't solve anything, he said while scratching his head a little tired. I better finish this mission, and he started running, heading towards his residence. Hinata. Naruto-kun muttered, a little worried about seeing him that way. Sakura, what is happening? Sasuke, I don't know, apparently it's something serious. TCH, what's wrong with the dope? Naruto entered his apartment and prepared his things. He was about to leave, but he entered the dining room and saw that the files stayed for a while thinking. He grabbed them and took them out with a kunai. He made a hole in the wall with force and kept the files in it. He put a poster covering the big hole in case anyone wanted to know what it was about. Naruto, well, with this I'll be less worried, he said, and he left the apartment while heading to the entrance of Konoha. Once he arrived, he saw his team who were waiting for him. Sakura, you're a little late, she said a little angrily, which he just ignored. Naruto. I'm ready. Bam. I stopped talking because an Ambu appeared, drawing the attention of the others. Cat Ambu Uzumaki. Naruto, he looks at him. I want to talk to you alone. He looks at him. The others were surprised by that until he just nodded, and they both walked away a little. Kakashi, what's going on? He said as they looked at what they were saying, which I didn't know nothing what they were talking about. He saw that Naruto smiled. The Ambu nodded. He disappeared in a jump and he approached them. What happened? Naruto, my problem, he said as he began to walk in front along with the Lord. Now I understand, he mumbled a little while that the others looked at him. You are the one we have to transport, not the one. He nods. My name is Tao, I'm counting on you, young man. He nods and everyone walked towards their destination. A day passed without interruptions. Everything was going great. It was night and everyone was ready to rest. But some couldn't because of what happened earlier with Naruto and that discovery. The daughter gets up and looks around, noticing that the blonde Kiba wasn't there. Sakura caught her eye. What's going on? Sakura, no, nothing, I'm just thinking about something, she said as she looked around. Sasuke's dove didn't see some of them get up and she nods. Shino left a while ago and said it lying down. Apparently he's thinking about something. I suggest you rest tomorrow. We'll continue with the mission. Hinata. I'm going to look for him. Kakashi gets up. Wait. Everyone's looking at him. I'll go too. I want to know what's going on from there. Sakura. Sasuke gets up. I understand, Kiba, Shino, Karina, and you stay. If something happens, hit a GR. He was interrupted because someone appeared. Naruto praises. Azal leans against a tree while looking at the ground. Something is happening to you. He just ignored it. Naruto, let's rest. He lay down on the tree and looked at the sky. Hinata. Naruto. Sini. Naruto, I said everyone was looking at them. Let's rest. I closed my eyes and turned to Odd on Hinata's side. Naruto-kun murmured sadly, and the others did not know what was happening to Naruto and why this sudden change. 2 days later, everyone was walking, they were almost there. Naruto was still thoughtful, while the others did not know what to do. They felt somewhat uncomfortable since Naruto was always the one who talked about anything to liven up the atmosphere, but this time he felt too uncomfortable for everyone. Hinata stopped. Everyone looked at him and saw that he had the Yugen activated. Careful, quickly everyone jumped as they saw how several kuna and explosive seals were launched towards them. Naruto picked up Teiko and left him next to his sensei. Teiko, thank you. Ace feels look in front and they saw a large number of ninjas. Kakashi, who are you? What do you want? He said in a battle position. You are not interested. I just want us give the old man. All the ninja took out kunai and some sabers or we will kill you and your team was interrupted. Naruto, you are everyone looked at him in amazement, including the opponent. Wow, it seems you know me. Stop posing and look at him. Tell me, how did you know Naruto? Me, they told a little about you. Praise is all. Stop posing and look at him. I know they hire you for missions like this kidnapping one, but you're also the type of ninja who likes to make deals for your own benefit. No, the opponent smiles. Cough, wow, apparently you know me. Pretty good, and I think you know what I came for, or else. All the ninjas took a step. Say goodbye, stupid Naruto. Unfortunately, he gets into a combat pose. I don't like failing a mission, he said seriously, which coughed. He also became serious. Kakashi, everyone get ready. They nodded. Yada, Shino and Kulin, protect him, or we will take care of the rest. I didn't finish talking as they saw how several ninjas appeared from behind. Be careful everyone. Aaron and saw how they attacked the three, leaving the attacker unprotected. One of the ninjas grabbed him and appeared in front of him, threatening him with a kunai. Cough, HPF, it was easier than I thought. Look at the others. Now I want them to leave. If they don't, I will kill him right here. Kiba, you are a bastard. Let him go now. Kurenai. Kiba, calm down. Shino eyed. We will make a plan. Be calm. He just nods. But furious. I coughed. I told them to get out. Everyone looked at each other in a fighting position. I will know if they leave or not. One of my ninjas is sensory and can detect them from miles away. Sasuke, tch, unfortunate Sakura. What will we do? Kakashi, if we attack he will kill Takuyo, but if we leave they will kidnap him. Neither. What do you know what he will do with him? We must think quickly or else. I coughed. If they don't leave on the count of 3 he put a kunai on Tao's neck. I killed him. Kiba, unfortunate, muttered with anger. I coughed. 1 Kurenai quickly. We have to do something. Kakashi, yes, but they have the advantage. I don't know what we can do. Cough 2. Put the kuna closer and closer to Teiko's neck. Well, he trembled with fear. Sasuke, damn, we have to do something quickly. Sakura, but everyone was worried about what was going to happen. Cough was about to say the scam number until someone spoke. Naruto, wait. He caught everyone's eyes. Let's make a deal. Cough, I looked at him. I coughed. A deal? Haha, don't play with me. Naruto just looked at him seriously and stopped posing. What kind of deal? To know Naruto, let's change the count. One eyebrow twitched by me. His companions were surprised by what he said. Praise blue, including the corrupt ninja chapter. Everyone was in disbelief by what he said a moment ago. The blonde in exchange Teiko stared at him surprised, while Naruto just stood there watching him. Kakashi, Naruto, what you just said the silver-haired boy, since he still couldn't believe what his student Hinata said. Naruto-kun, you can't. Sasuke, what are you saying? Don't be stupid, but he just completely ignored them. Naruto, well, what's he saying? Cough, I just looked at him until he smiled. Cough, haha. What a good idiotic joke. They put the kuna on him again and on his neck. Takuyo, because on Earth he would want you and not him. Naruto, maybe you don't want the Kyuubi Jinchuriki on your side. When saying that I cough, I look at him for a while. Cough, speak, he said seriously, while Naruto looked at him. I am the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. You can take me, but point at Takuyo, you will have to let him go. Look at them again. I think you would benefit better from a great source of power than just a man who makes weapons. Teiko, I just looked at him. Plus you can also get weapons ninjas elsewhere. Not only him, I know perfectly well. One of them lives in Suna. Everyone looked at him. I don't know his name, but Gaara, the Sekage, told me a little about him and says that he is one of the best apart from him. Thou, are you talking about the corrupt one? He held the kuna and looked at it. Adachi. Naruto, with that's his name. Look at the opponent again. You can capture that Adachi guy and have him make one of the best weapons, plus they can be better than his. Sakura. Naruto, stop saying stupid things. How do you think we are going to leave you just like that? Kakashi. Sakura is right. I will not let my student make that decision without my authorization. We will find another way to. Was interrupted. Naruto closed the mouth at once. He looks make me tired every time they bother me. They always want to support me with my problem. They don't realize that I just want to be alone. Maybe they don't see it. He looks quite angry, while his classmates are perplexed by what he said. Kurenai. Naruto, he looks at her. What problems are you talking about? He looks at him. Naruto, I'm sorry Kurenai sensei, but that's something I'm not going to say to anyone. I cough. He continued looking at him. I heard blue from what he said a moment ago to his comrades. I cough. I see. He looks at him. Just like the rest of you, you hate your classmates. Not everyone in Konoha looked at what he said and saw the blonde Naruto. Ah, how do you think? That's why his classmates smiled. Of course, I hate them. They were all surprised and Naruto just smiled with a cold look. I'm tired of being bothered every damn day. I cough. I see. It's fine. Everyone will look at it. We will do the exchange. Partly you are right. It would benefit me a lot. Just like with the information you just told me about that guy of yours. And therefore you are the friend from the Kakahe, so you could easily enter. The blonde smiled, nodded, and the others were perplexed by what he said. But first I want to be sure if it's really you and not a clone. He said it seriously and looked at a renegade ninja. You stab him with a kunai to see if it disappears or not. He feels it. He runs to where he is. Naruto stabs him in the stomach with a kunai. Well, it's really you, Kakashi. Naruto, are you fine? He just ignores it. Naruto, you could have simply stuck the kunai in my leg. Don't you think? He said a little angrily. The one he stabbed the kunai coughed. Well, he's partly right, he said with a smile, as he found it kind of funny to see that Naruto sighs. It doesn't matter, you're also right. I know how to use the shadow clone, which is why you had to do this to be safer. Cough. I see, you understood me, he said with a smile and blew praise. Sakura also smiled. Naruto stands next to him, ignoring the renegade ninja who stabbed him with the kunai. I won't think about letting you go with that guy, she was interrupted. Naruto, stay away from me, she said with a cold look and voice. Making him take several steps back. Hinata, Naruto-kun, please don't go. He just ignores him. I cough. Well, everyone is looking at him. Put this on. He throws some kind of chains on them. Put them on your hands. Naruto, he smiles a little. That's why it's better to be safe than sorry. A cough. He nodded, smiling. I like you too. Put on a seal so they can seal your chakra. You have no problem with that, right? It's like you said. It's better to be safe than sorry. Naruto, I don't have any problem. The ninja who was next to him shows him a chakra flow cancellation seal. Wait, everyone looks at him. They saw him take off the ninja band and throw it to the side. Ready, put it on. The ninja nodded. He put it on his forehead and Naruto put the chains on his hands. Oh, stretch, I'll finally be able to rest a lot after we leave. Yawn, look at cough. Well, let's make the exchange, don't you think? Cough, nod and let go of Takuyo. They both start walking, but someone stops in front of the blue ear. Kakashi, Naruto, you know perfectly well what will happen if you leave. He stops and looks at him. You will become a renegade ninja, as they will be an enemy of Konoha. You were interrupted, Naruto, I'm not interested. He started walking and passed by him, and it will be much more fun this way. He passed by Kakashi while the others were listening. Maybe he's a renegade. It's not bad after all. He smiled and walked next to Teiko, who only looked at him once they made the exchange. Naruto stood next to Toshio and looked at the shinobi of Konoha. Tozo, don't you want to say goodbye? When saying that, he looked at his companions in front. Sakura, Naruto, Yin-net, Naruto-kun. Why did he say, very sad, seeing his beloved leaving? Kiba, damn traitor, he said, and Naruto, I heard him perfectly, Naruto. Look who's talking about betrayal. Everyone was looking at him. Yes, and this is betrayal. What's your thing, Kiba? What the hell are you talking about? Naruto, HPF, you're just a spoiled dog. Who doesn't know anything? Look at Tao, then I'll tell you our story. He's just Teiko nods. Well, we'd better go. Naruto nods. Naruto, first of all, he sees you don't have a band-aid. Show him the wound. I'm a person after all, he said, smiling and coughed. I look at him with a smile. I cough. Yes, when we go to the shelter we will heal. You praises. Blue nods. He saw that Teiko turned to leave and smiled to see that action of the renegade ninja. Naruto quickly appeared behind him and with his chains, he began to strangle him tightly. K for what did he say? While he was being hanged by Blue Logo. Naruto, did you really think that I would go with you? He said happily while he was hanging him. I would never betray him with an idiot. He said quite angrily while he was hanging the renegade ninja, and his teammates were smiling to see that. Now we will do this. I looked with fury. Blue Logi, all of you will retreat. As you can see, I'm not in the mood. If you don't, I choke him harder. And the renegade's companions looked at him with fury. I'll kill him right here. I coughed. You're evil. Ito the blonde smiled as he saw the others. He quickly took out a kuna and stuck it in Naruto's leg, alarming his companions. Praises Blue. He saw his leg and looked at the renegade who was choking Naruto. Badly done. He releases the renegade with his two hands. He grabs him. The shinobi of Konoha saw this in amazement, while the renegade ninjas looked at him with fury. Naruto here removed the seal from his forehead and broke the chains on his arms with force. He looked ahead quickly. He appeared in front of a shinobi, took out a saber and stabbed him in the chest, killing him instantly. Renegade ninja, you're a damn thing, he said. He threw 3 kunai with explosive seals at him quickly. Naruto cut the thread where he had the explosive seals. He appeared in front of the ninja who threw him the kunai and placed a seal on his stomach. He went the other way and placed the seals on 2 other shinobis, and in a second they exploded, killing him on the spot. Naruto turned to look at the remaining ones, who followed. Quickly appeared in front of one, and he slit the throat with the saber. He took out the saber that he had, possessing one in each arm. He appeared in the middle of about 4 shinobi. Joten quickly killed them on the spot, leaving a total of 8. Only Naruto saw that they were about to escape. He concentrated a lot of chakra in his foot and was at a great speed that killed them all with a single simple attack, cutting him in the stomach. Naruto stabs the 2 sabers into the ground. He went to where his companions were. Sasuke, Naruto, Kakashi, did you really do all that? Naruto picks up his ninja band. He places it on the front and start walking. Naruto, let's continue with the mission, he said. Without looking at them, Sakura went to where he was and placed her hands on him to heal his wound, but Naruto took it out immediately. "I didn't ask for your help," and he continued walking. Sakura, Naruto, why are you acting so different on your own? Hinata ignored him as he walked. Naruto-kun, why did he say quite sad? Kiba saw that and approached where Naruto was standing in front of him. Kiba, hey, the blonde stops and looks at him. What the hell is happening to you? Are you making Hinata sad? Quickly, Naruto told him. He hit him in the stomach, knocking the air out of him and kneeling down, impressed with how Naruto hit one of his friends. "Naruto, don't interfere." And he started walking again, ignoring the others. "Kiba, damn," he muttered as he got up. He was going to go after him, but his sense in him. Kurenai stopped. "Kiba, stop Kiba." He just made a face of annoyance. "What's wrong?" Naruto thought to herself. "Let's continue with the mission or what?" Shouted without looking at them, and the others started walking after that encounter. They spent about 2 hours, and they arrived to Tao's house before opening the door. His 2 children opened, hugging him. "Son, daughter, dad," they both shouted while hugging their father. "Hello, my little ones," he said smiling. "I hope they haven't caused problems for their mother." They denied and saw the ninjas, which they hid behind their father. "Don't worry, they are the ninjas who take care of me." They nodded doubtfully and saw that Noi approached him to see the children. "Naruto, hello," he said happily. "I see that you are a strong child." The boy smiled and puffed out his chest. They become muscular, which he smiled to see that. "And you are a pretty girl." She just smiled. "What are your names?" "Manami." "I am Manami," said the young Ryota girl. "I am Ryota," said the young man. But he saw that the blue logi was bleeding a little from his stomach. "Oni-chan is injured." Naruto carelessly smiles at him. "I am very strong that a simple wound can hurt me," he said happily, and the children nodded. "They are good children," he told him at Takuyo, which he just smiled and nodded. "Kiba, what's wrong with him?" "In a moment he's angry, but then he gets like always who he understands," he murmured, being heard by the others, and they looked at Naruto, who was smiling, looking at the children. "Come in, please." Everyone attended and passed. They met Tao's wife. Her name was Kazuki. She introduced herself to the shinobis and they also did the same. He offered to stay so that tomorrow they could return to Konoha and they accepted. It had already gotten dark. Teiko and Kakashi were chatting while Kazuki, his 2 children and the other shinobi were in the living room. Naruto saw the little ones on one side and away from the others. "Manami, mom, her. Look at it, I'm bored, let's play something." Kazuki, sorry, but be patient, tomorrow we'll play." "Yes Ryota, let's play now." Naruto saw that and just smiled. The others saw how he approached and sat down in front of the 3. "Naruto knows how to play Chivita," they denied. "Just like the mother," Naruto explains to them. Well, the others just looked at him to see what they were doing. Suddenly the 4 looked at each other. "They are ready." They nodded at 2 and Kazuki. "Man, Barada bar." "Naruto, get out of there." Chivita, get out of there from that place. "Let's go look for the wolf to get the goat out." "The wolf doesn't want to get the goat out. The goat doesn't want to get out of there." "You probably read it." Singing haha. The 4 of them were singing happily while that the others just looked at him and Karina and moved a finger, something that Naruto noticed. "Naruto, come closer." Karina and Sensei joined, said happily. As they kept a rhythm, she approached them, sat down to form a circle of 5 people, and they started again. But further ahead, Kazuki bar, Manami bar, Ryota bar, Naruto bar. "Kenai, get out of there." Chivita, get out of there from that place. "Let's go look for the donkey to drink the water." The donkey doesn't want to drink the water doesn't want to put out the fire doesn't want to burn the stick, the palo doesn't want to hit the wolf doesn't want to get the goat out, the goat doesn't want to get out of there. Everyone was having fun. Some of them laughed when they got stuck, and others just got lost in the middle of the song. They were there for a while until Kazuki noticed that the children were yawning, and I took them to their room to rest, and in a while Kazuki returned. "Thank you," as all praises her. "Very rarely do children approach other unknown people, but with you it was different." The blonde smiled. "Naruto, there is no problem after all. Sometimes I behave like a child," he said smiling. "If you don't mind, I will go outside for a while." She nods and started walking. In a moment her companion saw how Naruto was leaving the house. Sasuke asked him, and he just ignored him, closing the door, making him complain. "Kurenai, excuse me, Kazuki, look at her, where she's going." "Naruto." Kazuki said that she would be outside for a while. She nods and also leaves the house. She found him. She saw that he was sitting and leaning on a tree looking at the moon. She sits next to him and sees him too. "Kurenai, did you have fun with the children?" "No." Naruto, "Yes, I had a lot of fun in fact," she said happily while looking at the moon. "Kurenai." Naruto, he saw her look. "Why don't you behave this way? But others, you always ignore them, and they don't like to see you like that." Naruto was interrupted. Karina and Sensei, she looks at her. "Let's not talk about it." She looked at the moon again. "Kurenai, what problems were you referring to a moment ago?" "Naruto, I said that let's not talk about it." She gets up and turns to walk somewhere else. "Instead of looking at me or my change of attitude, you should pay more attention to her student," she said without seeing her and walked. "Kurenai, you know that Hinata loves you. She doesn't like seeing you like this, and you know that." Naruto stops. "Naruto, are you sure of that?" Karina and Sensei. She raised an eyebrow, and Naruto looks at him with sad eyes, which she noticed. "Are you sure that she always loved me?" She kept walking. "Tell the others that I will sleep outside." And leaves through the trees leaving her alone. Kurenai, what are you talking about? She muttered to herself and looked at the moon. The next morning everyone was outside the house. Kakashi looked to see if everyone was there, but he noticed that someone in particular was missing. Kakashi, where is Naruto? He said as he looked at around him. Kurenai is there. He points in a direction they saw blue chili on top of a tree sitting and leaning looking at the leaves. Kakashi, I see. Look at Tao's family. Thank you for allowing us to rest last night. We really appreciate it. Takuyo, no problem after all. They saved my life. Look at Alia Azult, by the way. I never thanked you. Naruto saw it and smiled. Good luck on the way. Kakashi. Thank you. He smiled and looked at the others. Well, let's go. Everyone nodded and started walking. 3 days passed and Team 7 and 8 were about to arrive. Konoha, from afar you could see the grand entrance to the village. Everyone kept walking until someone appeared in front of them. It was a yellow toad. Okay, I'm not good with names, so I called him Yellow Toad. Hahaha. Kakashi, an invocation, he asked himself as he looked at the toad Naruto and well. Everyone was looking at him. Something happened. Yellow Toad, you were right after all. Naruto was looking at him. What are you going to do? Naruto, what did they do it? He stayed for a while thinking. Well, the others looked at him. Well, you did the other thing. No, the toad nods. And the rest they took it. Yellow Toad, yes, but don't worry, I have the real ones. Naruto nods happily. Naruto, thanks, I'll call you later. You can go. The toad nods and disappears in a ball of smoke. Kakashi, Naruto, what just happened? He just ignored it while thinking. Naruto, if they did that surely, he touches some blood that was in his stomach and makes a position of invocation. Jutsu Kuchi see no jutsu. A red toad appeared in a ball of smoke. Red toad. Naruto-sama. Naruto, stop telling me with the sama, it makes me feel strange. Look at him seriously. What did you see? Red toad, several things and they are very important and one of them includes you. Naruto-sama. Naruto, I see, I will call you later and you will tell me everything. The toad nods and disappears in a ball of smoke. With what we have Hinata. Naruto-kun, he looks at him, what is happening? Naruto, my problem, began to walk towards the village and the others looked at him with great doubt. Team 7 and 8 were in the office of the Hokage Kakashi and Karina and they gave him the mission report. They also said about what Naruto did with those ninjas that they met, which Lame Honey only nodded to them. It seemed like something strange to see since they were waiting. She scolded him or asked him what was happening to him, but he didn't say anything about it. Tsunade, you can go away. She didn't finish speaking because she saw how Naruto stood in front of her. What's happening? Naruto, 10, hands her a paper, she reads it and feels like that. Tsunade, I understand, you can leave. The others nodded with some hesitation except for Praise Blue and they left the room. Once outside the tower, Praise Blue was going to go to his residence. While being watched by the others he ignored him, but someone spoke. Sasuke. Naruto, he just ignored him as he walked. Hey. Naruto stopped and looked at him. What's happening between you and the Hokage? Naruto, that's something that doesn't concern you, it's our problem. And he started walking again. Kakashi, what is he doing? He muttered as he watched. He heard Blue walking away and just by seeing him you could tell he was thinking. Well, we can rest, we have the day off. They nod, each one went to a different place, but Sasuke and Sakura only walked towards Naruto's residence. They saw how he entered and closed the door. They went behind to look out the window and they saw that he just lay down on his bed to rest. Several hours passed and it was already getting dark. Sasuke and Sakura were looking out the window while Naruto was just sleeping. As if nothing had happened. In a moment he gets up and enters the room. Bathroom. In less than 2 minutes he leaves the residence. Sakura, quickly, we have to follow him. Sasuke nodded and they followed him. While in the house, Naruto really believed that I had not realized that they were watching me, he said as he left the bathroom. He approached a poster, he took it out and saw that there was nothing really. Step said as he looked at the large hole in the wall with nothing in it. It was already getting dark in Konoha. Naruto was in his house waiting for someone in particular. He felt someone knock on the door. He opened it and she met Tsunade. She entered and the blue magician closed the door. Tsunade, well, what did you want to tell me? They both went to the blonde's room and looked at each other. Naruto, wait, close the window and the curtains. Praise Blue, make some seals of silence so that no one apart from them can listen. Well, it's about the files. Tsunade, I was looking at it when I left. Something happened. Tsunade, nothing out of the ordinary. Why? Naruto, well, when I was about to leave the village for the flashback mission, the team Yes and U were at the entrance of Konoha while they were waiting for Naruto, who was the only one missing. Once Sakura arrived, she scolded him for being late, but an Ambu appeared calling him to talk alone. Kakashi, what's the matter? He said as he looked at the two talking. Well, the two. Naruto, what's wrong? Ambu cat, I recently saw you with some files when you left the Hokage tower. I want you to explain everything to me. Naruto, Ambu cat, I want to know which side you are on. Praises Blue, I looked at him. Are you on the side of the council or just the Hokage? With just saying that, Naruto smiled at the council. Maybe it's not obvious. Ambu cat, so why did you take those files? Naruto, maybe they want Tsunade to discover everything. If she continued possessing him, sooner or later she would find out. I'm not as stupid as you think. Naruto gets mad red eyes and Remember what your position is towards your commander, he said with the voice of the Kyuubi cat Ambutis. Sorry, that was not my intention, but he was looking at him. What will he do with the files? Naruto, I have them saved for your information. His eyes turned blue again. But so many questions Ambu cat, that's to be safe, only with your permission I leave and disappear in a jump, and Naruto went to where his companions were waiting for them. Kakashi, what happened? Naruto, my problem, he said as he began to walk in front, along with the man. Now I understand, he murmured a little, while the others looked at him. End of the flashback. Naruto, it turns out that there are two sides. She was listening sincerely. Apparently the Ambus are supporting something that the council does not want you to know. Tsunade, those damn ones said, while squeezing his hands tightly as you began to suspect everything. This Naruto, when I became an Ambu, she looked at it at first. They gave me a written exam, I answered all of them, but there was one that caught my attention. It said in which side would I be on the one of the box. She was surprised by what I see. You don't, did you know anything about that? She nods. When I saw that for the first time, I had doubts that I was going to take the Okage side, but I decided to change. In the end, I chose the Tsunade Council because I did. If I asked her, it would be Naruto. You know perfectly well that I am always in your favor since you always think about others and the village. She nods, but at that moment it came to my mind when the council elected Danzo. How are you in Cage? I know perfectly well that that was not a good decision. That intrigued me a little, so I didn't want to make a mistake and chose the side of the Tsunade Council. I understand, Naruto. While I was taking the written exam, I listened a little about what some of the Ambus who were supervising me were talking about. I concentrated a little chakra in my ears, and I realized that I still didn't have any Commander Tsunade, in that you are right. After the fourth war, one didn't choose anyone to be my right-hand man. Naruto, yes. When I heard that, I tried hard to pass all the tests to perfection and finish them in the shortest time possible, with the hope that you would choose me to be your right hand, which turned out she agrees happily. Naruto, but after that talk I had with that Anu before leaving, I felt that I couldn't trust him. After 2 days after we left the village, I moved a little away from my companions, called a summons and created a flashback clone. All the shinobi were resting. Naruto got up and saw that the others were sleeping, or that's what they seemed to be, since he realized that in reality he was not. He moved quite far from the others. He made a summons, calling 2 toads, one yellow and the other red. Yellow toad. Why did Naruto call us? Naruto, I want you to do me a favor, create a clone. Naruto takes out a scroll from his ninja bag and puts it inside her. Apparently it was useful for me to learn this type of seal when I went to train at Mount Yoku to learn the Senin mode. She sees the yellow toad, 10, hands him the scroll. The toad grabs it with his tongue and hides it in his mouth. I want you to go to my house. Once inside, open the scroll for the clone to appear. The toad nods and disappears in a jump. Red toad, what do I have to do? Naruto-sama. Naruto, don't tell me. Naruto-sama, I find it strange. Red toad, okay. Naruto-sama, the blonde had a drop of sweat on his head. Naruto, you're good at infiltration. No. Red toad, of course, it's one of my best skills. Praise Blue, smile. Naruto, well, I want you to spy on the Konoha Council. They're surely up to something, and I don't think it's something good. I want you to listen to is the smallest detail. Red toad, I understand, count on me. He disappeared in a jump, and Praises Blue returned to where the others were. Kakashi. Naruto. Praises Blue leans against a tree while looking at the ground. Something is happening to you. He just ignored it. Naruto, let's rest. He lay down on the tree and looked at the sky. Hinata. Naruto, without him. Naruto, I said everyone was looking at them. Let's rest. He closed his eyes and turned the other way. Well, in the Konoha village, the toad was in Naruto's residence. He went to the logic room Blue and took out the scroll that he had hidden in his mouth. Concentrated Yide chakra and the clone that the blonde had created appeared. Naruto clone, well, he approaches where the poster was and takes out all the files. Well, he makes a position of his hands. He creates exact copies of all the files. And he puts them back in the hole in the wall. I feel tied by the poster and then look at the toad. I want you to stay a moment to see if anyone shows up. You can put me back in the role while I'm inside sorting out the files. The toad nods and puts them in the clone inside the scroll, along with the files, and hides. As ordered. End of the flashback. Tsunade, I understand. And well, Naruto gets up and takes out the poster where there was a large hole in the wall. She approached and noticed that there was nothing. Naruto, it seems like my intuition was right. He bites his finger. He makes a position with his hands and touches the ground, and a toad appears. You can give me the scroll. The yellow toad takes the scroll out of his mouth. Naruto concentrates chakra, making it appear. The clone with the files leaves them on the bed and disappears, making him receive all the information. They are already organized, and it is not good at all. Tsunade begins to open the files and read everything they said, while Sasuke and Sakura continued spying on what Naruto was doing. He stops and turns to see them. Naruto, stop, they've been following me all day. Sakura, we won't stop doing it until you tell us what's happening to you. Just like what you know with Tsunade-sama, Naruto said as he approached her. Why do you want to know? He looks at both of them. It's something She and I are not something that concerns you, Sasuke. We are not interested. I want to know what is happening, and you know perfectly well that you can trust us. Naruto, trust. I don't trust you. Both were surprised to hear that you have been hiding something from me for a long time and they never told me, just like the others. Sakura. What are you talking about? In that Naruto disappears. Sasuke clone at what moment and remembered something. That damn must have been when he went to the bathroom all this time. He was taking us away from his house. Sakura saw Sasuke. Look, that secret won't be Sasuke's. I don't think he's not as smart as he seems. Sakura, maybe you're right, but if he finds out about Hinata, what are we doing? Sasuke, calm down, he hasn't discovered it yet, but I'm intrigued by all this about Tsunade. Something is hiding from us. They were both chatting, but they didn't realize that a certain person was listening to them. While at Rubio's house, Tsunade was sitting in the dining room looking at nothing when Naruto appeared with a bottle of tea and served her in a glass, which she accepted. Tsunade, those unfortunates. Now I understand why they were incomplete when I received them. Look at the blue ear. But how did you notice the rest? Naruto, when I started receiving the files from the Ambu, one of them was about something else which caught my attention. I asked the Ambu what he gave me what this file was about, and he quickly snatched it from me. She was still listening. At first I disowned him, which he apologized full of fear. He smiled just like Tsunade, but I suspected he created a clone to follow him without being detected, and I saw how he threw the file into a trash can quite far from Konoha. When I approached, I saw all this pointing to the files already read by Tsunade. Tsunade, I understand, but how will we face them? Naruto, don't worry, I have a plan, but… He became extremely serious, which she noticed. There is a possibility that they banish me from the village. She was surprised by what Tsunade said. You know perfectly well that I will not allow it. Naruto, thank you, but the council always has a vote and most of the other clans have always supported the council. Tsunade cursed Naruto. Well, now the next thing she look at him, he bit his finger again. He touched the ground and a red toad appeared. Naruto-sama turns to look at the Ajum. Honey, Tsunade-sama, they both nod. Naruto, well, he caught the toad's gaze. Now, tell us what you discovered, Red Toad. Yes, he gets serious. Though the elders of the council have hired a large army of shinobi outside of Konoha, both were surprised. They plan to attack in 2.5 months. Tsunade hopes to attack, who in Konoha? The toad nods. Naruto, those damn ones squeezed his hand with continuous force. Red Toad, oh, when the shinobi attack Konoha, look at Tsunade, they will send the Ambu to escort her. Will you send the other shinobi too? Defend the affected areas and confront the others. She nods, but the Sambu that will be escorted will attack her. Naruto snapped the bottle out of the fury he had, and you Naruto-sama, he looks at you, you have something planned, but they have no idea what to do. You are an Ambu, he nods. I understand a little being an Ambu, and from what I see you are the commander under the supervision of the Okage. Both of them, I nodded, it's quite complicated for them. I don't know what method they have to betray him, but one thing is certain, they plan to extract the Kbai from you. But if it doesn't work, they will kill you without caring about the Kbai. Naruto, I understand those unfortunates, both Tsunade and Naruto thought. Until he heard. Something occurred to Blue. Do you know where that Red Toad ninja army is? I know that they hired renegade ninjas from several villages that defected, but I know that they will meet near the border of the country of lightning. That's all, Naruto. Thank you, you can leave. The toad nods and disappears in a bowl of smoked. Tsunade, those damned Naruto Abachan. She looks at her. The feudal lord, when she went to it was just to talk about the economy, right? She nods. And how the village is doing about the money. Tsunade, we have enough, but lately I have noticed that it has dropped drastically, which worries me. Naruto, if this continues like this, all the shinobi of Konoha will have to do rank A's missions and the genin of rank C or B. Tsunade, you are right, and we will surely have casualties to defend ourselves when that attack begins. Those damn ones have planned everything. Naruto, you are right. HPF, how ironic. She looks at him. The fourth war recently ended and now another one is coming for Konoha. It seems like it will have no end, but she gets up from the chair. That doesn't mean it's impossible to stop her. Tsunade, you have something planned. Naruto, something, but I'm not entirely sure it will work. I will need time for this, and lately some Ambu have been following me and watching every move I make. Tsunade, what do you need? Naruto, time, but I have a problem. She gets up and leans on the wall looking at him. It's the others now. With all this that we discovered, they will surely want to get involved in the middle and complicate things for us. Tsunade, you mean Sasuke and the others? He felt reluctantly. Because you can trust them. No, Naruto, I don't trust them. She is surprised. I know perfectly well that she knows how to lie, which she didn't trust Tsunade. But why? Naruto, I don't want to talk about it, but if they find out, you know how they are. Sasuke is a little temperamental. Sakura, maybe Yada is shy, which if they suspect her they will get everything out of her in a single instant. Shikamaru could help us, but something tells me that is not the right thing to do. Tsunade, so what? So from there he looks. He has been Ambu at the hands of D'Anzo before he could help you. He denied. Naruto, you are right, I can trust him, but I want you to send him to do an aerial survey to know the exact position of the Tsunade army. I understand. Sai, surely we will be almost bankrupt with the money with the attack inside 2 months, and the surveillance they have on you complicates things a lot. For the moment we won't be Able to make any move Naruto. Well, when they start having problems with the money, let me know. She feels like always we will act as if there never was this Tsunade talk. Yes. She leaves the dining room and goes for the door. If you need something Naruto, I know, I'll let you know. She nods happily. She opens the door to leave and she found that Sakura and Sasuke were behind the door. Tsunade, what are they doing here? Sakura excuse me Tsunade-sama, but we're a little worried about what's happening lately. She was not interrupted. Naruto, I already told you that it is none of your business. The three looked at Naruto and he looked at them with a cold look, and I suggest you stop interfering. Sasuke, I will not do it until you tell us what is happening. Naruto was interrupted. I'm tired of you always bothering me by following me. Don't you understand that I want to be alone? I don't want to see any of you, Sakura and Naruto said, amazed by what she heard. And Naruto saw Tsunade. Naruto Abachan, I'm leaving the village for 2 weeks. I don't want to see anyone at the moment. Sasuke and Sakura were surprised. Because of that, Tsunade saw him and realized the message. Tsunade, no. Sakura and Sasuke smiled. Will be a month. They were both surprised again, and Naruto just smiled. Because of what I see, you are quite upset. In fact, I don't know what your problems are with them, but I want you to calm down. Naruto, thank you Oben, but I don't want that. Much better. It will be 3 weeks later. I'll be back. She nods. See you. She says goodbye, and the others were still surprised. Chapter 13. Tsunade left the Blue Logic House. Sasuke and Sakura were still surprised by what he said a moment ago. His partner wanted to leave Konoha for a while without seeing anyone. Sakura, Naruto, you're not serious? No, he just ignored him and started to close the door. Sasuke, wait. He stopped inches from closing it. What's wrong with you? Because everything, tell me this secret. Naruto long and closed the door, leaving them outside the Blue Logic residence. Sakura, Sasuke, I don't want it to happen again. He looks at him. I don't want my friends to be separated again. Not again, she said, very worried. Sasuke, Sakura already passed a day after that meeting with his teen. Naruto got up at 6 in the morning before the sun rose. He put on his clothes while he created a clone to leave the village, and if he had the possibility for the others to see, that would be better for his point from sight. The Ambu disappeared in a red flash. While the clone left his house with a backpack, once heading to the grand entrance of Konoha, he saw that in front was Team 7 and 10, Ino, Choji and Shikamaru waiting for him. Apparently he passed by, ignoring him. But they stood in front of him. Shikamaru, Naruto, he looks at him and stops. You really plan to leave? I just looked at him coldly and no, we won't let you go. Naruto, I have the authorization of the Hokage. I don't care what they say, and don't keep insisting. He started walking, ignoring him completely. Choji, Naruto, wait. He looks at him. Why are you leaving? You must have a reason to do it. Shikamaru, Chow hi. He's right. What's happening? Sasuke and Sakura told me all the secrets they keep. Tula Hokage, Naruto, Shikamaru, always so smart. No, he looks at him, but that intelligence also makes you partly a fraud and fake. Shikamaru, what do you mean? Naruto, I'm not going to continue talking to you. He looked ahead and saw that 3 people were approaching that he recognized immediately. Gara, hello Naruto. They both shake hands and greet each other. I see that you're leaving. You have a mission or something? Naruto, no. I'm going out to explore for a while. What are you doing here? Gara, I have to talk to the Hokage about certain topics. That Naruto shouted because he noticed something, and the rest of us arched an eyebrow. We can talk just for a while, Gara. I don't have a problem, he said with some hesitation, and they walked away from the others. Sasuke, what's going on? He said as he watched the Redite and the blonde walk away and start talking. Shikamaru, SHH, I caught Tamari's attention. Do you know what's going on? You mean Shikamaru? Naruto has been acting strange lately and plans to go out of business at some point. You know what's wrong with him? I see that it's normal with you. Tamari, I'm not going to tell you. She said something upset. Shikamaru, why Tamari? You've known this for a long time, and he walked away to be with his brother the Sekage. And well, what's happening? Gara, there are Tamari problems. What kind of problems? Naruto, listen, they both look at him right now. I'm a clone. The original is in the Hokage Tower. When I leave the village I will disappear and my original self will receive all the information and you'll see in the Hokage's office. Gara, I understand, the others know the reason why you're leaving. He denied. Naruto, it's not better this way if they meddle. I would pray things. Ob-chan noticed that last night, and that way I will have more time to think everything. They looked at him with doubt. I will tell them once inside the tower. They nodded and approached the others. Well, see you. Gara smiled and they just nodded. Gara, take care, said Felicia, and Blue Logie left the village. Well, Kankuro, Tamari, let's go. They nodded and went towards the tower. Sasuke, curse, began to walk to leave, being accompanied by Sakura. Shikamaru, what a problem. What's going on? Tsunade was with a large piece of paperwork on the table. They knocked on the door. He gave them permission to come in, and he saw that it was Tsunade's case. Tsunade, Gara, it's nice to see you. He nods. Black, okay, here we all lock the door, close the windows and place a seal of silence. Tsunade, what's happening? She saw that the Ambu lowered his hood and mask. Naruto, you, Naruto, don't worry, they know it. She nods. Well, look at the red-haired man. I want to know. What did they talk about with the feudal lord and Tuna? Gara, why did Naruto and Tsunade tell everything and they understood? I understand. I see that they have a big problem. Don't worry, I will help you. They were listening. He said that Konoha would soon be in crisis with money. Talk about the topic again since they asked me to. Tsunade nods since she knew it. She told me that for at least about 2 weeks she would constantly lower her money. Both Naruto and Tsunade were listening to Naruto, that's just why they came. It's not for anything else. Gaara and Suna, they asked me to give them a loan so that they can level out with the economy, and today I have come to talk about it again. Naruto, they even have the nerve to ask for alms. Well, I'll respond to everything they tell you. Gaara, are you sure? Tsunade. Naruto, he looks at you, you are right to oppose you like me, but think about the village. If it continues like this will fall into crisis. And it was interrupted. Naruto, but we may be the same. Let's see how much that army has paid them to attack us, and if they are borrowing money from us, we will be the same. Tsunade, well, you're right about that. Naruto, don't care. Yesterday I was thinking a little, and I know where to get without asking. Sunagara, where? Naruto, of mine. The four of them are surprised. Tsunade, what are you talking about? It's your money. No, Naruto, don't care. I have enough since I started working as an ambu. I have had a great salary, and since I have been working for so long, I don't have the time to spend it. Tsunade, yes, but Naruto, plus she looks at her. Yesterday at my house I don't have much. Just what I need since I was a child, since I became a genin, and I returned with my training with Hero Sennin. I have not spent a single penny, except what is necessary. Practically you could say that I have money for my entire life without Tsunade working. Are you sure? Naruto, yes, don't make a problem of it. Besides, this is more important than my money. No, Gaara, I see that you have it fixed on your own. Naruto, not at all. They look at it. Despite being Commander Andu, there are certain people who watch me which I can't do much. Gaara, I understand what you need to know. Naruto, I need time. I have several things to do, and being watched makes it quite complicated for me. Gaara, how much time do you need? Naruto, at least 2 weeks minimum without distraction. Gaara, well, then I will tell the council to lend me the Akuro, or if they both look at it with it, you will have the necessary time. No, Naruto, thanks, you saved me from a big one. I will be packing what I need. Look at Tsunade, I will not be far from Konoha. I will send you, I will make an invocation to know where I am, and tell me if anything has changed lately. Tsunade, yes, rest assured. He heard. Blue puts on the mask and the white hood. Black Wolf, well, I'm leaving. Cancel the silent seals and disappear in a red flash. Tsunade, really, thank you very much for everything. Gaara, there's no reason, we're friends, he said happily as he left the place. Tsunade, well, I hope everything turns out, he said while looking out the window. They passed one day. The Black Wolf had received information to accompany the Kakahe Asuna from the council, which he accepted. The Ambid was walking through the village carrying a backpack, and at his side he was together with the Kakahe Tamari and Kankuro. Once they passed the great gate of Konoha to retreat, they walked for more than 3 hours, and the Ambu stopped looking at the 3 Black Wolf. Really, thank you for everything. Gaara, no problem. I want to know what you needed. Time for Black Wolf, I have to learn a certain technique that will help me a lot with this war approaching. It is quite dangerous, since I can do it only once. If I don't die. The 3 were surprised, which I want to concentrate these 2 weeks reading each step so I can do it properly and without Tamari failures. But if you say you can do it once is not dangerous when you complete it and use it. Black Wolf has your right, but it's mine up my sleeve. It's Konoha, which is in danger because of the Gaara Council. If you need anything, just let us know. Naruto takes off his mask and white cape. Naruto doesn't care, they already did more than enough with all of this. When it's all over, let's make a meeting to have something for lunch, since we have never eaten together. No, he said smiling, and the others did the same. Gaara, well, it's a promise. They shake hands again. Naruto, see you and thank you for everything. He disappears in a jump, and the Zuna shinobi begin to make their tour. Praises Blue, he was jumping from tree to tree, moving a little away from Konoha. He knew a perfect place to be quiet. It was a forest, not so big nor so small, but no one passed by there since it was not a very busy place. Once he arrived, she lowered the backpack, she opened it, she took out a scroll, she created several clones, and they began to read it. A week has passed since Naruto left the village. Tsunade was in the office doing her duty. She received several files from Shizune, and she noticed that the Konoha money, it was going down as Gaara had said a long time ago. Luckily, before she received that information, Naruto sent her a summons with the exact information he had about where he was, and her din. She felt happy, but in part she was also very uncomfortable about using the money from Naruto. The blue ear was in the forest. There were more than 30 clones reading each part of the technique, and he was mostly focused on that, but out of nowhere a slug appeared in a ball of smoke. Naruto, Kitsayu, what are you doing here? Kitsayu, I come to bring you a message from Tsunade-sama. Naruto-kun nods and says that what the Kakahe had said was right. The money is declining. Naruto, with what step? Well, thank you for everything. Kitsayu, you also want to know what you are doing? Naruto-kun, Naruto, right, she doesn't know I said it. Tell him that I am learning something so that he will help us a lot in the war. If I talk to him about the technique, he will worry a lot. The slug nods and disappears in a poof. Oh, he started complaining about a headache while he was spinning on the floor. I had forgotten that this used to happen, he said while holding his head. Well, now I understand it much better, but I will keep trying again, create 30 clones, and start reading again. The technique size for a week, and I return as an Ambu 2 for Naruto to return that remaining week, in which I can use it. One was left thinking while the other clones continued reading, maybe I just trained, but doing it as an Ambu would suspect something good. I'll see what I'll do, and he began to read again like the other clones. 3 days later, Naruto had already learned the perfection of the technique, and his steps had called his invocation the Red Toad to look for something, since something occurred to him that would benefit him a lot when he has to face the rabbit. Spent the last 4 days training and returning to the village as Ambu in the Hokage's office. Tsunade was in front of the Temu. She was about to send them on a mission, but before that happened the Ambu Kurookami appeared and I jumped out of the window, attracting everyone's gaze. Tsunade, you're back. How did it go? Ella, she's happy. Look at the Temu. Black Wolf, what's happening? He said while looking at the team. Oh wait, Tsunade. I'm going to send them on a mission. Despite everything, we still have to do it. No. Do you think? Teammate raised an eyebrow to see how the Ambu asked the Hokage of everything. Black Wolf, I understand later. I want to talk to you alone. He got down from the window and leaned against the wall. Tsunade, well, look at the rest. I want them to go to a village about Konoha 5 months ago. We made a pact with her, and I want to know how it goes, because we have not received any information about it. Black Wolf, that village you are talking about, she looks at it like the others, is the same one I went to do an alliance. She nods. I understand. Tsunade, well, you can go. Everyone nodded and left, leaving both of them alone. Well, what did you want to tell me? Black Wolf, I want you to call out Tsunade. It is so that I can know the position of the others. No, the Ambu feels good. I will request it, and I will send for let him do an aerial exploration of the Black Wolf and tell him what he sees to keep it a secret. For now, I will be doing other things. She nods. Tsunade. What will we do when the Black Wolf attack starts? Don't worry, I already have a plan, but first I want to know who Ambu is on our side. And that of the council, and the Ambu disappears in a red flash. Tsunade, I hope everything turns out. He makes a position of his hands and touches the ground, looking like a babua. I want you to call Sai immediately. Kitsayu. Tsunade sama, and disappeared in a ball of smoke. Chapter 14. The Black Wolf was in his office looking at the files he had on the table. He saw that there were quite a few. But only Sai created 3 clones, and everyone began to organize them and save them. Giving them accordingly once everything was done made them disappear and began to grab all the reports from the others. Ambu. Black Wolf, well, let's see. While in the Hokage's office, Tsunade was sitting in her chair while in front of her was Sai. Both of them looked at each other, and Sai just felt strange. Tsunade, I want you to go near the border of the country of lightning and do an aerial examination. Sai, that's just why. Tsunade, listen, what I'm going to tell you will be highly secret and I don't want you to tell anyone. I understand it all. At that, Sai get serious. I count on me. Hokage sama. Tsunade, a long time ago, I noticed several things that the council has been hiding from me, and one of them is that very soon there will be a war in Konoha. Sai is surprised. Remember what I told you? Sai, I don't know. I will tell no one, but someone else knows about this. Tsunade, only 3 people, Kurookami, you and me. This will be a secret of the 3, only it became clear if Sai understood. I leave immediately. She nods, and Sai leaves the room, closing the door. In an instant he appears the Ambu through the window. Black Wolf, now I understand why Iro-Senin came in like this, haha, and well, what do you think about it there? Tsunade promised not to tell anyone. Black Wolf, very well, and now we just have to wait. Tsunade, did you find out something? Black Wolf, yes, nothing good. Tsunade, I understand. Look to the village through the window, just like the Ambu. Black Wolf, how strange. No, she looks at him. Everyone in the village knows nothing of what is happening except for the 2 of us, and at this moment I would like to feel like them, she said happily. Well, the Ajum, honey, I looked at him. Tsunade, HPF, you are right. Look at the village again, but thanks to your discovery, we will be able to face them and solve all this problem. Black Lob, well, in part you are right. How it has been lately. When I left Tsunade, I think you already know I started writing down the fall of money, and if it continues like this, I will have to use yours. I don't feel comfortable with that, but you would keep insisting that I do it, so I don't want to argue. The Ambu smiles, but if they continue like this, I will have to give high-rank missions to the Black Wolf. Shinobis, yes, well, he moves away from the window and leans against the wall. There's no need to think about that for now we just have to wait. It's been a week since Kurookami returned to the village. Praises Blue, more like a clone since it appeared in a flash. Read that he had left near the entrance. He entered Konoha with a backpack. The guards greeted him, and he just nodded. After that, Naruto entered his residence. He left the backpack in the dining room and disappeared in a puff, making the original receive that information, which I smiled. Black Wolf, well, he stretches. Finally, I will be able to sleep in my apartment. I did not feel comfortable sleeping all this time in my office, he said while looking at his office, and a red flash disappears, appearing in his room. He takes off his clothes and puts them in the closet. Look around him, and I noticed that there was a lot of dust. Naruto hasn't been home for 3 weeks, and it's all dirty. First, I'll go to the tower. so they can see that I'm back. He leaves his apartment and starts walking through the village. While he was heading to the tower, he was very thoughtful. What to do. There was about a month and a half left before the attack on Konoha occurred, which there were moments in which he got quite stressed. Some people saw him. While he was just immersed in his thoughts about everything and something took him out of there. Sakura gives Naruto him. He looks at her and saw that she was together with Sasuke no Shikamaru Choji Niji and Tenten. You came back. It's good that she just smiled, but a little sad and just kept walking. Wait Naruto, what do you want? I looked at her in the eyes and she was very nervous, which she didn't. Speak if you don't have nothing to say, don't stop me, and kept walking until I heard her say it again. Sakura, we can talk somewhere else, Naruto, because not here. Here is the same thing. Tell me once and for all. Hey, look at her, don't be like that with her after all, keep going. Being your friend, she didn't say anything and looked at her again. Sakura-s, just promise me you won't leave. I don't want us to be separated again. We team 7. I don't want that, Naruto said sadly. Sakura, it hurt him to see that it's true. He was angry with everyone, but a part of him doesn't like seeing his friends like that. He was pretty angry for hiding Hinata and Kiba, but a small part of him felt bad for doing this to his friends. He loves them, but seeing his best friend he didn't like that way at all. Listen, I didn't finish speaking because 15 Ambus appeared in front of Naruto. What's happening? He said while he saw it, and not, what's happening? He said while looking at the number of Ambus, just like the rest of the Ambu cat. Uzumaki Naruto. He was looking at us right now. Naruto just looked at them and realized that they were concentrating more chakra than normal Naruto's size. Before starting he looked at them and the others were listening. Someone prefers to retire for a while in silence. There were the blue logic companions. He didn't understand what they were talking about. I meant I understand. Or an Ambu. He began to run to attack him. Blue Praise jumped and 3 Ambus jumped throwing kunai. Blue Praise created clones in the air surrounding him receiving the impact of the kunai and they disappeared. Naruto quickly grabbed a and that a clone had stuck in him and landed on his feet, looking at them. Sasuke, what's happening? Shikamaru, I don't know, he said surprised. Just like the others, Naruto started running. He approached an Ambu. He tried to attack him, but the Ambu jumped dodging the attack. 2 appeared next to Naruto to stab him with a kunai and into his ribs. Naruto, he threw it to the ground quickly, with the result that the 2 Ambus stabbed each other and fell to the ground dead. Naruto stood up, saw a wooden staff at one side and grabbed it, quickly appeared behind an Ambus and began to orc it while his back was turned. Staff, the 12 Ambus formed a circle while Lilia Azal watched them as he choked one Ambu cat. Let him go immediately, Naruto ordered. Apparently he is the leader of this attack. I will do it if you lower your weapons. All the Ambus looked at each other and he heard blue. More pressure with a stick leaving him without air. Then he killed him. The Ambu tried to get away, but he couldn't. Little by little he stops moving in order to be dead. What a great team they are, letting a teammate die. They are worse than scum. In that Naruto breaks the staff in half, with his knee having a half in each hand. Cat Ambu, everything is for the good of Konoha. Unfortunate Naruto of Konoha. Or the council. The others heard that surprised since they didn't know anything about it. Sasuke, what are they talking about? Shikamaru, maybe it's what Tsunade and Naruto have been hiding all this time. Sakura, what? Look at Naruto, we have to help him. I don't finish talking because I heard how the Ambu started talking. Ambu cat. I'm not interested in what you think. I don't care if you're my commander, Kuro or Kami. The others were surprised when he said that nickname. Naruto, well, lack of respect for your commander would leave you alive, but surely you have a seal that prevents you from speaking, and if you do you will die. He gets into a fighting position, so I will save myself the trouble, and I will kill you. Cat Ambu, I won't let you see everything I don't finish talking as Naruto quickly appeared in front of him, stabbing one of the staffs into Naruto's chest. I'm tired of listening to you, Yuka. I'm dead. Naruto concentrates chakra in his left arm and throws the other half at another Ambu, washing him in the stomach. Naruto, look at those who remain, and they retreated. What's wrong? Did they not want to kill their commander? Grabbed the sword that the Ambu cat had and pointed at them. Then I will make the first move. Appeared in front of 1-3 took his side and they threw 3 fireballs. Naruto quickly jumped over the fireball, appearing behind the 3 Ambu and the Mata with the sword cutting their necks. Praises blue. He saw the 6, which seemed strange to him since 1 was missing. He felt a presence behind and he saw that the Ambula was about to cut with his sword. Naruto dodges it but rips the orange jacket and shirt at the same time. The blonde takes off and throws away the torn jacket and shirt, leaving his torso bare. His companion saw that he had a Shikamaru tattoo on his left shoulder. That tattoo, everyone really looked at it. Naruto is cool, Akami. But why, Naruto? I'm already tired of all this. He praises blue, concentrating chakra on both feet and went at great speed to the 7 that remained with a single movement, cutting his stomach with a little saber. Soon the Ambus were falling dead. He just stopped and saw them lying on the ground. If they attack me, it means that they are already on the move, and he began to run quickly towards the lockage tower. Sasuke, Naruto, wait. He didn't stop and the others started to follow him. He heard blue, he saw in front of him. The tower saw the window where the Okage's office is and took a big jump, entering quickly. She saw him arching an eyebrow. Tsunade Naruto, who noticed that he had blood stains on his pants and his torso was bare. Naruto passed you. The council started to act. She was surprised some ambus attacked me and wanted to kill me. I sigh. At that the others entered through the door. Tun just came back a moment ago. He just left. He saw the people who were among them. You were there and Naruto saw him. Naruto sigh. He was looking at him. Did you discover the position of the enemy? Sigh. What? But yes Naruto, it is no longer the time. The talk. I am Kurokami. Now tell me the exact position of that Sai army. I understand. I saw a large amount. It is to the west of Konoha. If you continue straight you will find them. They listened to him and they didn't understand almost anything. Naruto quickly takes out a map from Tsunade's desk. Naruto, tell me exactly where Sai is. Feel and point out all this when you saw it. Sai 3 days ago. Naruto. That means they are 1 day from here. Damn, he shouted with fury and hit the desk hard. Tsunade, those damn Sakura. Tsunade Sama. She looks at him. What is happening? Now is not the time. Listen, they were looking at him. Well, the blue logic was my running out the window, thinking maybe less than 24 hours they will attack Konoha. Everyone was surprised when Shikamaru said that. Why Naruto didn't tell us before? If we had said it everyone would look at him. You would raise more suspicions and the council would notice it. If fewer people knew about it. Better look at Tsunade. I'll be right back. He disappears in a red flash and the others were surprised. Sakura. Actually Naruto was Kurokami for Tsunade. It was 5 months ago. They were looking at him. I don't know the reason why he didn't tell me. He made me promise not to. Nobody would say they were looking at her. Listen, this is not the time for this. If you want to know, ask him. Pao did not finish speaking since Naruto appeared with his U clothing and his mask in his hand. Only the Ambua feels you crazy. How do you think? Naruto, remember what I told him. You don't have to worry. Look at the others, all of you. I want you to get Tsunade out of here. Immediately take her to a safe place. I suggest training ground number 7. Sakura. What? But if there they will attack us easily. Shikamaru. No. They look at it. Naruto, you are right. If we are in that place we will be better than the closed place. It will be a wide place and we will be able to know if they will come just by seeing them. Sasuke. But there are the trees and Naruto. Sakura. She looks at him. I want you to call Kakashi Lee and the others. Nei has the Byakugan. He will be able to detect them easily. She nods. He looks at him. Try to take the villagers to the refuge. If you see Kono Amari, I'll let him help you. He nods and disappears in a jump. Chant and praises Blue gives him a kuna and 2-pointed Tsunade and she receives it with this. I will be able to appear near you. Concentrate chakra as her hand turns it into a fist and breaks the wall. Exit through here. If you leave inside the tower you will meet other ambus that are under the command of the council and disappears in a red flash. Tsunade already know what to do. Sakura went out of the window like the others and they began to escort Tsunade towards training ground number 7. 4 hours passed. It was getting dark. Naruto was quite far from Konoha. He kept jumping from tree to tree until he stopped suddenly and looked around. It was a large place ideal for a battle. So he created several clones and they disappeared in a jump except for one that was next to him. Naruto, well, they will prepare what is necessary for the battle, he said. Well, he watched how the clones were hiding several 2-pronged kunai under the ground surrounding the entire field. It will take a while. Look at the clone that was next to him. If they start to appear, he disappears. Stick a kunai into the ground. I will appear in this place. The clone nods. The original disappears in a red flash and the clone concentrates to detect the enemy's chakra. It occurred to him to use the seeming mode to make it easier. When he activated it, he realized that in the distance they were in line with some speed. Clone Naruto, in less than an hour they will be here. Everyone hurry up. The other clones nodded while they continued sticking the kunai into the ground while in the training ground number if Tsunade was standing in the middle while being protected by Kakashi Gai Kenai Sakura Sasuke Nei Tenten Rogal Inada Kibashi no Shikamaru no Ichaji Nei. They are coming attracted everyone's gaze and saw that he had the Byakugan activated. Hinata, there are more than 70 ambus that are coming, he said while looking with sub-Yugan around him. Tsunade, I understand. Everyone get ready, he said while in front of everyone a large number of ambus appeared looking to the shinobi who protected Tsunade. Kakashi, why are they doing all this? What reason do they have for attacking the Okage Ambu Fox? That is something that does not concern you. Attack Tsunade will only bring us problems in the future. Kakashi, what kind of problems are you talking about? And that appears a certain Ambu in a red flash with other ambus that were touching his shoulder. Black Wolf, apparently I arrived just in time. I look at the ambus that were in front and I look at the others. I see that they did what I told them. Kakashi, blonde hair, that boy says you. Naruto, the only one nods. Since when you are Black Wolf, there is no time to explain. I look at the Ambu. Hinata, Naruto-kun said, amazed to see her boyfriend turned into an Ambu Kiba all this time. Naruto, was that Kurokami? Muttered surprised while looking at Kurokami from Konoha. Ambu Cat, really? You were right Kurokami, said Apili Ambu Violetta, who was next to the commander Jaya Ambu. Really, I haven't worn this costume for a long time, said an Ambu who was looking at the commander. I hope you keep your promises to have me. Dang, the commander just nodded. They must already imagine. Who is he? Kakashi, you Yugao Enko. I thought you had retired. Black Wolf. I saw the files of the former Ambu from before, and I remembered that they plus the one who is on the way are loyal to the Okage. Tsunade the other, and that appears in Ambu with a mask. Bear Ambu Bear. I already took care of the civilians, commander. The Black Wolf nodded, and everyone recognized that voice. See voice. I never thought I would wear this costume after being under the orders of Danzo. Black Wolf. Well done. Look ahead. I say that voice. The Ambu Bear nods, and I look at all the Ambus under the command of the Bamboo Crow Council. Ha, they are just veterans. No, you will stop us with this, commander. The last thing he said with mockery. Black Wolf sighs. They never taught you to have manners, and who said that they are veterans? Even though they left the squad hus, they are much stronger than you. If you want to check it, why don't you attack us? He said, smiling, and the red eyes became visible. Chapter 15. The four Ambu that protected the Okage. Like the other shinobi, made combat positions in front of the great army of Ambu, under the command of the rabbit. The commander looked at every detail of his opponents, but he began to speak. Black Wolf. Before starting, everyone looked at him. I want to know something, because they are under the command of the Bamboo Crow Council, because we would have to tell you, Black Wolf, if they are only attacking the Okage, and why they have hired a large corrupt army to attack Konoha, in that the Ambu Raven is surprised. They must have a reason to do it. Cuervo Ambu. How did you know about him? Black Wolf. You don't have to underestimate your commander, he said, smiling as he looked at him. Cuervo Ambu. You're a damn. I'm not going to tell you anything. Black Wolf. I know I was just talking to distract you. Crow Ambu. What out of nowhere was heard in the sky? Racing Shuriken. Everyone looked up and saw a clone doing a Racing Shuriken. Throw it, an impact in the middle of Ambu's army, annihilating a large amount. Crow Ambu. Meldy did not finish speaking, since he saw as there was a sword in his chest. He spits blood. Black Wolf, you should never let your guard down. He takes it out and the opponent falls dead. The violet-haired Ambu cat appeared behind one and cut his neck. He quickly appeared in front of one and stabbed the sword into his chest. The stomach then looked at another chakra center on his sword, wrapping it in electricity. He pointed it at it, and a lightning bolt came out from the tip, electrocuting, only making him scream until he fell dead. Jai Ambu, I won't stay behind. Snakes came out of the sleeves that went to some Ambus and immobilized them. Style Fire Jutsu. Fireball Kaiten Gakak. One jutsu threw them at them and burned them alive, just like the snakes that surrounded them. Soon, some Ambus appeared behind her to attack her, but she saw how 4 ink lions bit them to death. Thank you, she said. Well, the Ambu Bear nodded while he continued drawing and created 2 big men made of inks that just by looking at them, the ink men were quite strong. They went for some, one kicked an Ambu, and the other hit another Ambu with his fist. 3 Ambu. They jumped. Well, the 2 giant ink men saw them. They jumped to be at the same height, to be one on the left of the 3 Ambu, and the other on the right. The 2 big ink men gave a big punch to the Ambu at the same time, crushing it. Ino and Incredible said while watching how the veteran Ambus fought with the council Ambus, and then Kuro Okami appears next to them. Black Wolf, Kakashi, Tenten both look at him. I will create several clones. I will make some Ambus touch in the river. They both see the river that he was on the side, and you electrocute him. The Ambu look at the Kunoichi. You have the sword? No, she nods. She takes out a scroll and the sword comes out of it. I see that you kept it, and you got him a sheath. Of course, I don't like to leave my instruments unattended. He just nod. Black Wolf, you know how to use it? No, she nods. Well. She makes a hand position and creates more than 6 clones. They took a big leap to be behind some of them. They started attacking them and little by little they approached the river. Sasuke used a fireball to make them. They jumped towards the river. Kakashi concentrated chakra in his hand and was enveloped in electricity. Just as with his sword, they both touched the water, but the Ambus jumped to be sure gave him. The Ambus looked up and saw that he was gay, and the Kjaws begged for supposed gay sensei. Shouted and both of them hit the Ambus with their foot so that they fell into the river and were electrocuted to death. My flames of youth are burning. Gay sensei gay, that's what they call it, and they began to attack the other Ambus renegades. Black Wolf, thank you and don't do that again. The others dropped a drop of sweat on Sakura Tsunade's head. He looked at them and crushed them. Both Kunoichi smiled. They both concentrated chakra in their hand. They hit the ground hard and from it they grabbed a large rock and threw them. At the same time, crushing the others, Ino grabbed an Ambu with her jutsu, changing body and mind, Shintenshin no jutsu, and began to attack the companions. Well, they only defended themselves so as not to kill him. Black Wolf, after all, if they care, he thought as he watched. As the Ambu refused to attack his companion, but he saw how the slave stabbed him in the chest, killing him. I returned to Estar and his body. I think I was wrong, and no, they don't care at all. He stood up. Shikamaru Chouji said, while holding a large amount of Ambu with his shadow now, he said, and they saw how Chewie grew to have a great height. Chouji human tank ball Nikit Dan Sensa began to spin, and the Hambu that were being held by the shadow of the pineapple head crushed them as if they were insects. Black Wolf, well, if we continue like this, we will finish them off. Look at Aji Janata, who were on guard with sub-Yugen activated. Hey, they both look at him. I want you not, don't let even a single Ambu escape. If he escapes, he will surely inform the council of all this. They both nodded and began to attack. Nei used his 64 palms with some, while Hinata made her soft fist, leaving them unconscious. Perfect Black Wolf looks around, watching the fight, and behind him, one appeared with the intention of stabbing him in the back with the sword Kurokami. He moves to the side, dodging the attack. He grabs his hand, breaking it, causing him to drop the sword and fall to the ground. He quickly grabs him by the neck and lifts him up so that he doesn't touch him. "Feet on the ground, Ambu bird, let me go," he said while trying to get away, but he couldn't. Black Wolf looked me in the eyes at that. The Ambulo sees suddenly everything around him became dark. Suddenly a two-headed dog appeared without skin, with wide eyes without pupil, then a large lizard with red eyes staring at him, and at his side was a strange beast. It had green eyes. Its skin was black, and its teeth were quite sharp while blood dripped, which the Ambu, upon seeing that, trembled with fear beyond measure. "Ambu bird power!" Ah, everyone heard that scream and stopped looking at where it came from. They saw how the Ambu was moving everywhere, as if escaping from something, and in a sudden way it hit Kurokami's head, causing the mask to fall little by little. Naruto, look, with the red eyes of the Kyuubi Naruto, that hurt. Naruto takes out several explosive scrolls from his ninja bag and sticks them all over. Lambu's body looks at the comrades of the subject he was holding and throws them at him. Some of them grab him, but the vast majority died from the explosion that was caused in an instant. Naruto creates 7 clones, throws the two-pronged kunai in the direction of the other Ambu. When they dodged it, Naruto the original disappeared in a red flash, killing them quickly, and everyone saw that. Amazing. Sakura said, by the way, the blonde killed the others easily. Naruto, why did you choose to be an Ambu? He murmured as he watched a blue era disappear in a red flash every moment when the kunis passed near the Ambu. But suddenly Naruto stops and looks at his hands. Naruto, what did the others saw it? Because I activated the Senin mode. Everyone saw how Naruto's eyes were yellow and his surroundings were orange. Naruto received all the information. He got worried and looked at a certain place. No. He started screaming and disappeared in a flash. Red. The others looked around, but couldn't find him anywhere. Ambu cat, what happened? Said the violet-haired Ambu, as she appeared next to the Okage Tsunade. I think some were looking at him. That something happened. Naruto was supposed to be in front of an army outside of Konoha. Everyone was alarmed. Something must have happened. Kakashi, what do we have to help him? Was interrupted Tsunade. No, some were looking at her. He said that he doesn't have a strange technique for something he wanted to hear. Only Kakashi technique. What kind of Tsunade technique? I don't know, but I hope that with it, he can finish with this. Tsunade began to concentrate chakra. In his fist he hit the ground. Everything began to crack, making the council's ambus lose their balance. Now Kakashi nodded his hand. Electricity was surrounding him. Kakashi blade lightning Rikiri ran while passing through everyone with his technique that he was going at a great speed. 2 ambus jumped. Sasuke Chidori looked up and saw that Sasuke had the same technique as the silver-haired man, and he crossed them both in the air. He fell to the ground, 5 ambus surrounded him, and the raven-haired did a Chidori Nagashi hand position. Generated an electrical charge around his body with the result of electrocuting the 5 Ambu falling to the ground. The Ambu bear was fighting with his sword with 3 others. One cuts the cheek of the mask, but jumps, avoiding the kick of one in the air. He quickly takes out a scroll and says, image imitation super beasts. Flight Choju Jiga Iso create several ink birds from super scroll. They were quite large and began to attack the enemy. He falls to the ground, and with his sword he quickly appears behind one and stabs him in the middle of Nei's back. He was in a fighting position while in front of him. He had 6 ambus 2 palmas. He began to move at great speed 4 palmas. He hit the 6 palms on the back palmas 16 palmas 32 palmas 64 palmas. He did them consecutively and all 6 of them fell to the floor. Gasp. This doesn't seem to have an end, he said while there was a gay fighting pose again. You're right, but there are fewer and fewer left, he said as he looked at the remaining Hambu, but they don't outnumber some. They are skilled, but others we can easily defeat. Our youth calls will help us with this, Gay-sensei. He said as he appeared at his gay side. That's what they say. They both started running to hit an Ambu, saying double dynamic entry Taber Daikutori, and the Ambu was hit by both kicks, sending him flying and crashing into a tree with enough force, leaving him unconscious. Pink-haired girl concentrates chakra in both arms, pulls up a tree from training ground number 7, jumps and throws it at the Ambus, crushing some of them, and she falls on her feet. Sakura. For how long, gasp, will we be like this next to her? The blonde with colored eyes appears. Honey Tsunade resisted. Won't last long. Tsunade jumps flying kick from the sky. Tsutenkaku concentrates a lot of chakra in the heel, hitting an Ambu upon impact. At the moment the Ambu plummets to the ground, the heel hits the ground, and a large crater is generated, causing the Ambu quickly lose your balance. 2 Ambu, the purple-haired Ambu cat and the purple-haired Javai Ambu draw their sword at the same time and attack them consecutively. Filling them jab Yambu, this is more fun than torturing ninjas in the interrogation room. Look at the Okage or Kage-sama, she looks at her for when my vase full of dangos Tsunade, ah, that's just haha, I forgot Janu. How can you forget about my beautiful tangos Yukage-sama? The Ajum honey laughed nervously as she ran her finger along Kakashi's cheek. What? They are talking, he said as he appeared next to him, standing guard. Tsunade sighs, long story. Look around, if we continue like this, we will quickly run out of chakra, he said, while watching how the Konoha shinobi fought against the Ambu of the council without end. But everyone realized that a certain person appeared in a red flash. Tsunade Naruto did not finish speaking as he saw it in detail. Naruto Gold screamed worriedly. Everyone saw him and was surprised. On his back, he had 2 swords and 3 kunai. His forehead was bleeding and ran down the right side of his face, while his right leg was dripping. He had a kunai and his left arm was dripping blood. Quite a bit. In fact, everyone approached him. Sakura, Naruto, you are fine. Both Tsunade and Sakura agreed. Nora covered them from their hands to heal Naruto, but he got up without looking at them. He was rather seeing the few Ambu that remained. There were more than 30. Naruto, all of you started shouting, and the others were listening. You will come with me. Naruto makes a hand position, creates 5 clones. They take out several 2-pronged kunai. They jump and stick them in the ground around the council's ambus. Ambu, hahaha, I think your aim is wrong, idiot. He wanted to move like the others but they couldn't. They looked at the ground and saw that there were seals on the floor that prevented them. But what did he say? A little surprised, while the other shinobi, comrades of logic, Blue, they saw that Naruto the original made a hand position, and around the Yulos he began to cover a violet barrier so that they would not come out. That came from the kunai Kakashi. That barrier is like Orochimaru's a long time ago, he said. A little surprised, Naruto ran away. He touched it and the barrier began to shine a very intense red color. Some of them covered themselves as it dirtied them a little. In a moment, all the Ambus and Naruto disappeared in a red flash and the clones disappeared. Sasuke. But everyone began to look at him around, but they couldn't find them. Tsunade ne Yadashino, they looked at her, tried to find it. They nodded. Ne and Janada activated the Byakugan and Shino started to spread the insects, but they couldn't find them. Tsunade gave curse and that he pointed to a certain place and they saw in the distance there was a violet barrier. Ambu, that place they looked at, it is where that army was. Everyone opened their eyes surprised. Naruto is in that place, he said, but they saw how the violet barrier disappeared. Tsunade, everyone, we have to go. Rap. I don't finish talking since they saw as that place began to shine such an intense yellow color that it gave the impression that it was dawn. Suddenly a big explosion was happening. Suddenly a large amount of smoke was visible. No, Naruto said, quite worried, but someone appeared next to everyone. Chapter 16 Naruto that hurt. Naruto takes out several explosive scrolls from his ninja bag and sticks them all over Lambu's body. He looks at the comrades of the guy he was holding and throws them at him. Some of them grabbed him, but the vast majority died from the explosion that was caused in an instantly. Naruto creates 7 clones and throws the 2-pronged kunai in the direction of the other Ambu. When they dodged it, Naruto the original disappeared in a red flash, killing them quickly, and everyone saw that. Incredible, Sakura said, from the way the blonde he killed the others easily. Naruto, why did you choose to be an Ambu? He murmured as he watched the blue ear disappear in a red flash every moment when the kunai passed near the Ambu. But suddenly Naruto stops and looks at his hands. Naruto, what the others they saw it because he activated the Senin mode. Everyone saw how Naruto's eyes were yellow and his surroundings were orange. Naruto received all the information. He got worried and looked at a certain place. No. He started screaming and disappeared in a red flash. The others looked around but couldn't find him anywhere. The blue ear appeared in a red flash and quickly hid among the trees while he watched the clones that were planting the kunai fighting against the great army. Naruto, there are too many of them, he said, surprised by the large number of renegade shinobis. There were surely more than 300. This will be complicated. He saw how the last clone disappeared and the original appeared in front of everyone. Renegade ninja, another clone. I'm already getting tired of all this. The vast majority of ninjas went to attack him. Naruto did a position of hands and created more than 50 clones. That guy is the original, he said while watching how he created more and more clones. I will take care of him. Some turned around as they ran. Renegade ninja, are you sure, Seiji? He nodded. Say yes. Those old men said he was the one. The Kyuubi's Jinchuriki begins to concentrate his chakra in his feet and takes out 2 swords. He quickly appeared in front of the blue Naruto. But what did he say? Surprised. He moved his head to dodge Seiji's attack. With his left arm, he touched one of the sharp parts of the sword so that changed trajectory and not hit him in the chest. Suddenly Naruto disappeared in a red flash a little away from that guy. He is very fast. If it weren't for the Senin mode he would be dead right now, he said while looking at him. Seiji, you have good reflexes. I was right. Later everything stops 5 meters from him. You were the original. I don't care what the old people told me and that he left you alive. Naruto, old people will talk about Karumura, he thought as he got into a fighting pose. Seiji, I plan to kill the Kubai Jinchuriki and everyone will see that I am the person who killed the hero of the great 4th Ninja War. Suddenly, his body changed, a large chakra surrounded him, while rays of electricity came out, little by little, all that chakra was concentrated in the two swords, and it began to shine. Being surrounded by electricity, Seiji makes a movement with the sword pointing at Naruto, and some rays come out of it, praises blue, he jumps dodge, but from behind Seiji appeared, he was about to hit him with his sword, but Naruto disappeared in a red flash, being in the same place as before Naruto. In fact, it's quite fast, it could be compared to the speed of the rack, he thought as he watched. But he opened his eyes in surprise. Seeing created a clone. And they both disappeared at a great speed. Halfway, but he looked up and saw that the clone was falling to hit his back with the sword. Even the clone is fast, thought Naruto, made a hand position, and a clone appeared, grabbed his arm, and pushed him to the other side. The clone Seiji saw that the blue logic clone's position changed in the air. He propelled himself, making it disappear, and went to where he had thrown the original. Naruto stood up and looked forward, only to find the Shinji clone, who was quickly centimeters away. Naruto took out his sword to block one of the tapes. He jumped to a distance to be safe. Naruto noticed that beneath him was a two-pronged kunai that one of his clones had buried. It disappeared in a red flash, and he stabbed the sword into it, wrapped in it. You call to the clone, making it disappear, but behind him the true chakra center appeared in his feet, and he was propelled forward with speed, but one of the tips of the sword cut him in the back. Naruto quickly turns around and looks at him straight. Naruto murmured as I looked at him and felt a little blood drip down his back. If I get distracted in just 1 second, I'm dead. It's the first time I'm fighting in high-level Kenjutsu, he said as he looked at him. I hope you're ready, Kurama. I'm always ready to your information. It was heard in his mind. Naruto became the golden Kyuubi. Suddenly everyone saw that, and the renegade shinobi stood in front of the great golden fox at a great distance, and next to them appears Seiji, they already know what to do, they nodded. Well, they looked at the great golden fox, the golden Kyuubi along with its 9 tails, and began to create a black sphere that came from its mouth. It grew to a large size and threw them at them. Biju lady shouted while launching the great Biju technique. Most of the renegade shinobis, they quickly took out several scrolls, concentrated chakra and aimed. With his hands to the Viulu lady who was approaching them, he praised blue. He saw how the Bijudama was getting smaller and smaller, being surprised when it was about to hit the widow, disappeared in front of everyone. Naruto, what did they do, he said, while getting rid of the transformation. Seiji, the two old men spoke to us a little bit of this technique. What we did was deactivate your attack before it hit us. Naruto, those damn ones, muttered angrily, but he realized something. The shinobi who had taken out those scrolls were quite agitated. Naruto, I created more than 30 clones. Seiji, again with your clones you don't understand, it's useless, he said, while everyone made combat positions. All of Naruto's clones threw kuna and double-headed weapons towards the large army, they blocked it, and others dodged it. Naruto, the original, quickly disappeared in a red flash and appeared in front of some with his sword. Wrapped in fire, he killed them easily. While Seiji saw that unfortunate man teleports to the kunai and does it quite quickly, but he must have a limit, he thought as he watched how he disappeared in a red flash every moment. If you use it so many times he will use up a lot of chakra. Seiji, he began to stare at it as it disappeared and noticed that it was getting a little slower each time, which was a sign of getting tired. Naruto thought as he continued attacking with the Gisin, at this rate, I will run out of chakra, and the technique is not yet complete from what I received from me. My clone, 2 kunai are missing to complete it and finish it, he thought as he continued attacking until he felt something stab his right leg. He looked down and realized that he had a kunai. It disappeared in a red flash quite far away from the others. Seiji, I can now grasp it. Your movements, he said, smiling while looking closely at blue logic. Naruto, if that's true, I'm in trouble. The clones began to use the kunai again, and the blue ear disappeared again in a red flash, attacking the renegade shinobi, killing them, but suddenly he felt like on his back they were stabbing 3 kunai. He looked back and realized that he was 6 inches away from stabbing both swords into his back. Naruto hit him hard in the stomach with his foot, causing him to deactivate the chakra concentration of both swords, but they were stabbed into his back and he disappeared in a flash. Red flash. Naruto gasped, if I keep going like this I will die, he said while he felt a great pain in his back that was unbearable, but if he turned around to get it off, Seiji would use his great speed to attack him while he was getting away, which Naruto did not prefer to do. I will die of bleeding if I continue like this. He makes a hand position creating 3 clones, and they disappear in a red flash. Well, they will end the process of the technique. Well, I look at the Trent clones who had thrown the special kunai, and they nodded, jumping to the battlefield that they entertain him, and he disappears in a red flash, and Seiji started looking for him everywhere, but he couldn't find him anywhere. Seiji, where is he, said, while looking for him. Meanwhile in Konohajanu, how can you forget my beautiful tangos? Okusama, the honey Ajum, laughed nervous, while Aba ran his finger over Kakashi's cheek. What are you talking about? He said as he appeared next to him, standing guard. of the council without end, but everyone realized that a certain person appeared in a red flash. Tsunade Naruto did not finish speaking as he saw it in detail. Naruto shouted worriedly. Everyone saw him and was surprised. On his back, he had 2 swords and 3 kunas. He was bleeding the forehead that ran down the right side of his face. His right leg had a kunai, and his left arm was dripping blood quite a bit in fact, and everyone approached him. Sakura, Naruto, are you okay? Both Tsunade and Sakura agree. Nora covered them from her hands to heal Naruto, but he got up without looking at them. The most he was seeing were the few ambu that were left. There were more than 30. Naruto, all of you started shouting, and the others were listening. They will come with me. Naruto makes a hand position, creates 5 clones, they take out several 2-pronged kunai, they jump, and they nail the floor around the ambu of the council. Ha. I think your aim is wrong, idiot. He wanted to move like the others, but they couldn't. They looked at the ground and saw that there were some of them on the floor that prevented them. But what did a guy say? Little surprised, while the other shinobi comrades of Blue Logic saw that Naruto the original made a position of hands, and around the Yulos he began to cover a violet barrier so that they would not come out. That came from the kunai Kakashi. That barrier is like that of Orochimaru said a little while ago. A little surprised, Naruto ran. He touched it, and the barrier began to glow a very intense red color. Some of them were already covered. That taught them a little. In a moment all the Ambus and Naruto disappeared in a red flash, and the clones disappeared while on the battlefield. The 30 clones of Naruto were fighting against the great army of shinobi that was planning to attack Konoha. Seiji was still looking for the original around him, which had no result, but in a moment he saw how Naruto appeared in a red flash, looking for a kind of violent color barrier, the ISO barrier, and Ambus came out of it and stood at a great distance from Blue Logic. Seiji, what happened? He brought reinforcements, he said as he looked at the Ambus and made a fighting pose. Ambu of the council, where are we? He said as he looked around and was surprised that large army. Looked at the blonde. You are a damn angry mutter as he saw Naruto with big wounds. I'm going to kill you, damn Seiji. It doesn't matter how many reinforcements you bring. Naruto saw him and realized that he was killing the council. Ambus Naruto apparently doesn't know that they are on his side, he thought happily as he watched him kill the council. Ambus little by little. Seiji, I plan to kill you, he said as he appeared in front of one, and an ambu gave him a big blow in the face, causing the mask to break, and he was ejected several meters, falling dead. The blue ear felt like information entered his head, which Naruto smiled and finally made a statement. Position of hands and the entire floor of the battlefield began to shine, making everyone cover their eyes. Seiji, what is happening? He said, while covering his eyes due to the great intense brightness. But suddenly the entire battlefield exploded in Konoha. The shinobi of Konoha looked around in search of the blue Gia and the ambu, but they couldn't find it. They all noticed that a violet barrier was breaking away from Konoha. Place began to glow yellow so intense that it gave the sensation that it was dawn that was suddenly happening. There was a big explosion, a large amount of smoke was seen. No, Naruto said, quite worried, but someone appeared next to everyone. Naruto was kneeling so tired. Naruto was how good it is. Naruto was interrupted. Everyone hold on to something quickly. Everyone, they didn't understand much when he said that, but suddenly a large current of wind suddenly appeared, which was caused by the great explosion that was created outside of Konoha. Everyone held onto it more than they could, but Naruto was weak and was thrown by the wind, crashing into a tree with his back. The both swords that Seiji stabbed him and the kunai that he had stuck in his back, they stuck deeper into his body, making Naruto feel great pain. When the wind passed, everyone looked around. Incredible, Tsunade said as he looked at the explosion in the distance. Naruto, as Isis turned around and opened his eyes, suddenly Naruto was on the ground covered in blood and noticed that the weapons on his back became deeper. Naruto shouted as he ran to be by his side, and the others saw that. Please resist, but he had no response. He had both eyes music closed. Hello boys and girls, before continuing with the video I wanted to recommend that you subscribe to the channel and activate the bell so that they know when there is a new video and you are one of the first to see them. And without anything else to say, continue the video. Chapter 17. 4 days have passed since the attack by the council's ambu towards the Okage and the great army of shinobi who was outside Konoha. He heard blue. He opened his eyes little by little. It became impossible for him to see since the place was a little dark. Once he got used to it, he could notice that the ceiling was white. He turned around and saw that there was a window, realizing that it was night. Naruto, where am I? Said as she tried to get up, but only made moans of pain. Naruto, how are you feeling? Blue praises her. Naruto, Abachan, what happened? Tsunade, well, I should ask you that, but now is not the time. You better rest. Naruto, how long have I? Tsunade, slept for 4 days. When he said that, the blonde opened his eyes suddenly. Naruto, wait, sit down, not caring about the pain in his body. What happened to the others in the council? Said a little worried. Tsunade, calm down. The others are fine and the elders of the council will make a meeting in 3 days and they want you to be present along with the leaders of the other clans. Naruto, I understand, so it's about time. Go to bed slowly. 3 days. HPF, look out the window, surely they have something planned against me. Tsunade, what do you mean? He said, well he got up from his chair and leaned against the wall. Naruto, I I've killed quite a few ambus that were under his command, even though I am his commander, they will surely want to do something with me Tsunade, they can't do anything, you defended yourself, which would be logical Naruto, you are right, he sits down new, but surely they will do it without hesitation, and the others will agree with it, Tsunade Naruto murmured as he looked at the blue ear. Looking out the window, if you need anything, I was interrupted. Naruto, if I do, you will also be harmed by this, which I'm not going to do too much, but Naruto, well, go to bed, I'm going to rest. By the way, look at her, someone else has visited me. She nodded, then tell them that I don't want visitors, just tell them that I'm fine and to leave me alone Tsunade, but they just Naruto do it, please turn around, so you don't see her Tsunade, it's okay Naruto, even after all this, you still don't want to see them, why have 2 days passed? Since Blue woke up, the others wanted to visit him, but the doctors wouldn't let them in. They all asked why and they responded that it was by patient's order, which upon hearing that they opened their eyes in surprise. All of Naruto's classmates were sitting in a park while they were looking at nothing. Sakura, after everything that happened, doesn't want to see us, Niji said a little sadly. What's wrong with Sasuke? I don't know, but that attitude she has is starting to irritate me. By the way, they look at her. They know where Hinata Sasuke is. HPF maybe no, it's logical he should be with you know who, some nodded and no, but I don't understand how he can do that to him. Naruto has been injured on the verge of dying, but Hinata only visited him once because he did that with Kiba Niji, he surely attracted everyone's attention. Kiba has been in love with Hinata for a long time, and when she saw that she didn't want to hurt him, which she started to do and no, but I don't understand how Kiba declared himself, even though he knew the relationship that Naruto and Hinata had, that's something that's been revealed to us. Makes it impossible to understand. For a while they spent chatting, they talked about other things to change the subject and change the mood. They spent more than half an hour talking until they saw in front how Hinata was heading towards the hospital. They looked at each other and went to accompany her, which he nodded. Once they arrived they tried to visit the patient, but the nurses said the same. Nurse, I'm sorry, but you can't go. Sakura, please Hinata, it will only be a moment. Nurse, excuse me, but I can't do anything for her. She was interrupted. Sasuke, I'm already tired. She started walking to the blue logic room. Nurse, wait, you can't go without authorization. Sasuke, I'm not interested, I'm going to go anyway. He continued walking, and the others followed him, ignoring everything the nurse said. They went up the stairs until they reached the hallway where room 304 was located, where the blue logi was there. Everyone kept walking until they saw how the honey Ajum left the patient's room, closing the door. She saw them arching an eyebrow. Tsunade. What are you doing here? Sasuke, we want to see Naruto in that. The blonde looked at the nurse, who apologized as soon as you can. Go away, she nodded and left. I'm sorry, but they can't come in. Sakura, why is she looking at him for 2 days? They haven't let us see him. White Tsunade, I don't know why, but it's something he decided on. That Sasuke tries to open the door, but the Tsunade's hand imposed it on her, so it's better that they go. She still needs to rest. Sasuke, I don't care. She looks at him. I want to know what the hell is happening to her. I just want to talk to her, that's all. Then well, I'm ordering you to leave, she said a little angrily, which Sasuke looked at her angrily. If you won't make me use the force. Sakura. Sasuke, she looks at him. Let's go, let's not cause any problem. But someone else spoke. Niji, I'm sorry, but I'm not going to leave. Everyone has been looking at him for a long time. I want to know what's happening and why all this time. Naruto never wanted to be with us. Tsunade, I'll tell you again, Vance, I'm not going to leave me either. Everyone turned around and saw that it was Shikamaru accompanied by Kibble and Kulin. I know it sounds problematic, it gets serious, but I want to know it too. Sakura. Shikamaru. Hinata, please. Love, a moment, she was interrupted. Tsunade, I already told them to leave. That's when Sasuke tries to open the door again, but a hand stopped them. He saw, like the rest, 2 ambus, one with a cat mask with violet hair and the other with a Jaber cat mask. Ambu, do whatever you want. Okay Sama, says Sasuke, get your hands off me, said threateningly Tsunade. Uchiha. Sasuke screamed, attracting everyone's gaze. I order you to leave immediately. Sasuke, I'm not going to leave until I know that I've stopped talking. Since they heard the door open little by little. Little did they see that Naruto was dressed in his U-suit and had the mask in his hand. Tsunade. Naruto, you should be resting, you still can't go out. Naruto, how do you want me to rest with so many screams? He closed the door to his room. I feel a little better, but I will rest in my office. Look to the others, can you help me? They nodded and gave him a cane so he could walk since his right leg still hurt a lot. Thank you, he started walking while being escorted by the Sambu. Sasuke, wait, he looks at him, tell me what's wrong with you, why didn't you tell us? All this time you were a damn Ambu. Naruto, you are not supposed to hide the Ambultan their identity, there's no reason they have more faces, and he started to walk again, but in front of him Sasuke stopped. Sakura and Shikamaru, move, Shikamaru said angrily, I'm sorry, but I'm too lazy to move, he said while scratching his head. Tell me, he's getting serious, why? You haven't wanted to be with us all this time, Naruto. That's none of your business. Now move, Sakura. Why don't you tell us? We care about you. Cry, Naruto. Worry about me. Don't say stupid things. You're just a bunch of liars. Niji, what are you talking about? He said. Well, he looked serious, blue chilly, and Tsunade listened to everything behind Naruto. Naruto, I'm getting tired, started to walk, but Sasuke stopped in front of him. Sasuke, move, Sasuke, I won't leave until you tell me everything. They both looked at each other in the eyes with anger. Hinata, why is everyone turning to look at her? Because you don't want to be with us. Because you don't want to be with Sasuke, Sakura, Tenten and the others. Why don't you want to be with me? She said sadly as she looked into his eyes. Maybe you don't love me anymore. We aren't supposed to be boyfriends. Praises as all turns around to be face to face with her. Naruto, you love me? She said while looking seriously at Pearl. Everyone was a little surprised by that question. And no, of course she loved you. Naruto was interrupted. And don't shut up, he said without looking at her. You love me, she said it again to Laoji. Pearl, Hinata, of course I love you. She was interrupted by Blue. Praise Naruto. Then why did you cheat on me with Kiba? Everyone was surprised to hear that. Tsunade and Karina, and they opened their eyes suddenly, since they didn't know anything about it. Hinata, what are you saying? She said a little scared. Sakura, Naruto, you knew it. Naruto responds, if you love me so much because you cheated on me with Kiba. Naruto, he looks at him. Stop saying nonsense. He didn't finish talking because Naruto hit him in the stomach with his foot, not caring about his state. Kiba kneels due to lack of air, and the blue ear hits him with a cane, making him fall to the ground. Jai Ambu, this is getting interesting, thought the purple-haired Ambu. Naruto, I don't want to hear about you, he said nothing very coldly. Well, Kiba trembled with fear. Well, his mouth was bleeding a little. Hinata and Naruto-kun, I did it because since you walked away from us, I felt alone and tried to speak, but no words came out of their mouths. Naruto, as I thought. Everyone looks at him trying to give a pathetic excuse, being the fact that I no, he turns around and started walking. Sakura, Naruto, he looked at her. Please calm down. Naruto closes his mouth. Sakura, everyone was surprised to see how he praises Blue treated her best friend. I don't feel like talking to you with any of you, and not Naruto. Him look at her. Why did you distance yourself from us? Naruto, I will be honest with you once and for all, because all this has already made me tired. Look at everyone. I know that Hinata has been cheating was long before I became Ambu. I also saw the kisses they gave each other. I also know what they were about to do. And Tsunade, Hinata and Kiba remembered the Hambu that accompanied them, but what hurts me the most is not Hinata's infidelity. They were yours. Sasuke, what are you talking about? Was interrupted Naruto. You should know how perfectly Sasuke was about that. Naruto was right. Sasuke felt terrible when he discovered the truth about Itachi in the past, and the great pain that the raven hair felt upon discovering it. When I saw what by Hinata, it hurt me a lot, but what hurt me more is seeing that my friend said it with some disgust. They knew it and they didn't tell me anything about it. Sakura, Naruto in the crosshairs. We were afraid that if we told you it would hurt you if you found out. Naruto, well, you were wrong. The truths don't hurt. For your information, what hurts is that they are hidden from you. The truth hurts only once, but lies hurt every time they are remembered. No one said anything about it. I have already had so many ions in my life that I am already tired of everything, so I decided to be alone without anyone bothering me. Hinata said coldly. Naruto-kun, please. He looked at her and noticed that she was crying. Forgive me, I won't do it again. You will help me change. Naruto, Hinata. She looks at him just like the others. Otherwise, don't promise anything anymore. We're going to leave it like this, even if you still love me. You can't fix it because I don't trust you anymore. She lowered her head while crying. Hinata, please forgive me, Naruto. I'm sorry, but we'll leave it like this. I don't want to see him. I stopped talking since they saw to an Ambu with a bear mask that appeared next to Oya. Is all you can take off the mask. You don't need to continue being Ambu. He takes off his mask and looks at it. Sigh, the council requests your presence. Naruto, Tsunade, what? But it was supposed to be tomorrow. He thought. Naruto sighs to herself. I understand, I'll go in a while. He feels her and disappears in a jump. Those unfortunates murmured and the others heard him. Sakura and Naruto, what was happening? She saw, like the others, she began to walk, ignoring everyone, leaving the hallway, leaving them all very sad. No one said anything until someone started walking and stopped next to the Perlajip without looking at her. Tsunade, Hinata, why did you do it? He said without looking at her, and she didn't say no word about it. I want you to know that your actions, like the others, Naruto, is no longer the because of you. She no longer smiles like she did before. She said, very upset, and began to walk where Naruto Kurenai had gone. I'm very disappointed in you too, she said while looking at Hinata, but they didn't say anything. The red-eye disappeared in a jump. Leaving to everyone, the Inyazuka is sung and appears next to Hinata. Kiba, Hinata, you was interrupted. Hinata, why did I have to do it? Because of you. Naruto-kun doesn't love me anymore, said quite sad Kiba. I'm sorry, he said, leaving the place. Nay, Hinata-sama, partly it's yours too. The guilt for not wanting to reject him is not just his, he said as he left along with Tenten. The others who remained did not say anything about it. Ambu, hey, the Ambu woman with violet hair, sees her. We wouldn't have to accompany our cat commander, Ambu, right? And they both disappeared. In a jump chapter 18 Blue Praise was walking towards the Okage tower while behind him was the red Henny Oji and the two Hambu that accompanied him. No one said anything to the two, Tsunade and Kulin. They felt very uncomfortable with this and it didn't occur to them. Notice that Naruto, by the way, they both look at him. You also have to go to the council meeting. No Kurenai. Yes, like some Naruto, I understand. He sighs. He stops and looks at the sky. I think today will be an eventful day. Look around. And so I see the village was not damaged during the attack. Tsunade, yes, he stands on his side. But I have a hard time believing that the rabbit planned all this. Kurenai, I still have a hard time believing it. Naruto has dinner and sensei. She looks at him and everyone started walking. You have always attended the meetings from the council. No. She nods to no. Have you noticed strange actions on their part? Kurenai, sometimes. But always. Most of the other clans support the decisions of the council. Naruto, I understand. By the way, look at Tsunade. How are we with the money? Tsunade, we are very tight in this moment. I have used your money as you said, but we are still very hurt with the economy. Naruto smiled well, and they both noticed that, but they did not say anything. Once they arrived at the Okage tower, Tsunade entered first. She told Naruto to wait and that he would be called once all the leaders of the other clans arrived. He nodded and leaned against the wall while he thought about everything. More than 30 minutes passed and the blue logician was still waiting. He created a clone to take the mask, which would be useless in this case. Moment he was still thinking and he noticed that more people were arriving. He didn't look at them because he immediately realized who it was. They were Shikamaru, Inada, Inochauji, Sakura, and Sasuke. Naruto. Even Sasuke attends at the meetings. Those damn people, thought to himself. Well, he had his eyes closed. They saw him, but they didn't say anything and they passed by without saying a word. Another half hour passed. Blue Praise continued with his eyes closed until Sai appeared at the door. Naruto said, but he didn't respond. Naruto, are you okay? He touched his shoulder and suddenly he opened his eyes. It happened to you, Naruto. I fell asleep. I entered and a drop of sweat came out on his head. Once he closed the doors. In front of the Blue Oya were the members of the Karura Council and around them were the leaders of the other Uchiha clans, Sasuke, Runo, Sakura, Yamanaka, Ino, Akimichi, Kai, Nara, Shikamaru, Iri, Kulin, Yuga, Yunira. You learned and all this? Yuzuka Tsunkuba's mother. Sorry, no, they just nodded. And the blue logi sat down. Karu, I want you to explain your actions towards the others. Ambu. Naruto, it's okay, the doctor said without anything more to say. Amura, why did you do it? Naruto, they attack me if I don't do it. He was interrupted. Cow, leave lying, attracted the gaze of Naruto. Tsunade and some clans, they only went to look for you to do a mission. Naruto, if only for that reason why send you? More than 15 members of Andu, only one was enough, he said seriously while looking at the elders. Amura, it was for your safety, you were their commander. Naruto, well, what great security for them to have died in my hands, don't you believe? Furthermore, they also wanted to attack the Okage. Some clans looked to see the response of the elders of the council. Cow, that's a lie, they went to protect her. But you killed them without them doing their job. Naruto sighs. How they like to lie. Karu, have more respect for us, brat. Naruto, because I would give them the respect they deserve if they did their job well. Couple demons, he said quite angrily. Some clans smiled at that and the elders of the council, they were quite angry. That's enough, everyone looks at you, Uzumaki. Naruto, for your crimes for attacking your subordinates. Adus and members of the village, I order you to be banished from Konoha in less than 48 hours. Everyone was surprised by that and Tsunade hits the table. Tsunade, why do they say that Naruto has not done anything wrong? Only Hamura. Tsunade, keep silent. This is not with you alone, it's with that monster. Tsunade. Yura was interrupted. Naruto, it's okay, I agree. Everyone was surprised by that answer. Hinata. Naruto-kun, why Sasuke, what are you saying? Said surprised Tsunade. But Naruto, I won't let you leave just like that. You didn't do anything wrong and you know it. Naruto, forgive me Abachan, but that's how things are. Look at the old people, I only have 48 hours. No, they nod. So I want my belongings to be given in 48 hours. Everyone raise an eyebrow. That's why Amura, I don't know what you're talking about. Snot was interrupted. Naruto, don't pretend stupid. Everyone looks at him. Since I returned my training with Hiro Sennin, I asked him why the logo of my clan is on the Jounin uniforms and on the Chunin vests. The old people got nervous and everyone noticed that. Naruto bites his finger. He touches the ground and a red toad appears. You can give the red toad to Naruto. Sama takes out a scroll from his tongue. The blue logic receives it and the toad disappears. Naruto still keeps telling me with the Sama. Look at the elders, I think they know this. He doesn't show him the scroll and the old men open their eyes like never before. Amura, how come? Naruto, the invocation that they just saw a moment ago infiltrated the council a long time ago. Among them discovered this and gave it to me. Tsunade, what is that about? Naruto throws the scroll to Tsunade. He starts to read it and is surprised. Naruto, you could say that it is my title since the time of the Shadame Okage, first Okage. The Uzumaki clan has done several businesses in Konoha and since I am the leader of the Uzumaki clan, I take them all. They open their eyes suddenly. Hearing that means that you have to give me all my money since I can remember I never received even a single cent from you, so I want it all. Kara, you are wrong. Look, you are not the leader of the Uzumaki clan. There is also Kara Naruto, but she is not a resident of Konoha. Oh yes, she smiled, and the elders were terrified. I know they are low on money, but I don't care, I will take everything there. Are also the techniques when saying that the elders became increasingly pale. I also know about the techniques that the Uzumaki clan left it in Konoha, so I'll also take them along with other ninja weapons, he said smiling. You gave me 48 hours, so I'll give you the same time, 2 days. He points his finger at him, he gets up from his chair and starts to leave. Cow, wait. She said, and the others were surprised to see how both elders were more than nervous and scared. Amura, you can stay, she said, annoyed, but Naruto looked at them. And Naruto said, no thanks. Everyone was surprised. I don't want to live in a place where I'm constantly threatened, much less they want to overthrow the Okage from her position, since she did nothing wrong, as all praises them. Mira smiling, I recently received the offer to be a Suna shinobi when I went as Ambu. Gaara knew it was me all that time, and he offered it to me, all of them. But they went to Suna, remembered how well he got along with the Kage, and I'm sure they accepted me, since I'm one of Gaara's friends and I don't think they rejected me either because I'm Kurama's Jinchuriki, and because of all the techniques they gave me I will take, and the money I think would benefit them a lot. Now what I think, he said while scratching his head. Everyone was incredulous at what he said. Some looked at Naruto in a different way with amazement, and the old people didn't know what to say. Also, I know that Konoha are bankrupt with the money. The other clans were surprised by that since they didn't know, but I'm not interested. I will take the money that belongs to me. Soon wait, he looks at him. What are you talking about, Naruto? From what I see, or they don't know it. Ninja takes a scroll out of his bag. It concentrates chakra and several files come out of it. This pile of files contains all of Konoha's spending in recent months. It's quite a lot. So I'll tell you to summarize, the council has paid a large amount of money to an army of corrupt shinobi outside of Konoha for them to attack the village. Everyone was surprised except Tsunade. Also some purchases that they have made in other territories without their consent, such as some weapons etc. Those of the rabbit were more than pale, they did not know anything to say. Tsunade looked with great pride at Naruto to see how he was doing. They faced both mummies, and they didn't say anything about it. Naruto, well, that would be all, so I want my cause was interrupted. We can reach an agreement. Praises. Blue smiles, which Tun realized what you propose, Naruto. They are really waiting, and I see that their actions harmed them quite a bit. They didn't say anything, but they looked at him with a lot of anger. I don't know if I should keep all the lack of money. Some renegade shinobi could attack Koha, and they have a very low level of shinobi because of it. Of both of them a large number of dead ambus, the ninjas will have to do high rank missions, which there are more possibilities of more casualties. I don't know if I should stay now that I think about it in detail. Cow, please. He looks at them like the other clans, and they opened the surprised eyes. Both elders were bowing. Amura, stay, tell us what you want, he said, while bowing. Excuse me, Naruto Silva. Amazed that I didn't see it coming, he closes his eyes and starts to think. There was a moment of silence for everyone. It's okay, I will stay. Amura and Kara look at him, but with 3 conditions which I will tell you after you sign this. He takes out a scroll. It is a contract. He says that they will make the 3 conditions fulfilled. If they don't, I will use a method to make it fulfilled. They will have to sign them each and every one of those here. Understood. Kara and Amura looked at each other for a while. They were thinking, but Cow, it's fine, but we will give a condition, he also said seriously, and attracted the look of some Tsunade. They even want to ask for something, these bastards, thought to herself Naruto. What, Amura? That in the future you will not become Okage ever. Everyone opened their eyes in shock, so he said less. Blue praised that looked at them. Tsunade, what are you saying, Naruto? Okay. Everyone was surprised by that answer. Tsunade, Naruto, what are you saying? Supposedly that Zero Cage was your dream. Sakura, Tsunade Sama is right. What about your dream? Wasn't it that I longed for Kokage? Naruto is wrong. Everyone looks at it. My dream, it was never Kokage. My dream was for everyone to look at me differently with respect and admiration. When I was a child, they looked at me in a bad way or insulted me for being Kurama's Jinchuriki, and the Zero Cage was a goal for that, but not my dream. Everyone looked at it in disbelief. After I returned my training with Iro Sennin, some people looked at me differently. After the Battle of Pain was when I achieved it, he smiled. Everyone looked at me with admiration and not as someone to fear. That was when I fulfilled my dream, he smiled, and everyone noticed. After the 4th Ninja War, everyone looked at me with respect more than before, in fact, but it doesn't bother me. Look at the elders, if that is their only condition they will fulfill mine. No, they just nodded. The blue logic gives them the scroll. Both elders signed, then the other clans, as well as the Ak. Naruto, well, thank you for your collaboration. Save the scroll and get up a finger first. Condition, I want both Karu and Amura to withdraw from the council. Everyone was surprised. Karu, what are you saying? Naruto, condition number 2, I order that from now on Shikara Kakashi and Nair Yuga and Sakura Runo are the new members of the Amura council. You don't think so, Naruto? And my last condition is that from now on the meetings they hold are supervised by Shizune and the decision they are going to make in the future is together with the Okage, that is, they will see that each decision they make will see the pros and cons and draw a conclusion from them that would greatly benefit Konoha, another village. Everyone was more than amazed by what Naruto said. Everyone saw him differently with admiration and respect. The elders were more than angry because of that. How, I'm not going to let you, a brat, us. Deer did not finish speaking as Naruto dropped the cane he had and quickly appeared in front of both elders, grabbing them by the neck and lifting them up. Naruto, but what do we have here? Two people who do not want to comply with my conditions as the contract says. I will use my method so that is fulfilled, and to be honest with you, it gives more value to the grip on both of them. I care very little if they are still alive, said seriously and coldly Tsunade Naruto Dente. Naruto looked me in the eyes. The elders looked at him and saw that his eyes were red. His whole world changed. All dark, they looked at each other and began to walk in front of both of them. A nine-tailed fox appeared. It had red eyes full of anger and shark teeth. Kurama, with which you are the elders who wanted to extract me from Naruto, grabs them both with one hand and he begins to squeeze strongly. This time the kill pair of walking skeletons, while in the real world, Karubara Hamura began to scream while a few drops of blood came out of his mouth. Everyone looked impressed by that, but little by little the elders stopped moving, and Naruto he throws them to the ground. Naruto, I think Kurama had a lot of fun with them, he said as he looked at the dead elders, praises blue, appears to where his staff was, and grabs it. Wounds they opened, he said, as he saw some drops of blood on the ground that came from his back. Tsunade Naruto, I think that's all for today. Abachan, she looks at him. I'm going to the hospital to rest. I'll have my wounds treated again, and I don't want to have any visitors except yours. Of course I'm leaving, she said as she opened the door and left the place. Kurenai, in truth, everyone is looking at him. He killed Kahara and Amura, he said, seeing the bodies on the ground. Doom, hahaha, I finally died. And those old Tsunade, yes, he said happily, but we have to get going. Naruto's conditions, they nodded, and so he looks at him. Tell him the news, he nods, and he leaves together with Hinata. Really Naruto, you have helped us a lot, you would be a good Okage, but like you said it was never your dream, he thought happily as he continued looking at the corpses on the floor. Chapter 19. The Blue Ear had arrived at the hospital. He told the nurses that he would rest and that they would treat the wounds on his back. One of them remembered the patient and saw him. His room was blue. He prepared to rest. He lay down and looked at the white ceiling. Naruto, finally one less problem, although I did not expect the condition of the elderly that he would give up being Okage. Look out the window HPF, but it was never my dream, he smiled and said. He prepared to rest in Konoha. It was getting dark. Tsunade was arranging all the files he discovered along with the Blue Ear in the cash tower. He looked out the window at the village and smiled a little, but remembered the sudden change that Naruto had to become an Ambu. And that it worried her a little. In a restaurant in Konoha, there were some of the Blue Logic classmates having dinner. They were Choji Ino, Shikamaru Sai, Sasuke, Sakura, Nei Tenten and Rogel. Sakura, really, Naruto doesn't want to be Okage. No one said anything about it, and no. By the way, Sai, he looks at her. Since when did you become Andu? Sai, right, you don't know. When I was about to leave the mission to know the exact position of that army, Kuroakami appeared. They look at him. At that moment, I didn't know they were Naruto, but in the Okage tower, when I met them, he told me to dress as an Ambu, hiding my identity so that you wouldn't be harmed. Sasuke said, a little surprised. Like the other Sai, he told me that there were several Ambus that were under the command of the council, and not the Okage. If they saw anything suspicious, they would try to stop it. He told me to dress like an Ambu so that they wouldn't recognize me and that you wouldn't get hurt. Naruto tried after what we did to him. He protected us. You're right. They look at him when I asked him why he was helping me with my identity, since it is very strange to see that from an Ambu. He told me, I don't want people close to him to get hurt. When he told me that, I thought we knew him, but I never imagined it would be him. No one said anything about it. Everyone felt terrible for having hidden what Kiba and Janada were doing behind Naruto's back. A moment of silence there was, and Ino looked at her partner Ino Choji. He looks at him. You haven't touched a single bite of your food. Chewy, I'm sorry, but I'm not hungry. She was surprised by that. Just like Shikamaru, I feel terrible and I have no appetite. Shikamaru sighs. How problematic now that I think about it. Tamari, surely I knew, maybe that's why she was upset with me. Tenten, by the way, Nei, he look at her. Told you already, he nods. And you know something about Anatane. She doesn't want to talk to anyone. Try to understand. While in the hospital, the honey-eyed girl was walking down the hallway until she found room 304, where Naruto was resting. Once she arrived, she opened the door and saw that he was not there. She saw a nurse passing by his side and asked Tsunade, do you know where Naruto is, nurse? 2 hours ago he went to the roof. Maybe he's still there. Tsunade. Thank you. He started walking. He went up the stairs until he reached the roof of the hospital. He opened the door and saw that the Blue Ear was lying on a bench looking at the sky. What are you doing here, Naruto? I'm tired of being in bed, so I wanted to see the sky for a while, he said without stopping looking at the stars. How is everything? Tsunade. Well, Yashi would be in charge of telling Nei to be part of the new council and Shizune would inform Kakashi Naruto I see he sits down, and next to him the Ajumheni Tsunade. How are you feeling Naruto well without realizing Kurama's chakra healed the wounds on my back and tomorrow I plan to return to my apartment size now I remember she looks at him. I have to clean my fourth step about a month without being there Tunhee good luck with it Naruto thanks, by the way she looks at it how are we doing with the money Tsunade, even though I used yours we are still in decline, but at least in 2 or 3 months, we will be like before Naruto for 2 or 3 months, we will have to do some high rank missions no, she nods well do this act as if nothing had happened, I will take care of it Tsunade, you are crazy he looks at him I know you are strong, but you should not trust yourself as soon as you came out alive and you want to do the high rank missions I totally refuse Naruto he I know, it sounds crazy no she looks at him again, but if you do it, we will all be alarmed villagers will be afraid, besides the fact that he has annihilated the other Ambu, we are low level shinobi, it is better not worry them Tsunade yes, but Sai even if you deny it, you will continue in Zai. Understand he smiles Naruto you know me well Novan Tsunade by the way he looks at her what was that technique you wanted to learn Naruto, let's see on my first day of Andu in my office, I saw some roles of technique among them was the role of the second Okage which I learned Ellen no Jutsu god of flying thunder she nods, and there was another one with this technique she began to listen sincerely it is a technique that it consists of planting several special kunas that have this. He takes out the two-pronged kunai and shows her this is the mark of the Gisin to clarify. She nods. She turns the kunai and sees another type of mark that said nuke. This mark. You could say that it is like a kunai. Explosive if I throw it and concentrate it causes a big explosion she nods, but if I plant more kunai for example the training ground in R7, I plant these kunai around her and concentrate it would cause a big explosion that would look like I blew up a building with her she feel again, but what I did there was a bit excessive, I raised several kunai about the size of a village which is a bit exaggerated she is surprised if I activated them I would die with her since I have to be very close to the kunai, but since I learned the irisin I was able to activate them and disappear, freeing me from the Tsunade explosion radio, so the 2 weeks you were gone was so you could learn that technique. Not the nod and how did you get the role of your rights for the clan she asked with doubt, but neither of them knew that a certain pink-haired girl I was listening to them behind a door Naruto when I finished perfecting the technique I had 3 free days left I thought about training, but I called the invocation that gave me the scroll, so I could look for the scroll by the way, where is Tsunade? Calm down I have it saved Naruto thank you look back to heaven tomorrow I will leave the hospital, and everything will continue as before Tsunade, are you sure he looks at her now everyone knows that you are Kuroki, what will you do about it, Naruto nothing my time as Ambu is very excessive, and you know it Tsunade looked at him Tsunade, why not you retire and Naruto, and being close to them no thanks. Sakura gets up hearing that and look down sad I'm already tired of them, I've already had so many betrayals in my life Sasuke and Nad I no longer care at all, if I get to retire as an Ambu, maybe I'll leave the village she opens her eyes amazed by that just like Tsunade, maybe I'll do like Hirosen and did go from here to there Sakura Naruto, or maybe I'll go to some casino to bet Tsunade on. But I'll accompany you he smiled Naruto and losing all my money I think I'll think about it a little Tsunade for your information, I never lose Naruto I know he smiles, and I turn to see the moon Tsunade it's true what you said Naruto, what do you mean she stands up and looks at him in the front Tsunade, who doesn't want to be boxed Naruto does smile also with so much paperwork I would only escape. Although it is something similar to what I do as H Tsunade what's up Naruto now that I think about it the Hambu mate, he was one of those who supervised for the registration of the ninjas, who want to be Ambu I will have I'd better do it, a total clone, he's just a supervisor, Tsunade. Yes, really, you'll continue to avoid others, she thought to herself, and the pink-haired girl left the place. It's been a week since the blue ear left the hospital. Kuro Akami was in his office looking at everything. The paper on his desk was mostly from the casualties of the Ambu which he only read, and the rest was the registration of some ninjas to be an Ambu. He created a clone and left the door along with those files, while the original continued reading about the Ambus that was under the command of the former council Black Wolf how boring look out the window at the sky and get up see, and Abachan has something for me creates another clone to stay accommodating the rest of the files, and the real one disappears in a jump in the Okage tower the honey. Ajum was looking at 2 scrolls on her table inside the room there was Team 7 and or for her mission Tsunade was about to speak, but in front of everyone Kuro Akami appeared surprising Tsunade Naruto Black Wolf, now that I think about it, I should leave a Gissen mark jumps touching the ceiling with the palm of his hand leaving a mark, he comes out of the window and appears again in a much better red. Flash look at the Okage Tsunade I never gave you permission to leave that mark Black Wolf sorry, it's faster appear like this haha he said while scratching his head and saw the 2 scrolls and that Tsunade was about to send them a mission he turns around and sees both teams they got nervous, but Kakashi and Kurenai looked him in the eyes Kakashi Naruto, can we talk a little moment he just nods. Since when Black Wolf was almost months since I became an Ambu. I didn't tell anyone that I would be a Kakashi, that's not it. He looked at him, it's true that he doesn't want to be Okage, in that the Ambu takes off his mask, and everyone sees it. Naruto, yes, you remember when we formed Team 7, nod Sakura, and Sasuke began to remember when I said about my dream, it was so that everyone would recognize me and see me with admiration, so I thought that being Okage would achieve it, but I did it before without realizing it. He smiled. Looking at the village, Kakashi, I understand, he smiled, he praises. Azal puts on his mask again and looks at the Okage. Tsunade. You already did your homework. She nods. Tsunade, I have to start using clones, I can bet. Well, my clone works. Haha, saw that she laughed a little, and the others raised an eyebrow except one. Black Wolf, don't tell me it never occurred to you to use the clones. Tsunade, no, that way. She smiled, and the others were in doubt. Well, look at the others, I have rank A missions for Ost. Black Wolf, Okage-sama. She looks at him like the others. I told her that I would take care of those missions. Tsunade, I don't care, you alone can't complete all the missions. Rank. Everyone is surprised by that. I know you think as much about the village as I do, but it's not necessary. Black Wolf, but it's better this way. What happens if there are casualties in those missions? Let's demo at the shinobi level, more than we already are. Grab both of us rolls, it's better this way, and you know it. Kurenai, but he looks at her, if you go you could also die. Black Wolf, it's better that a shinobi dies than an entire team. They are surprised again, and the Ambu starts reading the scroll. I understand. He reads the other one and closes them. Area both. Tsunade. Naruto S did not finish speaking since the Ambu disappeared in a red flash. Sigh, look at the others, I will give them C rank missions and a B they can do. Stay for the moment. Sakura. Tsunade-sama, she looks at him, it is true what Naruto said. She raises an eyebrow. Tsunade, what do you mean? Sakura, what if he stops being an Ambu? He will leave the village. Everyone was surprised, that's why more certain people. Tsunade, how do you know this? Sakura, I heard them in the hospital while they were talking on the roof. Tsunade, I understand. No, I know if he will go away or not. He only said that. Hinata, this is my fault, she muttered, being heard by everyone. Kurenai, you're wrong. She looks at him, it's everyone's fault. Hinata, no, if she hadn't done that she would still be with Naruto-kun. And Tsunade, that's enough. She attracted the gaze of, it's true that everyone is your fault. Naruto is not like before. He rarely smiles since he became an Ambu, but Karina is right, it's everyone's fault for not telling him just do the mission and leave. They just nodded and left the place, leaving her alone. Sigh. It really won't be like before. Chapter 23. Days passed since Kuro Akami went to do the 2 rank missions to Team 7, and they returned 2 days after their mission. It wasn't anything out of this world, it was transporting some loads of the business of the clients, and that he arrived safely. The Ambu was running while being chased by several ninjas. He was carrying a girl while he escaped. He hid in a cave while leaving the girl hidden. Black Wolf, stay here. Yes, he smiles, and the girl just nods. I will be back soon, I will take care of those bad guys, so don't worry. Girl, please come back. When you say that, the Ambu touches her head with the palm of his hand. Black Wolf, don't worry, Shiro. I'll be back. I promise. She nods while the Ambu left the cave to confront him. His opponents in Konoha. Tsunade was looking at the large pile of paperwork that was on his desk. He took out a bottle of serve and a spleen began to drink while looking at all the papers. Tsunade, nothing like a good serve to start the day. He began to see the papers and arranged them where they had to go. An hour passed while he was working. Shizune arrived and took out the serving bottle, and they began to argue as always. It wasn't much since they felt someone knock on the door, and Tsunade gave permission for them to enter, turning out to be him. Team 10 together with Kakashi. Tsunade, they come for a mission. They nod. Okay, have a roll. Kakashi, let's see, you just have to look for the demon cat Tora, and no, there is no other mission, that's for the Genin. Tsunade, for now, I don't have any others. Alone Rango missions deck. Kakashi, I understand, look at the others who say, I only come to help them. Only Shikamaru and the mission of Rango seat. Tsunade, they only have to help a builder. Chaoji, I prefer that. I don't want to run in search of a cat. Tsunade nods and gives him the rank C mission. They were about to retreat, but they saw how someone appeared in a red flash. Tsunade Kerr was surprised by some wounds she had on her arm and chest. Shiro, where are we? Black Wolf, we are home. She looks at him, I did a jutsu to teleport us here, so don't worry. He crouches down to be at her height. Go with her. Look at Shizune, she will take you to your parents. Shiro, thank you. Oni-chan hugged him and grabbed Shizune's hand to leave. Bye, he said goodbye to the Ambu, closing the door, and the others saw. As he began to stagger a little and leaned on the wall, Black Wolf, could you heal me, Abachan? The Ambu approaches him. He took off his mask without caring who was around him and showed him the wound he had on his chest. Tsunade concentrated and started it. Or to heal with his medical jutsu. Tsunade, you better rest, was interrupted as a violet-haired Ambu appeared with some Ambu cat files. Here you go, Commander. He nods while grabbing the files. Naruto, by the way, look at the Ambu, if you want you can leave. You helped me a lot with that Ambu cat attack. I know, but I was bored with the retreat, so I decided to come back, and I see that you like challenges. He said while looking at his commander's wounds. He just nods. He looks at the files and reads them while Tsunade healed him. He closed the files. And create 3 clones Naruto, they will help you with the new ambush. She nods, and the 4 disappeared in a jump. Tsunade ready praises Blue. He saw that he no longer hurt as much. Naruto, thank you. He gets up with some effort. Tsunade rests. He is exhausted. Naruto, it is not necessary. He stands the mask again. There is another mission. Kakashi. Naruto, he looks at it. Rest, you haven't stopped with the missions. Black Wolf, it doesn't matter, I want everything to be normalized as soon as possible. I look at those I was accompanying, and they just looked away elsewhere. You don't have to do a mission or something. Kakashi, yes. Tsunade 10 shows the scroll of the next mission. The Ambulo tries to grab, but he got a little dizzy and almost fell, but he held on to the table. Better rest, you did 2 missions without rest and you are not in with Dick. Snatches the scroll from him. Hey, give it back to me. Black Wolf, I'm sorry, but I'm leaving, and he disappeared in a red flash. Tsunade, that idiot, look at the others, they can leave. They just nodded and left the place. You don't have to be careless, I murmured, while thinking about the blonde. Team 10 was walking through the village to do their mission. They thought a little about what they saw a while ago until someone spoke. Chaoji, I don't understand. Everyone looks at him. Because Naruto doesn't rest. Shikamaru, surely he doesn't want to see us. He must still be upset, and maybe not, but he will always be like this. Everyone looks at him. Her, since Naruto isolated himself from us, nothing is like before. We very rarely get together to eat with others, but it feels uncomfortable. It was always Naruto who spoke at the meetings and we had fun, but now no one talks and we just eat in silence. Kakashi, we can't do nothing, and no, I know. Everyone looks at him again. In 4 days, it will be his birthday. They nod. How about we surprise them with something, and with that maybe we will get Shikamaru to forgive us. It could be, but what do you have planned? And no, hey, don't think I'll think about everything. Shikamaru, how annoying. Kakashi, I see that they cheered up a little, but if they do that, everyone sees it and they think that Naruto will forgive them. Plus, you saw him a while ago, he doesn't stop doing missions, and it's very difficult for him to be at home. Shikamaru, you're right, but it's worth it. It's worth trying. Kakashi just nodded and smiled to himself. First let's do the mission, and we'll tell the others. That's how everyone felt and ran to complete it as soon as possible. Kakashi, I see that you're excited, he said as he watched them run, but I have the exact address of the place, and the path they are going is not the right one. Surely they will realize it. He takes out his book. Ichicha takes out his book to see where he was going and began to read. A day passed since that idea occurred to him. He got together with the others and they began to talk about the subject. They decided to surprise him in the morning and have lunch Joe's, but there was a problem, and it was his schedule. Like Ambu Sakura, I will take care of that. Some people look at him. I will tell Tsunade-sama to give him the day off so we can celebrate, and she is not well lucky. She nods and goes towards the Okage tower. Once she entered, she saw that Tsunade was looking at some papers, and next to her was Shizune supervising the Tsunade. Sakura, what's going on? She asked with doubt since she didn't hear him knocking on the door at any time. Sakura wanted to ask him the favor of giving Naruto a day off. She raises an eyebrow in doubt. It's for his birthday, and with that I hope he forgives us at least a little. Tsunade, true, his birthday. Listen, 3 months ago, before the council attack, Naruto asked me that day I sent him on a mission or something, since he didn't want to be in the village that day. Sakura, what? But she lowers her head. Naruto, Tsunade sighs. She doesn't care. Mira, I'll tell her to take the day, plus she hasn't rested in a while, and I think she's gone. Sakura deserves it, thanks Tsunade-sama. She nods and saw that the pink-haired girl left Shizune. Do you think it works? Tsunade, I don't know, but if she can make Naruto go back to how he was before, we have nothing to lose. By the way, why should we give Shizune a ramen coupon free for a month? Tsunade, if we do that I think it would leave Ichiraku without raiment to sell. Shizune is right. 2 days passed. It was getting dark. He heard Blue appeared in his room in a red flash. He takes off his clothes and puts it in his closet. He sees his room, and I noticed that there was a lot of dust. Naruto, I think it would be better to clean it. I created 4 clones to clean his room well. Now I will go to Abchan, inform him to come back and that I will take a day after. Esiguire started to walk. He was about to open the door, but he felt slightly dizzy. He leaned against the wall until he regained his balance. What's wrong with me? And he left his house while the clones were cleaning. He was walking through the village. He looked around. Some people greeted him. And he just nodded with a smile. He continued walking without realizing that he was being watched by a group. Sasuke, I see that Naruto came back, he said. Well, the others, Choji, Ino, Sakura, Shikamaru and Nei, saw that. Sakura, well, look at the others, they have everything ready for tomorrow. No, they, I nodded, but she noticed Naruto leaned against a wall and looked at his hands a little agitated. What's wrong? Sasuke, maybe he's tired. Sakura, yes. Naruto, why is this happening to me? Pant. He started walking again as he headed to the Okage tower. Once he arrived, he entered without touching, attracting the eyes of the Ajumheni. Tsunade, how strange. Naruto, what a thing. Tsunade, you would normally appear with a gissen and your Andu clothes. Naruto, I already saved it. I decided to take the day tomorrow if You don't mind Tsunade apparently with so much work he forgot his birthday. Yes, be rest. But I noticed something, I was sweating a lot. Something is happening to you, Naruto. I'm a little tired. The mission I did a while ago. I used too much chakra. He lied, but in truth he felt a little strange from his point of view. Tsunade, I understand, go rest. He nods and leaves. I hope it will work tomorrow at the Blue Logic residence. Naruto entered and noticed that the clones were about to finish the cleaning. He smiled and went to the kitchen to drink some water. He took the glass, filled it with water and was pouring it. Take, but suddenly he drops it, breaking it. Naruto started to get dizzy again, more than before. He holds onto a chair and looks at his hands again. Naruto, what's wrong with me? Gasp, gasp. Little by little, the blue ear was closing his eyes and falls suddenly to the ground unconscious. The clones disappeared instantly, leaving him alone in his apartment. Chapter 21. In the tower of Lockage, Tsunade, he was finishing arranging the last papers that were on the table. Shizune came in to supervise him if he was drinking sake, but he saw that he was finishing, so he just left. I was ready to wait for her, but out of nowhere, an Ambu appeared with a cat mask with purple hair, attracting the gaze of both Tsunade. What's happening, Ambu cat? Where is the commander? He was helping me with his clones with the new ones before, but suddenly the three Tsunade disappeared. What all? This time the clones that I sent you were 3 days ago. No, she nods, and they did not disappear at any time. Cat Ambu Aoksama. I told him we could stop, but Swiss continue. He said, I want to finish this so that everything can normalize as soon as possible, and that Tsunade began to have a bad feeling. Tsunade, I understand you can leave. The Ambu disappears in a jump. Yul was interrupted. Shizune accompanied her. She just nodded and they both ran out of the place. They were running through the village. Tsunade and Shizune were still thinking about what they had heard from the Ambu a moment ago. A voice took her out of her thoughts, turning out to be Sakura accompanied by Sasuke and Nadi no Ne Tenten. Tsunade, Sakura, something happens. Tsunade-sama, it is very strange to see her running like this. Tsunade, they saw Naruto, and that everyone opened their eyes a little. Sasuke, a moment ago, attracted, we all looked at her and saw that she was going to her apartment. Tsunade, I understand. She started running again. Sakura waited, but she didn't stop. They looked at each other and followed her to find out what was happening. Once they arrived at the Blue Logic home, she stopped in front of him. The door took a little breath. I was about to knock, but I noticed that someone was approaching. It turned out to be the ones from a moment ago. I just ignored him and started knocking on the door, but he didn't respond. Tsunade, Naruto. You're there. I knocked again, but I didn't get any response. He must have left, but he did. For a moment I noticed him tired. They realized what Sakura said. Now that she says it, she sees her. When we saw Naruto, he looked a little tired and a little agitated. Tsunade, with which they also knocked on the door again, but got no response. It occurred to him to open it, resulting in it was unlocked, and she entered, followed by the others. She saw that there were a couple of rags and brooms on the floor. Just seeing that made her worry a little. She saw that the kitchen light was on. She approached and noticed a hand on the floor. She opened her eyes. Suddenly he entered quickly and saw the blonde unconscious Tsunade. Naruto screamed, worried. Everyone entered quickly and saw that the blue ear was unconscious. Come on, wake up, wake up. It wasn't working. I noticed him a little agitated. He touched his forehead and he suddenly opened his eyes. He was boiling fast. Help me lift him up. Sasuke and Ne picked him up and took him to his room, laying him down on his bed. Tsunade approaches him to see him. This idiot didn't take care of his body. He stopped talking because he heard blue. Little by little, Naruto began to look at his eyes. Where am I? Look at a man. Sighed and noticed several people without recognizing his face. He opened his eyes wide, got up quickly and went to his closet where his saber was and pointed it at them. Get away, gasp, gasp, or I'll kill them, he said while trying to stand up since it was quite difficult to stand. Tsunade, Naruto, calm down. The blue ear recognizes the voice. Naruto, Opa-chan, that's it. Lean on the wall. What are you doing here? Drop your weapon. Tsunade, forget about it. You have a fever, come and rest. Naruto fever touches his forehead and notices that he was sweating a lot. How stupid. He starts to walk but loses his balance. He was about to fall but was caught by Niji. Let me help you. He just nodded while I helped him to bed. Tsunade, rest. You have some medicine to help you. He seriously denied. Naruto, I had never gotten sick. Shizune, of course Naruto always had me in the hospital for injuries, never for an illness. Tsunade, I see Sakura and no, they see it. Bring some medicine. They nod and leave the room. Naruto, what are they doing here? Everyone sees it. Tsunade, Yugao told me that your clones suddenly disappeared and I was a little worried. Naruto, I see. Look at the others and Sasuke, we saw it. Tsunade told us and we remembered that we had seen you a little strange while you were heading to the tower. Naruto just looked at him and saw a certain OG Pearl Hinata. Naruto-kun said a little sadly as he watched Naruto, I see Shizune is coming with a wet cloth and he places it on his forehead. Thank you Shizune. The throw. She nods and stands next to him waiting for Sakura Ino. After 5 minutes they felt someone open the door. They saw that it was Sakura Ino with some bottles of Tsunade medicine. Thank you. He approaches Naruto. 10 bell. That's how he feels. He sits down and takes it. Naruto is disgusting. Everyone smiled at that comment. Seriously, this is medicine. Sakura, you'll have to get used to it. He sees her and she looked away because she felt a little strange seeing him, as did the rest of the others. Naruto. Me Naruto, thank you. Everyone looks at him and saw that he was lying down and closing his eyes to rest. Naruto sees her. We want to apologize to you. He kept seeing her. We feel terrible for everything we did to you, even with that you protected us from the others, and despite what we did to you Naruto, it was normal. They saw it and saw that I was looking at the ceiling. They are my friends after all. I didn't want them to be hurt by those from the Sakura Council. You still protected us, thank you. He just nodded without seeing them. Hinata Naruto-kun, he told her. Oh, I want to apologize for everything I did to you. I'm a terrible person and I want us to be like before. I don't we miss you. He sits looking at them. Tsunade, you better talk tomorrow. You better rest for a while. Naruto, don't worry, I want to talk to them. She nods. He steps aside and the mirror listens. The whole time they hid it from me. I felt a great pain in my chest seeing my friends, knowing what I didn't know was painful for me. They didn't say anything the whole time. I was like Ambu. It was to not thinking about you and not wanting to see you. I was hoping that some of you would tell me, but it never happened. Sakura. The thing is, if we told you, we were afraid that it would hurt you. You are our friend and we didn't want to see you that way, Naruto. I prefer that you tell the truth. It's much less painful than discovering it with my own eyes. She looks at Hinata and gets nervous. There was a moment of silence for everyone. They felt a little uncomfortable. But someone spoke. Hinata, Naruto-kun. Forgive me. Everyone looks at him. Sorry for cheating on you with Kiba. I know. It wasn't the right thing to do, and Naruto forgave them, he said smiling, and they look at him. I can't be angry with you for so long, despite that you are my friends, and I love you. Look at the window, smiling Sakura. Naruto no seriously, he just nods. Hinata, then we can. Naruto. Don't be confused, look her in the eyes. We can be friends, but we can't have a relationship again. And what, why Naruto, a relationship? Even if there is no trust. Hinata, but I love you Naruto. I'm sorry, I love you too, but not like that anymore. Way the whole time I saw Taiak, he was happy. Sometimes it hurt me a little to see him, but also a little happy that you can be happy with someone else. Hinata Naruto. Some tears came out of her eyes. Naruto saw that. He got up to get closer and hugged her, surprising some. Naruto, it is true that I cannot correspond with you, but that does not mean that we are still friends. I also know that you will be very happy with Kiba. She just nods and looks him in the eyes, so don't worry, he said smiling, and she smiled too. Naruto goes to bed again. And look at the ceiling. Tsunade, I see that everything is solved. And what will you do as Ambu? Naruto, I won't leave it. Sakura, what? But not like that Naruto, I have a lot of work to do with the new members and the missions. Tsunade, I understand. Look at the others, and they noticed that they were a little sad. Sakura. Naruto sees her. I want you to answer me something. It is true that if you stop being an Ambu, you will leave Konoha. When you say that, some were surprised since they did not know, Naruto. How come? Sakura, I heard them on the roof of the hospital. Naruto, I see. Look at the ceiling again. I have planned to do it, or rather I had they look at it. I have planned to visit Gaara, since I promised to have lunch. We will go together after everything is normalized, but I will be back. They smiled. Tsunade, so do you plan to stop being an Ambu after everything is about it yet? Tsunade, I understand. Smile. If you do, you'll save yourself from the paperwork. Naruto, now I'm making me want to quit. She smiles just like the others. By the way, how are we doing with the money? Tsunade, just 2 more months and we will be fine. Naruto well smiles and looks at the window. I feel like visiting someone, but in this state I can't. They raise an eyebrow. Tomorrow I will visit him. Look, I know I want to buy some flowers. I'm not good with names, but it's white, and I will also buy an ice cream. Tsunade, who are you going to see? Naruto, you met him. She smiled. She saw her, and I just smiled. Tsunade, you are talking about Jiraiya. Naruto nods. Tomorrow is my birthday. The time I trained with him, he always gave me some gifts, and he surprised me. Most of it was about perverted things. Rupiah. As a vein on his forehead, but for me he was like a father, a perverted father. Look at Tsunade, and you like a mother. She is surprised. A temperamental mother, drunk and a gambler. Tsunade tries to hit him, but he stop with your hand. Tsunade, you are a, but smile. Naruto, I have become a little strong. Hehe. Tsunade withdraws his fist and smiles. Tsunade, thank you for thinking that way. Now just rest. He just nods. Watching the others leave, he hears how they closed the door and began to music rest. Chapter 22. The next day in Naruto's apartment, the first rays of sun were appearing. Naruto wakes up and sees the window that was dawning. He sits down and touches his forehead. Naruto sees that I am much better. He gets up and takes a bath. When he finishes, he puts on his clothes. He looks for a certain book and leaves the residence. He was walking. He was meeting very few people since it was just dawn. He was going to the Inoyamana place, and I noticed that Naruto was opening. I see that you get up early. She told him. Look, Ino. Naruto, what are you doing here? You should be resting. Naruto, don't worry, I'm much better now. You have the flowers? Ino, yes, I'm back. Ino went to look for the flowers, and in a while she Aim back, here you have the delivery, and he receives it. Naruto thanks, gives him the money for the flores. The Yamanaka insisted that it was not necessary, but the blonde just left it on the table, which she just took it and didn't, and that points out a book. Naruto is one of Hiro Sennin's books, and no, you didn't know that you read those novels like Kakashi-sensei. Naruto, you're wrong. She raises an eyebrow. This book was the first one I published. From there, my parents chose my name. You could say that it's like a treasure for me. She said happily while looking at the book. See you. Say goodbye. But no. By the way, he looks at her. Happy birthday, Naruto, thank you, and leaves the store. Praises. Blue went to another store where there was a man selling ice cream. He bought a blue one that could be divided into two. Once bought, it disappeared in a red flash. He was walking through the forest while thinking about all the moments what had happened with Jiraiya a long time ago. When he arrived, he saw a rock that said Jiraiya with 2 kunai next to it. Naruto breaks half of the ice cream and leaves it on the rock and eats his own. Naruto, hello Hiro Sennin. How long did he sit and start reading the first novel that her teacher wrote? It was dusk. The blue ear was sleeping since she had finished reading it an hour ago and she just prepared to rest. It was quiet until someone appeared next to her, waking her up. What's wrong? Tsunade wanted to know where you were. How are you feeling? Okay, Naruto. He gets up and looks at the sky. It's already getting dark. He gets up and looks at the tomb. Tsunade, this is where you visit him, eh? Naruto, yes, this place was where he trained with Hiro Sennin. When I look at the place there are beautiful memories and I calm down. I know it sounds strange, but when I remember it is something beautiful but also painful. Tsunade, Naruto, well, I think it's time to go back. She nods and praises. Blue looks at the grave. She bends down and touches it. We don't see each other. She gets up and leaves the place together with Tsunade. They were both walking. They were talking about anything. The honey Ajum felt better for seeing Naruto in good spirits. You could say that he is returning to how he was before, which reassured her. Once they arrived at her apartment, she noticed that the door was unlocked. She entered with a guard, turned on the light, and everyone happy birthday. The blonde opens his eyes surprised. Naruto boy, what are you doing here? Sakura, it's your birthday. We wanted to have lunch together, but In told me that you left, so we just decided to have dinner together. Naruto, I see. He has a big smile. He stopped talking as he saw Yazuka approaches him to be face to face with him and looks him in the eyes. Kiba, Naruto, Naruto, thank you for coming, he said while hitting him on the shoulder. For sure to take care of her. Kiba, of course I'll take care of him, he said happily, and everyone started chatting. Everyone was having fun. Naruto was with his friends chatting, laughing, shouting, and some singing, which they had a lot of fun. In a short time Shizu, Nanko, Karina and Kakashi appeared for Blue Logic's birthday. They passed by 2 hours. Some were leaving, only Sakura, Sasuke, Tsunade and us and Kurenai. Naruto, well, take out some Sias who covers Tsunade. Let's bet something. Everyone got a drop of sweat on their head. Sasuke, I'm sorry, but I'm leaving. Sakura, me too. Naruto, understand. See you both. They said goodbye. Well, the 4 of them stayed playing cards. Well, look, we bet Tsunade Yoi was interrupted. Anko, Tsunade and my dango's Tsunade. That's what I forgot, Anko, so I'll bet double dango. Tsunade, okay. Everyone started playing. After half an hour everyone was getting tired and they retired, leaving only Naruto and Tsunade. Naruto, I'll accompany you. Tsunade, no need. Naruto, it doesn't matter, I can't leave the Okage unprotected after all. I'm still her right hand man. She just nodded and they left the residence. They both went to Tsunade's house. They were chatting about anything. Once they arrived, she said goodbye to Naruto and he disappeared in a red flash. She appeared in her room and went to bed. Naruto yawns, what a long day, but I had fun. She said happily. 2 months passed, everything was there. Back to normal. Naruto was in Zuna with Gar having lunch with his brothers. Naruto, by the way, they look at him. The ramen here is horrible. Tamari and Kankuro, a bead of sweat came out on Gar's head. And how was everything over there? Naruto, well, Kakashi, ne Sakura and Shikamaru are now the new members of the Tamari Council and the old dead. Naruto, Kankuro, how did you kill them? The blue ear approaches him to touch his head and he tenses. I already understood. Tamari, hahaha. He calms down, but he's not supposed to. That doesn't kill them. Naruto, well, yes, I use it to interrogate, but if I kill them with the Jinjutsu, Gaara also dies. I understand. The 4 leave the restaurant. I don't care if I'm here for a while. Naruto, no problem, but I want to go back. I have to finish. And Gaara was interrupted. By the way, he looks at it. It's true that you're not going to be Okage, Naruto. Yes, I already fulfilled my dream and that was more than anything a goal. In addition, the old council must agree to a condition that I won't be able to accept, which only accepts Gaara's conditions and yours, Naruto. There were 3 that the old council did not belong to, that the new ones are those that I already mentioned a moment ago, and that the decisions they make will be supervised by Shizune together with the Okage, and that the decisions they are going to make are agreed so that they benefit both villages. Gaara, I see you made the decision like that of an Okage. Naruto, right. He turns around, thank you for everything Gara. They also shake hands and the blue ear leaves the place. After 3 days Naruto was entering Konoha, the guard saw him and they just greeted him. He entered the Okage tower and saw that there was Tsunade and Kakashi talking. Tsunade, Naruto, I see that you came back. He nods. Naruto, what are they doing? Tsunade, I am informing Kakashi that he will be the new Okage. Naruto, Kakashi sensei. New Okage look at Kakashi and then to Tsunade, you're sure he's always late and he spends his time reading Ichicha? Kakashi, today you know I'm here. No Tsunade, you're right. Look at Kakashi, what are you saying? Naruto, I'm making a law that they burn all the Ichicha in Konoha. The silver-haired boy was surprised. Praises Blue realized what did Naruto want to do? Technically, the creator was Hiro Sennin and he was a resident of Konoha. You can ask that all the villages gather all the Ichicha and burn them. Kakashi, no, please, no. I will never be late again. I promise. He got on his knees while bowing. They saw each other. Naruto bare at Tsunade. Ha, they started to laugh and Kakashi saw them. Naruto, it was a joke. Kakashi sensei gets up while crying. I feel happy that my sensei and he will be the next Okage. Kakashi should be yours. But you don't want Naruto. Nah, a lot of paperwork. Tsunade, but it is the same thing you do as Ambu. Naruto, I'm going to quit. She is a little surprised. Tsunade, are you sure? Naruto, of course. Look at her. Sensei, if Kakashi sensei will be the new Okage, I'll surely do 2 jobs and he'll just say sorry I just got lost on the path of life or something like that. Kakas, thank you for your collaboration. Naruto, you're welcome. Tsunade, I see. Naruto, and when it will be Okage? Tsunade, it will be in 4 months. Now I was explaining to him what is necessary and the training that he will have to do for a while. Naruto, I understand, and who will replace him in the council? Kakashi was thinking that you. Naruto, no thanks, I prefer to continue as a shinobi only. Ask Sasuke to be the new member. Tsunade, everyone has important positions except you. Naruto, I am his right hand man, I already have an important position. Well, until you stop being the Okage for course. Tsunade, I understand. Look at Kakashi, you can leave. The nods and leaves. Well, Naruto disappears in a red flash and reappears in a wild black wolf. What will be my next job? Akage-sama, she nods happily. See you all in the next video, then wait for my next video and goodbye everyone.